Good early afternoon, everybody. We'll call this notice a special meeting of the Macon County Board of Commissioners to order. This is designed to be a budget work session, and we have a printed agenda. And under the rules, a special meeting, we abide by what's on the agenda. I think we had a question there about public comment on the budget. We don't know what the budget is yet, so there will be times before this budget's approved and before we have a public hearing where there will be ample time for any input from the citizenry, which I think is important. Are there any announcements? Mr. Shields?
Let me ask you a question, for clarity. On our agenda, it's got work session regarding the proposed fiscal year 2023-24 budget. And also with that conversation to include A, B, and C. And I was wondering if we could put in a public comment piece here, because you got people here who want to make a public comment based on the work session regarding the proposed fiscal, read or misread or what it may be, to make a comment pertaining to the budget or pertaining to the school facilities. I see we've got Dr. Ball, we've got this piece here.
And I just saw that, I've not even had time to, well, the purpose of this meeting is just simply last meeting was to receive the budget, and this is the first of, could be the only work session, or there could be more. And I understand people having concerns, I have concerns about them, but I haven't had time to digest it and discuss it with these agencies that's come before us tonight, so I don't know,
Can you legally add a public comment?
We noticed what was for the work session, so this is just the work session for the board. And then we'll receive public comment about the budget at a regular scheduled meeting before we adopt it. So there will be time for public comments before we adopt the budget, but that's not the purpose of this meeting.
Which that'll be next week, right?
Well, yeah,
June 13th is June 13th is the public hearing on the budget.
as of right now, that's the 13th. The budget process is like baking a cake. There's a lot of ingredients and a lot of processes to do. So there will be ample time for public comment on the budget. And I think it's imperative that we kind of fine tune it a little bit and examine it and let these agencies educate us, the public and the media on the proposed budget. So public comment, it's not on the agenda. It was not advertised on the agenda. There may be others out there that would want to address the board on anything. But this is strictly reserved for budget discussions.
And so if someone's out there that won't make a comment on the Macon County schools and associated improvements and projects,
They'll have ample time to do that in meetings coming up. But we've not even heard from the schools yet. So once they give us, I think a public comment's a little premature, because I'm sure that Dr. Ball and his team's going to give us information tonight that it's going to be reflected in the final budget. But anybody got any input on that?
they're here.
yeah, but so we didn't advertise for public comment, and so then if all this, then we allow for it, then we've switched what we did the special meeting. So we need to abide by what we noticed for the special meeting as it just being a work session for the board. And this is who we're receiving public comment for tonight, is from the school system and the locker room project and public safety. So those are the people that are going to speak at this work session.
And so June the 13th would be the,
That's our next regular board meeting. And right now, we have a tentative public hearing for the budget then. If all goes well, and we all agree on the budget, that will be our public hearing for the proposed budget, and we'll open it up for any input, comments. But until we get this thing kind of finalized, public comments are a little premature. So if you'll bear with us, let's move into our work session. And the first thing is the Macon County Schools and associated improvements projects with presentation by consultants. Who's leading this thing?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're glad to have Mr. Paul Boney with LS3P here with us and his team. Paul has worked with us now going on about 2 years. They've done a fine job. They're here today to give us an update on the Franklin High School project. I think they're going to give us an update on where they stand now with design of the main campus and the Phase 1 athletic complex, as well as some timelines for us to look at as we consider moving forward. And we're pretty much at the point where the rubber meets the road with some of this stuff. So we're going to be looking at some timelines with those projects. And with no further ado, Paul, glad to have you here today.
Thank you, Derek. Dr. Baldwin, did you want to say anything more? Okay. All right, great. All of you remember Emily is with me today. Thank you for having us. We're here today to update you on our progress. Jamie's going to give you about 50 pounds of drawings, and he's got them under his feet there. I could use them as a prop, but I can't. I'm not strong enough to hold them up. We are, and we will be meeting with the liaison committee on Thursday morning at 9 o'clock. And then maybe we'll have time for some subsequent meetings with other commissioners if time allows, with your time, not mine. So we'd like to go through those drawings. We're not going to go through them now. We're going to leave them with Derek. So you can put them back there on the conference table and y'all can go through them whenever your leisure permits. And then, like I said, I'll be back, what's today, Tuesday? I'll be back on Thursday for that meeting. So as a project update, we're going to be fairly brief tonight and then answer any questions. So we are working currently to complete the construction documents for the stadium project, the Phase 1. And what that means is, architects talking a lot of jargon, what that means is we have drawings prepared that could be sent to contractors at any time to receive bids back, to move forward. And then we've got an athletic review with the athletic folks with some of the revisions on June 5th. And then we'll be coming up with a new cost estimate, a more refined cost estimate on these drawings in mid-July. So we'll be back before y'all July, August to tell you where we are with that. So on the high school project, first of all, are there any questions about that? The other thing, we've incorporated a bunch of the comments that when we met with you, had for that, and we're happy to review those with you, with our civil engineer anytime. We've incorporated some other, as we move forward with the project, some other comments that we got from the liaison committee and from all of you. So on the high school project, we're working to complete design development. Design development is sort of the second phase, and we've been authorized to complete that. And we're going to meet with the liaison committee, like I said, on Thursday, and we'll give them a complete update. We have teacher and staff meetings on, you can see multiple teacher and staff meetings, so we'll have lots of input and a chance to give us their ideas about that, but it's mostly, do we have enough space to teach the children, okay? It's that kind of input that we're looking for. And then cost estimating on design development, the 100% will be in mid-July. Mike Burris, who many of you know, is doing the cost estimating and has been on this entire job. So again, the budget, this is just what y'all saw at the last meeting. You can see The grand total down there is about 100 million, and we'll see what Mike comes up with, but that's what we believe at this point we're shooting for. You can see that we've included a whole lot of things beyond just the cost of the work, because you got to have all that stuff to make a total project, and Lori knows that as well as anyone, as to what all goes into that. And so we will be moving forward, and we'll be updating these figures as we do. Yeah. Yeah, I couldn't see it either.
See? Now it's.
Way to go.
I told you, I was afraid.
Don't
and now
touch.
I'm locked
All right.
out. So,
Okay.
we need some IT help, I think, because I'm not sure how to get us
All
back
right.
to where we need to go.
So
They'll get you back working.
that's why you have a printed copy.
While you got a moment there.
Yes, sir.
Help me, liaison meeting from June 1, from 9 to 11.
Yep, we're back.
Central office.
It'll be in the same room we've always had those, I believe. Right,
Yeah.
Dr.
Now,
Paul?
this liaison, is it only the 6,
Yes.
The liaison committee, as I understand it, is the 6 people.
is the 6?
Yes, sir.
Then, I see you have dates for the high school and also on this same date.
That's in the afternoon.
That's an afternoon.
And that, we've been working with Mr. No at the high school to put their teacher and staff groups together for us to talk through the various curriculum programs on the campus and get some more detailed information in the various areas of the high school. And so some of those start in the afternoon on the 1st, and then we'll follow through with an agenda of full-day meetings Monday and Tuesday of next week.
Bless you.
And then we're gonna meet with facilities folks on Wednesday morning to talk about mechanical systems, plumbing, electrical, technology, all that stuff.
Just for the 6.
No,
No, that's with,
those meetings will
School
not
folks.
be with the 6,
Right.
with the liaison. In the normal course of a project, any project we do, we will periodically meet with the school faculty and staff to get their input on certain things. But anything having to do with money or changing the program or changing anything goes back to that 6 people on that committee and ultimately comes back to y'all. So they are providing us valuable input on the project that we get on every project that we do. This is nothing out of the ordinary or nothing new.
but that information's not intended to change the scope of the project in any way. So that kind of feedback that we might collect from faculty or staff that would impact or change the scope of the project would be something we would bring back to the liaison committee to have those conversations and make a bigger decision around where we might need to change scope or not change scope based on y'all's feedback.
Okay, one other question.
Yes, sir.
Being on the liaison committee, Josh, you're on the liaison, there's 6 of us.
Yeah.
Derek, Dr. Ball, myself, Josh,
And 2 board
Deidre.
members.
and Ms. Wilkes. What are we expecting?
On Thursday?
Yes.
You're going to see an update on the drawings that they have rolled up here.
Okay.
And we're going to share all that information with you and make sure that in detail you understand and we understand, everybody understands what's on those drawings.
Okay. Is that in your plan, is that on your calendar?
Yes, we'll be there.
All right, ready to go?
They are, and they're 2 great members of that committee, along with both you and Josh. It's a very, very good, hardworking committee. Any other questions? Mr. Shields, happy to hear all day.
Hey, one quick question. I noticed the cost has come down 20%, but the contingency came down 50%. Curious what changed on the estimate, right?
Tell me that again, Josh.
So your contingency reduced by half, but the cost was reduced by 20%. Just curious.
We're
Might
still,
change.
Yeah, I mean, we're still syncing all those numbers up, to be honest with you, but we're trying to be, you know, a little more conservative with the contingency. And as we refine the drawings and refine what's going on, we would historically reduce the contingency, and the contingency would end up to be somewhere on most projects around 5 or 6% total. And that's for, yes, sir.
No,
Sure.
I'm just listening. Carry on.
Are you saying that, so each time we will come back with Mike's estimate, we're refining this thing that much further and further, because we're more sure of, as we get further into it, what we have. But before then, we really don't know. There are a whole lot of unknowns. Anything else, Mr. Sheriff?
No, sir.
Is that okay? All right.
It's a process,
It is a,
it's a convoluted process.
well, but it all turns out in the end, and it's a great process once you get to the end. Sometimes it's like watching a bill being drafted in the legislature. Sometimes you see how the sausage is made. You know, you see it. So anyway, this will change, I promise you. This will change. Next. So our schedule, were there any more questions about the budget? Anything? So the schedule, I'm gonna let you go through the
Okay.
schedule.
We've really got two possible schedule scenarios to show you. And they're a lot the same, and there's one sort of big difference. The first one is on the screen, and it follows a track for the stadium and athletic complex portion of the work, and then the high school you can see on the second line. And this tracks with our current progress and when we expect to be finished. And if you look at the top on the stadium, you'll see sort of a gap between September and January of this coming year. And that's a difference between when we expect we can be finished with drawings and when it's reasonable to start construction. And so there's a space in there where football season, you can see that sort of gray dashed line, that's in big picture, a football season that we really think we need to have on the campus so that the school system doesn't have to scramble and find a way to hold a football season off campus. So the earliest we could really start construction is in that sort of November range. In this case, we're showing procurement in January. That could slide back to November if we wanted it to start earlier than that. In this particular schedule scenario, you'll see that the stadium, we would have a football season in the fall of 2024 that the school system would play away from campus because we would still be under construction in our estimate with the amount of construction that would need to happen. The high school can run sort of independent of that to some extent, and if we keep moving from design development to construction documents, we could finish those documents by the end of this calendar year, and we could go through the procurement process to understand bid pricing and go to the LGC in the early part of 2024 and start construction in the spring, which is a good time for us to start construction.
So what you're seeing here is we're now able, with the progress we've made on the drawings, to see just the effect of weather on a project like this, because as all of y'all know, the grading is going to be, A, where a lot of money is going to be, and B, we want to start that grading not in November, December up here. And so we want to push that a little further into the spring so that the weather's a little better and it's a little more favorable for the grading. What you're seeing also is a possibility, and we'll discuss this with the committee on Thursday, if we're able to move forward with the construction documents phase, which has not been funded but would be a funding thing for this budget year, if we're able to move forward with that, then we would complete those drawings and get them in the queue to be, one, we've got a lot of approvals to get on both the grading and on the site work and the final drawings. But it would allow us the potential, if we were able to work out some of the budget situation, to come together with that project and have one contractor, or keep it separate. And so we're just looking at options now. That is totally up to y'all. And we will do whatever works with your budget in order to do that. But we would like to go on and get the drawings done so that we can maintain that continuity and keep that going, rather than stop again and then go forward whenever that money would be available. So that's one of the recommendations that we have, is whenever you can, and however that fits into your budget, that we would be allowed to proceed with the construction documents on the high school, or we can just sort of stop on that in whatever it was, July, and then give you all plenty of time to think about that and move forward. So it's just options that we have, and that's the great thing about this project, is you have a lot of options, and it's very special in that way.
So you say, Paul, you need that by mid-July to keep them running concurrently?
July, August, something like that. It's authorization. That doesn't mean we're going to be billing that, doesn't, we'd work with Laurie however she wants us to do it. But that authorization is something, it would be nice to be able to move ahead with that.
Yeah, and I think in this schedule that shows the two projects going concurrently, we would essentially allow the high school to catch up to the completion of where the stadium drawings are, and get us into a more favorable season to start construction with site work, and allow those projects to be bid under one contract potentially, is what's shown here. What I would like to point out, and when we flip to the next slide, you'll see exactly the same timeline for the high school portion of this. And that is as a target to try to get the school calendar to line up with when a school new construction would be finished. And so if we back up from fall of 2026 to open a new school, we get to where we think we've got about 30 months of construction. And if we back up from there, it puts us in a position to continue moving forward with construction documents in that mid-July range when we are planning to be finished with design development. Once we start pushing ourselves beyond the middle of July, we're going to jeopardize our ability to open school in a fall 2026 scenario. And then we look at what happens in the academic year if we transition a school mid-year from the current campus to a new facility, add a change in a semester, which is a little difficult with a school of this size, or does this push us to the following fall of 2027? So that's where we're lining up there.
More important than all of that, which is important, is that I think this time next year, certainly in the spring, as people are working through their backlogs on the private side, you're going to see some people that aren't bidding public work right now wanting to have that security in the public sector. And we're seeing that with some of our private clients now that are building these big things that are saying, well, we'll get back with you. And I believe that that is going to be a good thing for a project like this, because this is a large project that could attract significant contractors. And most important, you've got enough contractors. Most importantly, the subcontractors, the steel guys, the sheetrock people, mechanical people, electrical people. Those are what we're missing right now in the market. Plenty of general contractors. And so I believe that that by moving this thing forward, giving yourselves the option, it doesn't mean you got to do it. It just gives you one more option. But if we don't go ahead with the drawings, then we're another 6 months, once that's authorized, before we can get to the market. And I think we need to be a little more nimble about that. So,
And your contract includes what services, your current contract?
design development, which is there's schematic design, design development, contract documents, and then the bidding and so we're completing the second phase, and this would be the third phase. And we would be then ready to take both projects to the market, individually or together, however you want to do it. So we try to give as many options as possible for you, so you're not one way or the other. You have totally the option, and we have tried to structure it that way.
Now, the athletic complex is currently, it has been funded through construction.
That's
It's been
correct.
Funded through procurement, or through
Yes.
construction oversight.
Right.
Through
The
bidding.
whole-
Well, not through
Through
CA,
bidding.
just
No.
through bidding.
Through
Okay.
bidding.
But
Just
it's been-
rebid.
It's been funded through
Through bidding.
bidding.
Correct. And so we're just trying to catch the high school up with that, so if we wanted to put it together, we
The
could.
design has been funded,
Yes.
not
Yeah.
the construction.
No, there is,
For the main-
yeah,
For the main campus, but for the athletic complex, the construction documents have been funded.
yeah.
Yes,
Yeah,
but
y'all
not
are
the
saying,
construction.
No,
No.
no.
Yes.
no. So the drawings have been funded, but not the construction.
And primarily Thursday, we're gonna do phase one review,
Yes, sir. And we're gonna do,
because phase two review is gonna take a lot of time.
yeah, well, I got two big fat drawings for your, listening pleasure.
Well, we're gonna struggle through a budget till the end of June.
I know you will. I know you will.
Yeah.
But we wanted to make it available in case you did have some time, and could give us any comments, we would appreciate it.
It is.
So the second schedule shows the projects running on their own track, essentially. The bottom line at the high school is exactly the same as the previous slide. Again, working towards fall of 2026. But we've scooted procurement and construction starting for the stadium project back to that November mark when we think that football season is over and our documents will be finished and can be ready to be permitted. And so that would allow those two tracks to move independently. You can see that we will overlap construction. So if we do have two contracts in place on the campus, we're going to have multiple contractors working on different parts of the work at the same time. We also will notice we're still in this scenario going to play an away season of our fall sports in fall of 2024. So both of those schedules will impact the fall sports season in fall of 2024. And so.
I believe
the-
you've discussed that with Dr. Baldwin and
Yes,
and
we
the
have,
coaches.
and that's all on their
you know.
radar, and they've got the time now to be able to plan for that in 2024 as the project progresses and continues. So that's really the difference is one slide shows both of them being procured at the same time with one contract moving at the same track, and then the second slide shows the stadium moving at a track slightly in front of the high school schedule.
So the drawings that you will see have both Jamie and Emily's input, along with 5 or 6 of their closest friends that are working on this thing, plus all of these engineers that are everywhere. And so there are probably 100 people 50 people that touch this thing
Easily.
every day. And so it's not, we stand up here and then we go away. There's a lot going on behind the scenes.
And lastly is just next steps, which is.
Yeah, so the next step was we were just making a recommendation to authorize construction documents at some point in your budgeting process, so that we can have that continuity to start in August and just keep on going, because we'll send the drawings to all of the review agencies, including the Department of Insurance, DPI, and all of the,
State.
all of the, traffic, all of the guys, all the folks that have to approve this. And so we'll continue to work and receive comments from that and then respond to the comments. So anyway, that's our presentation, and we're happy to answer any questions, and I'll see most of you Thursday.
What is the cost for that phase?
That's a great question.
The
I wish I knew.
construction documents phase,
I don't have any idea.
$1,666,565,
Ooh, that's 666.
based on
Yeah,
the 4.7 million of
projected,
fees, based on the current budget of 118 million, not the, or, that's the
Yeah.
total, but you know what I mean, not your revised, so.
we've got all of those things we're under contract for, and Laurie's got all that stuff. I don't know, to be honest with you.
So the 100 million that it's proposed now, is that less what you've already been paid, or that has nothing
That
to
shows
do
the
with?
total amount that we
No.
would be paid in there, so we've not done any accounting for things we've already been paid in there, that shows. the
And we
full
haven't got a
amount.
final number to go back and say,
Yeah.
because the first thing Laurie's gonna, I know she's gonna do this. She's gonna call me and say, oh, well, we based it on X,
X.
and now it's Y, and you've done a great job, but we're gonna take $100,000.
Would you mind going back to your slide where you have the side by side there, the two sets of numbers? just
Are
real
you gonna
quickly?
try to make me do that right now?
No, I was just gonna.
I wanna leave. I wanna go.
No, so if you'll notice the October 22 estimate, the professional fees, that 4.7 number. So the number I've just gave you, the 1,666,565, is based on that total number. So if there,
And you will
of course,
notice-
I guess on the tail end, we would get
Well,
caught up on the fees.
see, we've already
if they-
caught you up because it's 4.1, not 4.7. So 600,000 vaporized.
Yeah, so like I said, my numbers are based on the 4.7 number total, you know, just breaking it into the
Yes, ma'am.
percentages. how
And,
they'll
and
break
we
it
would,
out.
we would
Yeah.
work that out with you,
Yeah.
however you want to do it.
Well, if we bring you guys back in 6 or 8 months, we might get that down to 80,000, because we're 20 million, or 80 million, we're 20 million down now.
You know, we're really nice people. So,
Just one more question.
yes, sir.
This construction phase, will that help us with the grant process?
Yes.
You think that it's?
I think having the drawings ready to go to show them that we are serious and we're ready to go. Yes, I believe that will help.
Is it necessary to have a start date in order to get that grant?
No. But once you get the grant, it's something like, you have to start within 18 months or 12 months or something.
Once you've received the grant?
Yeah.
Once you've received the grant. And it stops people from banking the grant and then not doing the project.
What about from the time that you get approved for the grant to start date? Like, what's the time there?
Well, if you're ready to go and you've got bids in hand and approval from the LGC, they don't care. You're ready to go. You are authorized to proceed. And as soon as the treasurer's office, you know, so the process right now is you've got to get, the budget has to be approved at the state level. And it's going to set how much money is in that. This may be too much information, but right now the Senate and the House differ on the 40, 50, 60 million. The Senate wants to tie that to a CPI something.
Consumer price index.
Yes, consumer price index and tie the square footage to that consumer price index rather than just giving you 60 million. In the next 2 weeks, they're going to work all that out. And then they're going to have a certain amount of money in that budget. And then they're going to go picking projects. So it'll be September, middle of September probably, by the time you would know about the grant.
So we don't know yet if it would be 50 or 60 million that the grant would be for.
Well, we don't know. And 50 was the old number, 60 is the new number that the House came up with, which I applaud them for. But they've still got to work out a whole bunch of things in that budget the reconciliation is what they call it. And there are 3 people on the House side, 3 people on the Senate side that'll come together and do all that.
I think if you talk to them, Paul, you'll get it done.
Well, I don't know. If I live that long, Dan. I'll live that long.
Did it?
That's it.
That's us.
We're done.
You're staying over till Thursday, you're going and coming back?
I haven't decided. I'm supposed to go back to Charlotte and then come back tomorrow, so I don't know. We'll see.
Thank y'all.
The Hampton Inn was full, so if anybody knows the owner, give me a room. Anybody give me a room?
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Thank y'all. And we'll see y'all Thursday.
All right, Mr. Chairman, next with us, thanks again, Paul.
Yes, sir.
Emily, thank you. We have Mitch Berguglio with Davenport and Associates, our financial advisors. Mitch has been working with us for many years now, helped us develop the CIP. And since then, we have used that to guide our capital projects. And we're going to show you right now how we've incorporated into that the Franklin High School project. Mitch is going to go over that and some different possibilities for this board to consider. So, thank you, Mitch. Appreciate you coming up here and joining us today.
Of course, thanks for having me. Mr. Chair, board members, great to see everybody again. Let's see if this is gonna load. All right, there we go. Thank y'all for having me again today. I know we've been through an updated draft of the CIP within the last 3 months or so. I go through this a little more quickly today because we've reviewed it somewhat recently, but please feel free to stop me along the way if I'm going too fast, if you want to dive in with questions. Ultimately, my goal is to give you a quick refresher on some of the concepts we talked about a couple months ago, and then dive into the current update of the cash flows based upon updated fiscal year 23 estimates and items reflected in your FY24 budget. So big picture, again, as a reminder, the county has a AA2 AA credit rating, rated very highly, 2 steps away from the highest possible credit rating. And why we care about that is because that tells us you all have access to the capital markets to borrow money to fund capital projects if you choose to do so. And not just access to those capital markets, but that strong credit rating will give you access to borrowing money at very good interest rates compared to others with lower ratings. So that's an important part of a CIP process that may include financings of projects, particularly when we're talking about the stadium and high school project. Along the way, we're going to look at some of the key debt ratios that we've talked about in the past compared to other highly rated counties around the country and within North Carolina. And in doing so, that right-hand side of page 4, we're going to be looking at other AA rated counties, again, across the country and around North Carolina. Skip this page. I do want to hit on page 6 quickly. We talked about this last time I was here, but I think it's worth noting that you all have managed yourselves very well financially over the years. We've done a 6-year look back here in this chart, and every year over the last 6 years, your revenues have exceeded your expenditures. So you're operating a structurally balanced budget, meaning your annual revenues coming in are covering your annual expenses going out. And particularly in the last couple of years, you've had some larger surpluses as sales tax has improved significantly. That's the biggest piece of this, is the sales tax component, which, if you look in the bottom chart, is your general fund balance has stepped up nicely in fiscal year 21 and 22. What we talked about a couple months ago is part of funding that CIP will be looking at some of the excess general fund balance over your policy levels and utilizing that for cash funding of capital projects. That strong fund balance allows you to use some of that cash for one-time expenditures, and capital is the most likely one-time expense. That has the benefit of allowing you to do more capital projects if you choose to, but also avoiding issuing additional debt to fund those capital projects. You see that a little more on page 7. This is your, can you all still see it? It's up on this computer. All right. The chart on the left is just looking at your general fund balance as a percentage of expenditures, and you all maintain a minimum policy of 25% of general fund balance as a percentage of expenditures. So you all finished 2022, the dark green line there is your unassigned fund balance. That's your bottom bucket, your free and clear rainy day funds. Those finished the year in fiscal year 22 at right about 65%. Again, well above that 25% policy. In talking with staff, thinking 23 is going to end up in a pretty similar spot as a percentage of expenditures, but that's got to finish out the year and do the audit process before that's determined. And so what I want to point out to you on this page is if you look down in the chart below, bottom left corner chart, line 4, we were looking at a 40% potential policy, right? So if you've got 25% minimum right now, maybe targeting something a little more than that. Conservatively, we looked at 40%. If you said, we've got a minimum of 25, let's target to keep 40. We know our expenses are going to continue to grow, which means we have to have more dollars of unassigned fund balance to maintain that 25% policy. And it gives us a little bit of cushion over that policy should something else arise. If you were to do that, based upon 22 expenditures, so column B, line 4, 56.8 million was your 22 expenses. If you had that 40% target policy requirement, you would have to maintain, that would be a $22 million policy. And so your FY22 unassigned fund balance on column D was 37.8 million. So that would give you excess of a little over 15 million, 15.1 million. I wanted to point that out because we're going to take that number, $15 million, when we run our CIP analysis. And we're going to assume that you use that $15 million as part of the CIP plan. That's still going to leave you above your minimum 25% policy with some additional cushion, about 15% of cushion for any sort of one-time items that occur, any capital that's unexpected. It gives you some cushion on top of that. So feel like we're being conservative by just taking that 15 million. We're not taking all of the excess compared to that minimum policy at this point. Okay? And you can see on the right-hand side of that page, this is the first of those peer comparatives. Macon County's in the gold bar at the top. Again, you're over 60% as of fiscal year 22. You can see where everybody else is. The light green bars are the national AA rated counties. And what we're doing is we're graphing the medians there. So half of the national counties are higher, half are lower. This is the median or average of all of those county data. And then the dark green bars are the North Carolina medians. So half the North Carolina counties are higher, half are lower, but this is giving you the midpoint of that data. And then for the North Carolina counties, we've also superimposed this light blue bar on top. That's giving you the range. So the left-hand side is the lowest county, and the right-hand side is the highest county in North Carolina. So you're getting the median, and then you're seeing the range of all of the data points. And so when we looked at that, we saw that of all the North Carolina AAs, people ranged from a median of 25 to 35%, and the national counties ranged from 30 to 35% on that unassigned fund balance as a percentage of budget. So that's kind of where we said, look, if we take it down to the 40%, we're still above the medians in very good shape on all of those ratios, and we have a little bit of cushion. So I wanted to take a minute to refresh you on that. That's the same concept we had talked about before, but because we're going to see that in the CIP analysis, I wanted to make sure you had the background on that. Okay, I'm going to skip the suggested policy language. We can come back to that if you'd like, and transition into your existing tax-supported debt profile on page 10. As of fiscal year 22, just under $25 million of tax-supported debt outstanding, debt that's paid for from the general fund. And you can see there that it's an overall declining debt service, right? So your debt service on your current debt, your annual payments on that debt is reducing every year going forward. That is giving you natural debt affordability. You're paying for your existing debt in your budget right now. As that steps down, it's naturally creating room for new debt service without any new revenue. Now, what you see is there are some nice step downs, but it's really once you get out to fiscal 29 and 30 where you have those significant declines in your existing debt service. So very conservative debt profile to start with on your existing debt. And I'm going to show you that by looking at a series of these key debt ratios, similar ratios to what we've talked about in the past. The first one there is on the right-hand side of the page. It's called the 10-year payout ratio, that far right column. And you all in fiscal 23 are right over 80% for a 10-year payout ratio. What that means is of your $25 million of principal outstanding, in the first 10 years, in the next 10 years, you will have repaid over 80% of that debt outstanding. You can see that a little more on the next page. You can see it graphically, and we've layered in a typical policy minimum on this chart on the right-hand side of page, or on the left-hand side of page 11. Typical policies for this ratio have a minimum of 50%. So you all are currently at 80%, well above what a typical policy minimum might be. You are repaying your debt quickly in a very responsible fashion, which in and of itself would give you room to take on new debt if you choose to do so and still remain above this minimum policy level. If you think about it, if you borrow debt for 20 years and you pay it back in equal amounts every year, we call that level principal. So you borrow $20 million, you have a 20-year term, you pay back $1 million of principal every year. That in and of itself has a 50% payout ratio. You're paying back half of the $20 million in the first 10 years. So inherently, that's going to bring down this 10-year payout ratio anytime you issue 20-year debt like that, but you've got room to do so if you choose to. And you can see on the right-hand side these peers kind of vary, but overall, you know, they're in that 55, 50 to a little over 80% range for these medians. So, you know, you're right there on the upper end of your peer medians right now. Okay, next ratio, debt to assessed value. Your debt outstanding as a percentage of your tax base. Fiscal 23, your debt represented about 0.3%, 0.3% of your tax base, with making a principal payment, paying down your debt a little bit in fiscal 23, and certainly the revaluation in assessed value. Fiscal year 24, we're projecting it to be cut in half, so about 0.17% debt outstanding as a percentage of your tax base. Typical policy range here is anywhere from 2 to 3%. So you're a fraction of that right now, fraction of that policy. And when you look at those peers on the right-hand side, I'd suggest you look at your North Carolina peers in those dark green bars. The light green bars are nationally, but you lose a little bit of comparability here because there's states like South Carolina, Pennsylvania, others that have independent school districts. So other counties and other states don't have school debt on their books. But in North Carolina, we know everybody is responsible for, all counties are responsible for school debt. And what you see is the county medians there in North Carolina range from 0.5% to 1%. But if you look at that blue bar, the range there, there's a number of people that are almost or over 2% debt to assessed value. So again, you all have managed your existing debt very well. When we look at this type of ratio, we would say you have capacity under this ratio if you choose to issue additional debt to fund capital projects. And then finally, debt service to expenditures. This is your debt service as a percentage of your annual governmental budget. So how much of your budget is represented by fixed annual debt service payments? It's kind of like a Band-Aid. You just got to pull it, just crack it open. How much of your debt service, what percentage of your debt service what percentage is your debt service of your overall budget, right? It's a measure of your debt burden, right? How much of your budget is spent paying for debt service. It's also a measure of budgetary flexibility, right? Because you issue debt, it's a fixed payment. We know what it's going to be every year. Regardless of what your revenues are doing, your debt service is not changing. Short of refinancing in the future, your debt service is a fixed amount. It's not going to change. So that's a fixed component of your budget that you know you're going to have to cover every year. You all, for fiscal 23, were a little over 5.5% of your ongoing governmental budget was debt service. Typical policy ranges anywhere from 15 to 20%. So again, a fraction of what that typical policy range might look like. And you can see on the right-hand side of the page, again, I'd suggest you focus on your North Carolina peers. Those medians range anywhere from 5 to almost 12%. And you can see somebody, a AA2, is as high as 26% of their budget is represented by debt service. And they're still rated in that AA category. So once again, looking at this typical policy range, your peers, another measure of your debt burden, you've managed yourself very well. You have capacity, should you choose to use it, to fund projects, to debt fund projects on the CIP. Okay? I'm gonna keep going. Y'all stop me if you have questions or you want me to slow down. Page 14, I won't belabor this today. I know we walked through it in great detail last time. This has been updated for current sales tax trends, current CIP for fiscal year 2024, current estimates for fiscal year 23 ending capital reserve fund balance. But this is the other side of the coin to that debt capacity. You have capacity under the ratios. It's reasonable for you to consider debt as a tool for your CIP under those ratios. The related but different question is affordability. What revenues within your current budget do you have available to pay for debt service? And is that enough to cover any debt service that you want to consider? That's the affordability aspect of it. And over the years, you all have done a very good job of setting aside dollars dedicated to pay-as-you-go capital and debt service, have maintained that plan, including the restricted sales tax dollars that are restricted for schools. I'm going to pause here. I'm happy to walk through this again if you all want to, but I know we talked through it a lot last time. So if you've got questions, let me know. Again, this is updated, and it is updated for the FY24 value of a penny as well, which is a little over $1.25 million.
Mitch, I'd like to add too, it also, as you'll recall in the budget presentation, the $811,000 that was previously included in the school's capital budget, we talked about in the budget, you know, that those were funds that had previously been earmarked for planning and design at Franklin High School. That $811,000 was moved from the school capital into the transfer to debt service. So that was another change. That $811,000 additional going into this on the revenue side will help us out on the expenditure side as well. So I just wanted to highlight that. That was one of the things we talked about in the budget, is that $811,000 that was previously we used for the planning and design at the Franklin High School project in fiscal years 22 and 23. In 24 will now be reflected, in its earmarked for the Franklin High School project, but it will now be reflected in that transfer to the debt service fund.
So it was already in your budget previously. You can maintain it for that capital side of the budget without any new revenues at that point. Okay? So these two items, the debt capacity, the ratios, the debt affordability, the cash flows, are what we're going to use to analyze your CIP, which is where we go next. Summary of the current CIP is on page 16. We've broken this up into the first 5 years, column B, fiscal year 24 to 28, and then the next 5 years, fiscal year 29 to 33. Ultimately, what is typically adopted for the CIP and what we are analyzing is the first 5 years, fiscal year 24 to 28. But staff is looking out to the next 5 years to understand what additional needs may be out there. But our analysis is going to be focused on column B, fiscal year 24 to 28. And in that time period, lines 2 and 3 are the Franklin High School Stadium and new school portion of the project. We still have the most recent estimate of $118 million flowing through our analysis. If that improves closer to the 100 million, that would only improve our analysis. Those are the only 2 debt-funded projects that we have in the CIP. The remainder of the CIP is funded with cash or grant funding. And so you can see we've broken out another larger project there, the Cartahoochee Elementary School Classroom Addition of $4.2 million. And then the remainder of the capital in this FY 24 to 28 range is in the county departmental budgets and the annual type expenditures for the school allocation and the vehicle allocation. So overall, $162 million CIP, fiscal year 24 to 28, the bulk of that being the $118 million for the Franklin High School project. Funding sources for that fiscal year 24 to 28, we got a little over 20 million of grant funding. A lot of that is for the airport. The airport generally gets 90% grant funding. And then over $22 million of pay-as-you-go or cash funding incorporated into the CIP. And then line 19 is the loan proceeds, the borrowing for the Franklin High School project.
So can you break that down for me, Mitch?
Sure.
Are you suggesting by these 2 line items, 118 million in a loan and 22 million as more of a down payment to the loan?
No, so the entire stadium and high school project are assumed to be debt funded. So you've been spending cash over the years on some expenses. You may continue to spend a little bit of cash. In the municipal finance world, you have the ability to reimburse yourself for those preliminary expenses. So the idea is you would borrow for that full high school project and amortize it, the cost of that over the 20-year period of time. The $22.5 million of pay-as-you-go cash capital is for all of the other projects on your CIP. The smaller project. It's allowing us not to borrow for any of the other projects on the CIP. We're only borrowing for the full cost of the high school, spreading that out, those payments out over a longer period of time. Sorry.
That's like all that stuff on the chart in your budget, the IT replacement, the IT equipment, the ambulances that we fund each year. So on your budget, that pay-go capital for this year is going to be on page 19. Pages 17 through 19 that talk about the capital for this year. So that's the pay-go stuff that's reflected in each of those 5 years for that time period.
It's a little premature. While I've got you paused there.
Yep.
Is there a prediction to our general fund? Are we going to add like years previous this year, or do you expect it to be somewhat different?
Yeah, and so we had that conversation with Lori and Derek, and Lori's going to be twisting my arm here for saying things out loud. Still a little preliminary, right? We're not through the year yet, but the expectation is you will add to fund balance, but your expenditures are also growing. So that percentage, fund balance as a percentage of your budget, we're thinking is going to remain generally constant, about the same as 22, but the total dollars are going to go up. Does that make sense?
About 4.6 million preliminarily. Again, that is a projection, but we'll add, yes, but we'll add straight money-wise, 4.6 million into the fund balance this year. Again, that's a projection, preliminary, but that's kind of what we're looking at.
Sorry to interrupt.
No, please, I'd love to make this conversational. So just to close the loop on that, so remember, your policy on your fund balance is a percentage of your budget, right? It's a percentage of expenditures, which makes sense. If you have a higher budget, you should have a little more dollars in your rainy day fund should something go wrong to cover those budget expenses. So that's why those two are kind of tied together. And that's why when we think about how much cash can we use to go towards the capital plan, we want to think about not just, hey, are we adding $4.7 million to fund balance? Can we grab that? Well, if we do, but your budgeted expenditures up, we could be eating into that policy calculation to a level where ultimately you could fall below your policy. So we try to think about it on both sides. And there is a little bit of detail. I know Derek pointed you to the page in the budget. Page 17 has a little more detail on this CIP, just showing you the department level funding. And then Appendix C and D have more, even more detail on the individual capital projects. But I just wanted to hit high level, $162 million total CIP. 141 million, give or take, of that is a county requirement, excluding the grants. And of that county requirement, 140.9 million, about 114 million of that is the high school. Okay? So I'm going to flip forward to page 18. And we set up a few cases for you that we thought would be helpful in providing some perspective, particularly around the high school project, as part of the CIP and as part of your budget deliberations. And so the first case we ran was funding the 5-year CIP, but assuming you decide not to move forward with the new high school. You just do the stadium, decide not to move forward with the new high school, what does that look like? The second thing we've done is then we bring in the new high school, right? Fund the full CIP as it's laid out, assuming the county has to fund everything. You don't get the grant, basically. And then we ran it case 3, you fund everything, including the new high school, but you do get the grant. How does that change things? So we looked at all 3 of those cases. In all of the cases, we're assuming you get the $15 million transfer from the general fund, from that excess fund balance, right? We talked about that. It's still leaving you over your policy and with a little bit of cushion compared to your current 25% minimum balance. We're only funding through fiscal year 28 right now, right? I told you that we're going to focus on fiscal year 24 to 28, that 5-year CIP. We know there's some other projects after that. And so when we're doing this, we have factored in an average of $2.45 million of spending every year on capital after fiscal year 28. So while we're not focused on individual projects after 28, things change, evolve, we are putting in an allocation of dollars to make sure there is money still available for capital after fiscal 28. We're not using all of the money to pay for fiscal 24 to 28, and all of a sudden, next time I'm up here 2 years from now, I'm saying you don't have any money to pay for capital after that. So we've accounted for an allocation of that right under $2.5 million. And when we're financing, whether it be just the stadium in case 1 or the stadium in the high school under case 2, we're assuming a 5% interest rate for the financing, which today you're maybe in the 3.5% to 4% range. So we've got a little bit of cushion in that interest rate. And we're assuming that you would pay it back over 20 years on that level principal amortization, so equal annual principal payments. There are some things that we could look at to improve the results on the debt side of things, perhaps doing some interest only during construction, which may help a little bit. But for now, we've kept it very straightforward, and those are kind of tools in our toolbox that if you choose to move forward and something happens with the market, those are good tools to be able to have available to us. I did also want to point out one thing related to timing between cases 1 and cases 2 and 3. So we're assuming under case 1, which remember, that's, hey, we're not going to move forward with the high school. We're only going to do the stadium project out there, no new school. We're assuming that would be funded in late calendar year 2023. So I'm not an architect, but I understand that the stadium is a little more further along than the new building project. So if you decided to just do the stadium, that might get done earlier than if you did the two projects together at the same time. So we have factored that in to this analysis. For cases 2 and 3, I mentioned this earlier, the assumption is whether you do the high school and the stadium together, or if you get started on the stadium earlier, you can cash flow those preliminary expenses such that you don't borrow for it until you're ready to borrow for the high school. So that financing occurs in the spring in spring of 24 as opposed to late calendar year fiscal 23. Okay? So summary of results on page 19. All of the details of this analysis, the supporting details, are behind Appendix A. I'm not going to walk you through those details. We walked through them last time, but if you have questions, you want to jump back there, I'm happy to answer them. But I'm going to just give you a high level of what we've got here for you. Lines 1 through 5 show you our financing assumptions for the fiscal year 24 to 28 CIP. What is the how much are we borrowing? And so under case 1, we're borrowing the $14.1 million for the stadium. And then if we don't do the high school, what we've calculated is that line 4, you would have additional debt affordability in fiscal year 24 of $49.8 million. So funding just the stadium, not funding the high school project, you could fund the stadium and fund another, let's call it round numbers, another $50 million, whether that be for the high school or for other projects. That is your affordability under the existing cash flows. If you were to do that, it would be a total of $99.1 million of total funding. And we've revisited those debt ratios on lines 9 through 12, right? And so your 10-year payout ratio in that case stays above 50%, right, which was that typical policy minimum, gets down to 54%. Your debt to assessed value gets up to 0.67%. Remember, typical policy range 2 to 3%. You're still a fraction of that. And debt service to expenditures, typical policy range 15 to 20%. You would still be under that at roughly 12.5%. So in good shape on those ratios in this scenario, you have the capacity to do it, and this is maxing out your debt affordability at the $99 million in fiscal 24. Case 2 then, right, we're assuming the high school gets funded, right? And so that's $118.4 million of county financing. We haven't gotten the grant in this case. What we see is our payout ratio still stays above 50%, but it gets right down to it. Debt to assessed value is a little over 1%, but still in very good shape. Debt service to expenditures is kind of in the middle of that typical policy range, 15 to 20% range. We get up to about 18.2%. There's about a 4-year period of time where you're above that minimum policy range of 15%, and then you're back into compliance with it. So still would say reasonable capacity to take on this $118 million if you chose to do so. Cash flow affordability is a little short. This is where you'd have to come up with new revenue. And we have equated this to the FY24 value of a penny. If you were to say, with this budget, we want to do the new high school at $118 million, and we're going to raise the revenue now to fund the projected impact, it would be about 3.2 cents in the fiscal year 24 that you would need to come up with, the equivalent revenue of 3.2 cents. If the quarter cent sales tax is passed this upcoming year, so let's say passes in May of 2024, you start getting the revenue in fiscal '25, that equivalent revenue impact that you would need in fiscal year '24 goes down to about 1.6 cents. And I don't want to take for granted that y'all remember that quarter cent. That is the legislation that was passed that allow counties to add an additional quarter cent sales tax via a referendum. So it's got to go to a vote and it has to be approved, but if it's approved, you can add on another quarter cent to the sales tax. And in this case, we're assuming it would be available for debt service, right? If you were to say, hey, that's good information, but we also know that, we may not be able to make a decision in the fiscal year '24 budget. We may want more information on the high school before we decide to do that. The equivalent amounts, if you waited until the fiscal '25 budget, would be about 3.7 cents versus without the Article 46, or about 1.87 cents with it. Case 3, if you get the grant, which I think the thought is probably would know that in October, November of this year. If you were to get the grant, the affordability works, right? Without the quarter cent, we're showing a 0.1 cent impact. That's the equivalent dollars, one-time dollars of about $850,000. So, between interest rate, sales tax assumptions, assessed value growth assumptions, those kind of things, there's probably the ability to come up with that $850,000 without doing anything on the revenue side. I did, while we were sitting there, I had my guys look at this for me, so don't hammer me on this if it's not 100% right. But if we look at that $100 million amount, so 118 million versus the $100 million estimate that we saw today, that case 2, column D, that line 15, 3.22 cents is reduced to call it a little over 2 pennies. And then with the sales tax, it's between half a penny and a penny. So that's another element of this, the project budget, just for perspective, project budget costs have an impact on these numbers as well. So in total, right, summary, you can fund the stadium and another $50 million within your capacity and your affordability, which essentially says you could fund the stadium and the high school if you get the grant. Or if you don't get the grant or you choose to move forward with the high school without it, you would need to have some additional revenue to be able to cash flow that. Whether it comes in fiscal year '24 or fiscal year '25, have to come up with some new revenue to support that if you were to take it all on yourselves.
So you just said we have $50 million debt capacity right now.
Affordability, yeah.
Affordability with the neutral rate, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Mitch, could you go over your
Plus 15 million.
your first footnote here?
Yeah, thank you, Derek. Yeah, so we also looked at case 1. For case 1, I mean, you've got the $15 million coming in from the general fund, right? So a natural question we had was, well, that 15 million lines up nicely with the stadium. What does that debt affordability, future debt affordability for other projects, look like if we just paid cash for the stadium? And that 49.8 million of debt affordability, line 4, case 1, goes down to 39.6 million if you were to pay cash for the stadium. That having that cash on hand to fund projects over time, it's also allowing us to kind of shave the peak off of your highest year of debt service, so that you don't have to build that all into your budget now. It's allowing you to kind of take those peak years off of your debt service structure. So if you pay cash for that, if you pay cash for the stadium, then that would reduce your immediate debt affordability in fiscal year 24, 25. That's it. That's what I had to cover today. I know I still talked about a lot of details, but I didn't make you walk through all those charts this time. Happy to answer any questions y'all have, if any. So thorough that I just nailed it.
Very, very clear, so thank you.
Okay, good deal. Thank y'all.
Okay. All right, I think we're gonna move to schools, current budget year.
We have just a minute to pull, I think we only have 119 slides, if we can get that pulled up.
You've got 5 minutes, whatever you need. No fluff.
Let's see, thank you, sir, appreciate you. Is this, Emily, is this your, is this yours?
No, it is not. That's, works this clicker right here. Yep.
Sure. Yeah, that's totally fine. Yeah, just leave them up there behind that.
A long way from that. We're not gonna do it before the end of June. You got to pass the budget.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, appreciate you allowing us the opportunity to come for you today and explain some of our budget needs and how we allocate our funds, where we receive our funding from, and just provide you with some information about the school system. I'd like to thank Mr. Rowland for the budget that he's proposed. The increase is certainly something that is useful, and we're grateful for it. But I'd also like to just express my appreciation for his willingness to research school budget. And, you know, he did a great job of explaining where we fit into the state allocation, the regional allocation, and, you know, how we compare to other school systems across the state. Certainly want to thank you for the consideration that you're putting on the new Franklin High School facility. The information that we've heard today is very important. From LS3P, Mr. Boney, we've enjoyed working with them. They've been very thorough, and hopefully that project continues to move forward. As we've met with our school board this spring and discussed our budget allocations from the state and from the federal government, and looked at our needs and where we are currently in this fiscal year, some of the board members and folks in the community thought it would be important that we provide you with information tonight about how that's, how our resources are allocated. And you mentioned earlier today, Mr. Higdon, that you wanted some more information about the school's budget and to make decisions, and the other agencies as well. So hopefully, if you'll give me just a few minutes, if you'll allow me to, we'll go through how we receive our resources, how we budget those resources, and what our current needs are, if that's okay. So what we'll do today is I will go over how we receive our funding, how we allocate those resources, the formulas that the state gives us for how we fund teaching positions and that sort of thing throughout the system. Then Angie will come up and explain how she budgets those resources, the amount of funding that we actually receive, and how that is handled through the finance office. And then Mr. Lynch will come up and explain our current needs as they've been expressed to us by the principals and other departments in the school system. Okay? So first, you know, our total budget is $48 million, $48,929,569.81. 38 million of that funding comes from the state and federal allocations. And then 10 million, of course, comes from the county. Now, you know,
Don't mean to interrupt you, but this was on my desk when I came. I've not had an opportunity to look at it, obviously. Is any of that included in these documents?
is that,
Pardon?
That's the part I'm gonna go
With copies, I hope, paperwork?
Yes.
I don't mean to interrupt you, Dr. Ball, but we've got a lot of stuff here that, this is my first, I just picked it up minutes ago. Is this stuff we need to be, are you going?
When I get ready to talk.
Oh, pardon me. And you should have it under control. Okay, I'm sorry, Dr. Ball.
so $48 million is a lot of money. I mean, I don't think anyone here argues with that. You know, most of us from Macon County, I'm Nantahala, raising tomatoes and growing tobacco, $48 million is a lot of money for me to think about. And I'm sure a lot of people in Macon County feel that same way. So what I like to do is break that down. You know, we serve 4,471 students, or that, at least that's our allocated ADM. The state sets that and estimated that this year we would serve 4,471 students. Now, they've got another projected number for next year, so we're not looking at next year's numbers, we're looking at this year's numbers right now, but they're projecting us at 4,471. So you 48 million divided by 4,471 students, that works out to about just a little bit less than $11,000 per child per year. Now, that's still a lot of money. But it's a lot easier to deal with than 48 million, for my brain at least. Now, there are 180 school days. So $11,000, 180 school days, that works out to about $60 per child per day. That's state, local, and federal funds. Now, I can understand $60 a lot better than I can understand 48 million. It cost me more than $60 to fill my truck up with. Of that $60 per day, about 12 of it comes from the county. Now, what do we provide if you're a parent in our school system or a child in our school system? What do you receive for that $60 per day? The way I like to think about it is just go through a child's day at school. First thing that happens, they get on that yellow bus in the morning. So they're transported to school by a bus driver who I can tell you right now is underpaid. They do a great job. If you think about it, you got 40 kids on a bus. You've got one adult supervising those kids facing in the opposite direction while they're operating heavy equipment in traffic. Those folks on those bus drivers do a great job, or those on those buses do a great job getting those kids to school every day safe. Child gets to school. They get off the bus. They're greeted by a principal, assistant principal, teachers. If a car rider brings a child, if a child is a car rider, they're greeted at school by teachers, teacher assistants who open the door, get them in the building. They get into a building that is conditioned. It's warm in the winter and it's cool in the summer. It's cleaned by custodians who are underpaid. But they do a great job. And a lot of them also moonlight as bus drivers, which we're grateful for. Child enters the building, warm building, clean building, greeted by a receptionist. Before they go to the classroom, they go to the cafeteria where they're provided a meal. After they finish breakfast, they go to the classroom. When they get to the classroom, they're provided instruction by a teacher and, in some cases, a teacher assistant. Receive reading, writing, mathematics instruction. If that child is from a family who may have come from outside the United States, that family doesn't speak our language, we have English as second language instructors. If that child has emotional problems, if they're struggling with mental health issues or just the stresses of daily life, we have guidance counselors and mental health professionals who will work with that child. If that child has vision impairments, we can teach them Braille. If that child has hearing impairments, we can teach them sign language. If that child is mobility impaired, we have occupational therapists and physical therapists on staff If that child is interested in a career, we have over 20 career pathways in our career and technical education program that child can take part in and graduate high school and go straight into a high-paying job. If that child is interested in going to college, we have advanced placement courses, we have honors courses, we have an agreement with Southwestern Community College where they can take college courses for credit. We've had kids that graduated and went straight to Harvard and were successful. We've had kids that graduated high school and entered the workforce and were successful. We serve a wide range of needs in our schools. We provide music instruction, art instruction, and physical education instruction to those students. I think I've pretty well covered the school day. At the end of the day, that child can get on a yellow bus, transportation home. Now, a lot of kids don't end the day at 3 o'clock though. A lot of them are involved in extracurricular activities, band, cross country, football, basketball, golf, track, volleyball, wrestling, track and field, baseball, softball. All of those extracurricular activities, all of that instruction throughout the course of the day, $60 per day. Of that part, $12 comes from the county. We're grateful for that, but I think that when you consider what is provided to students in Macon County, that's a pretty good deal. Now, how do we receive our funds? Does anyone have any questions about the $60 per day? Before I move on?
Okay. This is just education, me, anybody else. With the new legislation, school choice, where the money follows the kid, if so choose. What happens? How does that money follow? We're paying right now charter schools. That's all we're paying it outside of our public education charter schools, right? We pay them the percentage, we pay them the county
Yes.
allocation. Could you explain, just so everybody understand, funding for non-public instruction?
Now, what are you asking me to explain?
You know, we just had a battle in Raleigh over the school choice option. Now we're paying a percent of the county allocation.
To charter schools, yes.
If a parent opts to send their child to charter school. Does this legislation extend that beyond charter school to private or other school choices?
There is a bill before the General Assembly right now that, and I think it's called the Omnibus Bill, that would direct some of that funding towards those other schools other than charter schools at this time. The Omnibus Bill also frees up some of our funding. For instance, if Ms. Love is here, if she applies for a grant and receives that grant to serve the students of Macon County, also incorporated in that Omnibus Bill would mean that some of the grant funding that she works for the students of Macon County would also then be transferred to the charter school or the other non-public schools that may not have that particular program, but would receive a portion of the funding that she applied for, so they just get the dollar amount. So those are
Homeschooling as well?
the homeschooling. There is in the General Assembly right now some discussion about vouchers and how that money would transfer from the state funding towards public schools to non-public schools, yes.
But as of right now, it doesn't apply yet?
It doesn't affect us directly. It does affect us indirectly. Some of the voucher funding that has already been passed does affect us indirectly. But not to a great deal at this point.
Dr. Baldwin, this 4471, that number, is that from the year that we just completed?
That's what the state allocated our funding based upon for the current school year.
Okay, what was it last year?
It's hovered around 4,400 to 4,500 since I've been superintendent. anywhere from 4,350 to just a little over 4,500. Going back to the $60 per day, in the state of North Carolina, we spend about $130 per day on incarceration.
You don't charge that to me.
No, I'm not. But it is my tax dollar. I'd like to see it go to inmates there. I mean, I don't know.
It's not fun, it's not a laughing matter by no means, I understand.
Now, also, last week or so, we had a mental health meeting that we were able to tour the jail and the hospital. And I believe, if I remember right, the deputy told us that it costs about a little over $70 per day for inmates in Macon County's jail. So, again, what I talked about for $60 a day, I think it's money well spent. Any other questions about the funding? What I'd like to talk about now is how the state actually allocates our funding. I believe in your packet, do they have this in the packet, Josh? So that they can see it? Now, the way the state does this is they don't look at Macon County in terms of 11 schools. They look at Macon County in terms of the number of kindergarten students we have across the district. That first PRC 001, if you can see that on the state initial allotment formulas here. State initial allotment formulas. The state doesn't consider that we have 4 kindergarten classrooms in the Franklin area, or 4 kindergarten schools that have kindergarten classrooms in the Franklin area, Highlands and Nantahala. They only look at the number of kindergarten students we have in Macon County, and they allot teachers based on that number of students. 1 teacher per 18 students. That's 1 per 18 ADM. You see that? And then grades 1 through 12 are funded in the same way, except for different student-teacher ratios. 1 to 16 in first grade, 1 to 17 in second and third, 1 to 24 in fourth and sixth, 1 to 23 in 7, 8, 1 to 26 and a half in ninth grade, 1 to 29 and 10 to 12. Program enhancement, PE, music, art, and PE is funded at 1 teacher for every 191 students. That's the next line item there. Teacher assistants it's really simple to see how they're allotted. That is at a ratio of 1 to 21, which you'll notice up here, none of those classrooms in K3 are at 1 to 21. They're all less than 1 to 21, but we receive TAs based on a classroom that's 1 student or 1 teacher for 21 students. So we're behind the model immediately. In kindergarten, you receive 2 TAs for every 3 classes. In grades 1 and 2, 1 TA for every 2 classes. In grades 3, 1 TA for every 3 classes. School psychologists, 1 position per LEA, per 4,278.34. Instructional support, this is your guidance and media. We receive 1 guidance counselor or media specialist for every 222.36 students. Custodians, down there under non-instructional support, $311.89 per child. So I say all of this, and you have these formulas here on both sheets. Academically gifted, at-risk services, EC services, driver's training, LEP, school technology, and so on the second sheet. I say all of that to explain the next slide. Or tell you how we use those funding models to actually determine how many teachers should be placed at each school. Now, you have, I have with me, so that you can see it better, the formulas for each school. sir. The first page is the totals across the county, which is important because we have to maintain the LAA average of student-to-teacher ratios. But the second page shows you how we fund or allocate teachers for elementary schools, and that's the one that I have up on the board so that we can just get an idea of how we fund, how we receive funding for these schools. You'll notice in...
Page 2,
What's that?
you're on page 2.
Yeah. This one.
Okay.
Cartuga J, I've got the funding ratios across the top. I've got kindergarten, first, second, third, and fourth. Can you see that in the second row? K1, 2, 3, and 4. And then I've got the school. I've got S as students, teachers, and teacher assistants. So in other words, we have 77 students currently enrolled at Cartuga J. We have 4 teachers assigned. Based on that number of students, they earn 4.27 teachers out of that teacher allotment that I just showed you. First grade, 72 students. They have 4 teachers assigned, but they earn 4.5. Second grade, 70 students, 4 teachers assigned, they earn 4.12. Third grade, 62 students, 4 teachers assigned, they earn 3.647. Fourth grade, 69 students, 3 teachers assigned, they earn 2.187. Those program enhancement positions, music, art, and PE, those are funded at 1 student per, or 1 teacher for every 191 students. So at Cartuga J, with a total enrollment of 350 students, they earn 1.8 music, art, and PE teachers. Now, they have 2 PE teachers and a music or art teacher, and then they float those around. Between Cartuga J and East Franklin share a music and art teacher, and they just flip them at each semester. Instructional support, that's your guidance and media. They have 1 guidance counselor and 1 media coordinator. Based on that 1 teacher for every 200, and I believe it's 222 students. Yep, 222.36 students. They only earn 1.58. So if you go all the way across, you can see that Cartuga J has 24 teachers assigned under the 350 students. They have 24 teachers assigned. They only earn 22.8. Okay? They also have 2 resource teachers. We provide them out of our federal allotment with 1.5 federally paid teachers. That means that they only need 1.6 locally paid teachers out of the number of teachers that they have. Now then, if you look down the column at each school, how they earn their teachers and how many teachers they actually have allotted, you can see down there at the bottom that our elementary schools in the Franklin area require an additional 7.3 positions that we fund out of local funds. That's that yellow highlighted number there. That's estimated at around $400,000 of cost to the county. Now, the clerical positions, clerical and custodial, remember those are the non-instructional support positions that you can say are funded at $311 per child. If you take the 350 kids that they have at Cartuga J and you apply that $311 per child, we have enough funding to fund about 2.5 clerical and custodial positions at Cartuga J. So in other words, you'd have, from the state, 1 custodian and 1.5 clerks, or 1.5 custodians and 1 clerk. They have 5. They've got a receptionist, a bookkeeper, a data manager, and 2 custodians. Is that right? 3 custodians. So, where's the?
So we have 2 office.
Only 2, a bookkeeper and data manager combined. Gotcha. The TAs, you can see that how they're funded. And if you look down at the bottom, you can see that we're $250,000 short in custodians and clerical workers, and we're about $430,000 short on TAs. So our elementary schools are just before we start doing anything with these numbers, are about $1 million short in state funding. Now, if you'll flip to this page, after we go through and look at all of those, each school, we have some federal pots of money that we can then allocate to those schools. PR 069 is at-risk student funding, and we'll go back in then and backfill some of those positions and reduce the amount of local dollars that we need. We have some Title II money that we can use. We have gifted money that we can use, Title IV, and CSI. So that reduces the total number of locally paid teachers down to 21.626. Now, in your packet, you also have this chart. And that tells you the total number of locally paid positions that we have in each school. So this first page is the instructional staff, just the teachers, guidance counselors, and the folks that are directly involved in instruction at each school. And then the second page, this one, has the teacher assistants, the guidance, or the custodians, and the clerical workers.
We're on the hunt here, but I'm not finding anything here.
It's right here, it's in your big spreadsheets, I think.
Yeah.
Was looking through the wrong pages.
Oh, makes a difference on the size of the paper. Thank you. Now, which one you on?
We can look at the first one.
All right.
That's your instructional staff, your teachers, guidance counselors, and that sort of thing. Okay.
Staff.
Each school.
Yeah.
State-funded positions, the number that we have assigned, and the local need, and then the dollar amount associated with each one of those. Any questions about how those teachers are allocated?
It'll take a while to digest this.
Sure.
You're presenting it, and we appreciate that.
Now, I've also included there some discussion about the geographically isolated schools bill, which has sometimes come up.
Is that specifically talking about Highlands or Nantahala, or?
Yeah. The geographically isolated schools bills are for Nantahala and Highland. I brought the bill, and I've also just attached the wording there, just so that you understand it a little bit better. Now, what's important to understand, though, that's not included in the geographically isolated schools bill is funding for guidance counselors, clerical workers, custodians, TAs. None of that's included in the geographically isolated school bill. Only classroom teachers are included in that. And it's also important to understand that once you pull Nantahala and Highlands out to receive the geographically isolated schools bill funding, that takes those students out of the county's ADM when they start calculating the number of teachers that were allotted for the other schools. So they take away to provide.
So are you saying it helps us or hurts us?
It helps us. It's a if you'll notice here in that dialogue in the spreadsheet, it winds up being a net gain for the county of about 6 3/4 positions. Yeah. And that converts to a dollar amount of about $381,000. In the bill, there's, if you'll notice the bill, the wording of the bill, it says that there's $1.2 or $3 million funded. $1.5 million in 2017-18 and 2018-19. But the reason for that funding is basically what they're providing for there is 26 positions at an average cost of a little over $50,000 back then. So that total amount was $1.5 million, but we would have received that amount for those kids, particularly at Highlands, because they would still have been in the state allotment figures for 001 for classroom positions. Now, it's a net gain of $381,000. So just kind of wanted to explain the difference in that wording in the bill and what we actually received. But it is definitely a net gain, and it's something that we're very grateful for from the state. And for, that was something that Senator Corbin and Senator Davis worked on back in 2017. Very grateful for it. Okay. Any questions about how our teachers and other non-instructional staff are allocated at the school level and how that impacts the amount of money that we need from the county in order to provide our students with a quality education? Okay. Now I'll let Angie explain the actual dollar figures and how she makes all of those things line up for those allocations.
Dr. Baldwin, just a quick question. I've always heard that the county commissioners are brick and mortar.
Mm-hmm.
So what you're presenting here is the actual county taxpayers are more responsible than just brick and mortar.
That's, yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Why? I wonder why it was always stated that we're responsible.
Well, who stated it?
Well, I mean, it's just over the years with different commissioners.
Yeah, I've heard it too. I've got the letter that the school board sent to the county commissioners back in 1950-51 for 7 new schools. Cartuca J, Franklin High School, Nantahala, Highlands, East Franklin, and Union, I think. And the total cost for that back in early 1950s was just under $1 million for those 7 schools. Of that amount, the county only had to come up with, I think, less than $300,000 because the remainder was provided by the state. So, you can go back all the way to the 50s, and the state was providing money for capital, for building projects. And if you look at what you've been discussing here today, a good portion of the capital needs that the county has for schools today are going to be provided for, or could be provided for by the state. So, and on the other hand as well, nothing in the Constitution prevents a county from supporting the operational needs of a school. So if you're a county and you want to be competitive in the state of North Carolina in terms of industry, you want to have an educated workforce. And in order to do that, you invest in schools. A county that wants to do those sort of things, invests in schools, attracts families and attracts businesses for those high-quality workers. So nothing prevents a county from investing in the operational needs of a school. There's nothing requiring it, but there's nothing that prevents it, and competitive counties do it.
And it's been a back and forth between counties and school boards about the operational funding, like you say, because, it states that in the Constitution, but it's not very clear. There's a lot of ambiguity, and that's why you had a dispute resolution process that went into place in the general statutes for counties and school boards to dispute this operational funding. And I think what happens is, in a worst-case scenario, it goes to Superior Court, and the issues to be determined are the amount of money necessary to maintain a free system of public education. And that's what it boils down to. That's how that gets decided. And in 2021, the NCACC published a survey that the average operational funding given by counties per pupil in 2021 for operations was around $2,328 a pupil for operational funding given by counties to school systems. So it is it is very ambiguous, and it is something that the appropriate level is something that counties and school boards across the state have wrestled back and forth with since the 50s. So,
Dr. Baldwin, do you have like a list maybe of some counties that we can look at that are operating this way, that are investing a whole lot more into the school system like you're talking about?
Actually, the best place to look is the website that Derek mentioned, the North Carolina Association of County Commissioners. You can go on that site and look at each county, how they fund the schools within the county, the amount that they appropriate out of their budget, the daily cost. It's very extensive, the information that you can get, and I can provide you with that information. I actually have provided it to the school board back at our budget work session.
I think just real quick, in your budget book there, the last, I think, of your budget message on page 36, it shows you a chart there. And so basically on this chart, on the budget message on page 36, in fiscal year 22, or what we're recommending at the funding level we're recommending in fiscal year 24, it would bring our current expense, basically our operational funding per ADM up to $2,187 there on the far right. The state average is $2,409, and that's based on fiscal year 22, based on those numbers. But in fiscal year 22, across the state, on average, local governments to current expenses commit about $2,400 annually. Macon County in this same time was at 2,031, but taking the new enrollment numbers with the new funding level that has been recommended, that will get our funding level up to 2,187.
But I think the other thing that was in Derek's budget presentation that was very important to look at is that small schools and low wealth money.
Yes, and that's in the same chart. You can see the regional average, so our 7 counties regionally commit $1,748 per pupil local funding for your current expense. But they receive, when you factor in the counties, I think it's Clay, Cherokee, and Graham, all receive low wealth and small school supplemental funding.
Swain does too.
And Swain. And when you put that into that regional average, that takes that regional average from $1,748 to $2,458, so even above the state average. But Macon County doesn't receive the low wealth or small school supplemental funding.
Why is that?
We don't qualify.
To receive the small schools funding, you have to have an ADM of less than 3,300 students. We're at 4,471, or that's our allocated number. The state's projecting us to start the year off next year at about 4,431. We'll see.
So we have too many students.
We have too many students to qualify for the small schools. For the low wealth, one of the main reasons that we don't receive the low wealth money is because of our millage rate. In terms of our economic situation in Macon County, we probably would qualify. But the state considers our millage rate in the formula when they provide that low wealth funding. And because our millage rate is where it is in the state, one of the lowest in the state, they determined that basically if Macon County isn't willing to raise the funds locally, why should the state provide the funding for them?
And that's, that same information has ability to pay that he's talking about, the chart that he's referencing. In Macon County, where in 2022, we ranked 51st in terms of funding toward current expense, the ability to pay, which is what Dr. Baldwin's referring to, we ranked 90th out of 100.
Now, a lot of that ability to pay is based on property values. And Macon County is one of the top 10 counties in terms of property values in the state of North Carolina, but in the bottom 10 in millage rate.
The bottom, yeah.
Which, depending on how you looked at, I think we consider it to be the top. But
So, I mean, there's obviously a lot of pros to us having such a low millage rate, but we never really talk about the cons to that as well.
yeah, particularly with that low wealth funding. It's in the formula. And when we receive notification that we didn't receive the low wealth funding, it'll point out the millage rate in the formula as being the factor.
It's your tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 situation too, right?
That does factor into it as well.
We're tier 2.
Did you just say we have one of the top 10 assessed property
Yes.
values in the state?
Macon County is considered to be one of the top 10 wealthiest counties in the state of North Carolina in terms of property values.
It's hard to fathom when you have all the towers in Charlotte and Hickory and the beach and it's hard for me, Raleigh. It's hard to wrap my mind around.
Especially when only 50% of it's taxable. You got 50% of it National Forest Service.
Wow.
Ready for Angie?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'll try to be quick. So you have this packet, Mr. Higdon, that's the one you were looking at earlier. And these are our projections for next year. And these are just projections. They are funding us on 4,433 students for next year. That's that first sheet. And the next sheet will go through dollar allotments. And on the state side, we have dollar allotments, we have months of employment, and we have position allotments. Are y'all, got it?
Still hunting.
Okay. Should be on the first one. Dollar allotments is your first sheet, past the ADM. So Dr. Baldwin has talked about the teacher assistants. We got the central office administration up there at the top. That is your superintendent and your directors that can come out of that. The next one is teacher assistants, and we have 33 full-time teacher assistants right now, and we have 15 that are what we call TA2s, and those are, we limit those to 29 and a half hours a week, and they do not receive benefits. So that helps those schools out, and some of those principals elect to float those teacher assistants around and help the other grade levels that are there. We have classroom materials, and we just divvy that out to all the schools. We take that on the 10th day number, when we get the ADM on the 10th day of school, we just divide that out and we push that all out to the schools for them to be able to use based on each school's ADM. Textbooks, we get about $143,000. You see that it's $32.26 per ADM. And then your Indian gaming funds are included in that later on in the year once those are calculated. Non-instructional support, Dr. Baldwin talked about that. That is your custodians, all your clerical people, and your substitute teachers. We have enough, barely sometimes, to cover the custodial staff plus their benefits. And last year, or this current year, when the state made the minimum wage up to $15 an hour, that put all those people making $15 an hour, plus all your clerical people, and increase also the benefits to that, and that's catching up with us at this point.
So that's plus benefits.
Yeah, well, the $15 an hour, then you're gonna pay your 7.65% Social Security on that, and then the matching retirement this year is 24.5%. And then your health insurance is $7,300 per person, $7,400.
$15 an hour.
Yes,
19, 20.
17, 18. Well, it's actually closer to 20 by the time you calculate all that in. Okay, we have CTE teachers, which is our career and technical ed. That's our vocational programs. We get months of employment for those. That is not a dollar allotment. That is months of employment. We get about 240 months. So we calculate that out, and if we have any left over, we can trade that in, and we can do a waiver. But you can only do a waiver, and that puts supply money back into that program. It has to be used into that program. Okay, the next sheet is position allotments. Those are your state teachers, 001, and that's what we're funded on. We are calculated to get about 201.71 positions next year. What we do is that is a position allotment, so it does not matter what those teachers make as far as where they're at on the salary schedule. as long as we don't go over those number of positions, that's how we pay them. So naturally, when we're doing the budget, we put our more experienced teachers on that 001 because they're the higher dollar amount and the state covers those positions. So we are always trying to look at those categories of people and put the more experienced people on the state position allotments. We put the next higher paid people on the federal ones and then the lowest paid on the local so that it doesn't affect our local budget any greater than it has to. School building administration, that's our principals and our assistant principals, and that is at all of our schools. Obviously, we have principals and assistant principals. We have that as a month of employment. So based on our months of employment that we get, most of our principals are 12 months. Most of our assistant principals are 12 months with the exception of just a few. So we utilize all those and we actually don't have enough to fund those and we have to find somewhere else to put those. So basically what we're doing is when we get the state allocation, and lots of times we're into school 3 months before we get the state allocation. I mean, the budget is very rarely ever past July 1 when we start our fiscal year. So what we do is go by these planning allotments. We try to calculate what we're going to get by the state. Federal budget is October 1st through September 30th. We have to use what federal money we have to carry over. We can only carry over 15% from year to year. If we carry over more than 15%, then we have to revert it and we lose that money. So what we do is put the highest paid teachers on the state, next highest paid teachers on federal, and federal's based on your, the biggest part of federal is your Title I funding. And we pay probably 18, 19 teachers out of the Title I funding. We have Title II funding, which is PRC 103, and when I talk about this, PRC is Program Report Code, and that's the program that we're talking about. So if I say PRC 032 to you, to me, I know that that's exceptional children. Everything's assigned a program, and you cannot be paid out of that program unless you're certified in that area. So we also have to put the pieces of the puzzle together and make sure that those people are certified in that area and they can be paid out of those funds, or we get a salary exception, and that's not good at the end of the year when we have salary exceptions. Yes, sir.
And you gotta have at least 100 students, ADM, to qualify for a principal in each
Yes.
school.
Yes.
Do we have that? Is that an exception?
No, we do not. We're
Uh,
good.
Early college
There's over 100 there.
and,
Nantahala, there's over 100.
Van Halen, Union,
Yes. Yes,
all over 100.
yes, yes. We get a principal for each location. Grandfathered in.
I didn't get that. but-
Nantahala qualifies because they were grandfathered in. They did change that, I think, am I right on that? They changed the 100, the ADM for the 100, and Nantahala was grandfathered in.
Or it's 7 teachers.
Pardon?
It's either 100 ADM or 7 teachers. Is it either or?
I think they've changed all that.
It's on that first sheet that I gave them.
That's the planning allotments.
My sheet's buried under there. It's on that state allotment sheet that I gave you. The principal allocation. And assistant.
That's, yeah, that's enough detail to go on, Angie. I didn't mean to.
No, you're good.
I just
You're
couldn't
good.
break.
Okay, so the next sheet in there should be your PRC 001 and 004. That's your classroom teachers is your 001, and your 004 is your program enhancement teachers that Dr. Baldwin spoke about. You can only pay kindergarten through 5th grade out of 004. And we get 11 positions, you'll see down there. I think I've highlighted Macon counties for you to make it easier for you to go down there. We are LEA number 560, if it's not highlighted. So we are going to get 201.5 positions, classroom teacher positions, and 11 program enhancement. The next sheet is the 005, which is your principals and assistant principals. We should get 11 principal positions. 006 is a new allotment that they just started in the last year or so, and that's your psychologist. We get 2 psychologist positions.
It's system-wide,
Yes, district-wide,
and that's
just for
funded
Macon
by,
County. This is all state funding right here.
ESSER doesn't have anything to do with this.
No, ESSER's federal funding, this is all state.
We do have mental health professionals funded through this.
Yes. But if they're not certified as a school guidance counselor, they cannot be paid out of the state fund for 007.
I have a spreadsheet showing the actual positions that we have funded out of ESSER, if you'd like to see that.
There's about 18 positions right now funded out of ESSER.
Okay, yeah, I've got a question on that, come back. to
Okay.
it.
And that runs out in 24?
Yes. So as we go through all these and we're looking at what we're getting from the state or what we think we're getting from the state, we're putting a budget together starting July 1 to start school, the end of August. And like I said, we're loading up the state as much as we can with what positions we got, what months of employment we got, and what dollar amounts we've got. And we do have dollar amounts. Your ESL is a dollar amount, your EC population's a dollar amount, your academically and intellectually gifted categories, and there's several other categories, and I'm happy to answer any questions without going into all of it, because there's several different ones. And we can go through them if you want to. I'm happy to do that. But long story short, in a nutshell, we load up the state, we load up the federal, and then as a last resort, we put people on local at the end of the day. So everybody that's on local is because we either do not have a state pot to pay them out of, or we don't have enough in that state pot to pay them out of, or we can't pay them out of federal funds. So we do currently have about 75, it's a little over, I think it's like 75.79 positions paid out of local funding currently.
And that fluctuates.
That does fluctuate, and here at the end of the year, when we're trying to use up all the state money, if there is allocations that have something left in them, we lose if we don't use it on the state side. So we're looking at every little category and looking for something to move into that so that we can zero out those and put that money back in on the local side. And with that said, that's why the local budget has increased. Like I said, we went to $15 per hour this current year. The local budget has a estimated 4.5% salary increase, as well as retirement matching increase in it and hospitalization rate increase. So that is why you see an increase in that with no appropriated fund balance, because our fund balance at the end of last year was 1.9 million. 500,000 of that is appropriated for specific programs like Medicaid and VIP programs that we have that are self-supporting, so we can't utilize those funds. And we appropriated 500,000 in this year's budget. It looks like we're going to spend about 560,000. And with that being said, that would make our fund balance $848,000, a little over $848,000. And if we have to do that again in the coming year, that would put us at less than $100,000 in fund balance by the end of next year. And that's not a good situation that we like to be in.
What is the state given for pay raises?
Well, we don't know that yet. They've not passed a budget, but we anticipated 4.5%, and that's what's built into this budget.
From the state?
Yes. And until they pass a budget, and I think their goal, last I heard, was June 15th. And that would be wonderful if it is passed by then.
Is that pretty typical,
Oh, yeah.
4%?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I thought you meant, is it typical for them not to pass one?
Oh, yeah.
No, last year it was this was it was $15 per hour, and if you were already making over $15, it was 4%. It's normally, it can be 1, it can be 2, and in a couple of years, they just gave a bonus instead. It varies. It just depends on what they want to do.
Does anyone know if Social Security benefits, if they got an increase in their Social Security benefits?
I know last year they got the largest one they ever got. And I think that was over 8%. I'm sure that they will do something this year. I haven't looked into that, but what Angie's saying,
The state government's much like what we're seeing here locally. Here in the recent 2 years, you've seen cost of living adjustments, more so higher numbers than you've ever seen before. And again, it's just a product of inflation, a product of the economy, and it's what the state government, just like local governments, are having to do to remain competitive with that.
2022, they got 8.7, 2021, they got 5.9 for Social Security. We don't have a 2023 number listed.
Do you have anything on the Medicare? Because normally they'll give you a raise on one and take away from the other.
So they got 14% in 2 years?
Yeah, I just Googled it real quick.
How many employees total in the, school system? You know that number? And that
I would, full-time, I would guess maybe 650, somebody's, you know, any more than I do?
Maybe 604 full-time, and maybe so about, we add up to 650 total.
Hang on, I actually may have that right here.
That ain't a biggie.
I do have,
Now, that includes those extra positions that have been out.
yes, we do have, right, well, the last count I'd done this, which was back probably when we were doing our budget work session, there was 654, but that also includes the child nutrition workers as well as bus drivers.
And then years back, they started, previous board started to 2% teacher supplement, annual teacher supplement.
Yes,
And I know, when I first came on the board, that was around 400,000,
probably.
but with trending salaries, et cetera, or do you have an allocation? Do you have a
I think it's
projected?
I think it's 611 this year.
Was 610, I think, in the draft budget. Last year, the total cost was 582.7. Or this past school year, in November. We pay that in November, so.
And who gets that supplement? Is it teachers?
Teachers and teacher assistants,
So custodians, no.
they do not.
Principals?
The principals do get it, but we do not ask for reimbursement from the county for that. The only thing that we ask for reimbursement is the teachers and the teacher assistants.
And I guess another thing, this group here has to remember, at the end of this time next year, we're gonna be in due to the ESSER funds going out. How many people do we have, mental health?
There's 18.
17 or 18 people. You're gonna have
18 that are funded by the ESSER funds.
Yes.
Yeah, at least next year.
What is, do you know what roughly the balance that is now?
The amount left in there.
CARES Act, whatever those terms are they use.
We have ESSER 2 and ESSER 3 pot of funding, and right now there's 5.1 left in there with 500 and something thousand encumbered. And then we have about $1.2 million in bonuses left to pay out in December, as well as the salaries that we're referring to, the 18 people for next year would be a little over $1 million. And that would leave 2.2.
And a lot of these people that we have employed now, they're going into self-employment. They're trying to find somebody this time next year for the mental health piece is going to be a challenge.
Yeah, and I think there are 5 or 6 of those positions of those 18 are mental health professionals.
Going back to the 2% supplement, I think that the last time I checked, and it may have changed since I checked last time, but I think there were 7 counties that paid a smaller teacher supplement than Macon County, and I think they were all zero.
I think you're right.
Yeah, I don't have the comparison on that. And when its ESSER funds runs out,
Trouble.
those 18 positions or whatever, they
You can see
go.
what they are listed there.
Pardon?
Those positions that are listed there will no longer be funded.
Meaning that they're gone. Tough.
And those are your counselors, mental health. Those are really.
That's next October 2024?
Yeah, it has to be spent by December 24, has to be encumbered by September, budget can't encumber salaries.
Okay, let me interrupt you.
I think I am finished unless you all have questions for me about how the budget works and how it's prepared.
The numbers are, I've got a few questions, maybe somebody else does too, just informational type stuff
Okay.
from the school system. But you're
Okay.
the number cruncher, so a lot of this stuff has to do with projects, so,
Okay.
let Josh or Chris handle it, unless you want that to be the fall guy.
I'll take a stab at it.
The fall guy's my job, especially until.
We want somebody that's gonna be around a little while, but we can hold accountable.
What's that?
We want somebody that's gonna be around a little while so we can hold them accountable.
I hear you, I hear you.
I'm happy
Rumor has
anytime.
it-
I'm happy anytime y'all have questions.
That was a very well explained budget.
Thank you.
You and your board did fabulous.
Thank you. All right, I guess Mr. Lynch is up next.
Thank you.
Yeah, both you and Laura both, I don't know how you keep up with all these numbers. I mean, could you fathom what goes on at the federal level? Nobody knows. Have you got a presentation, Mr. Lynn?
I just have one slide, to be honest with you. If I can get it pulled up here.
I hope it's not like Dr. Ball will be 20 pages long.
It's not, it is one slide, I promise you. Now, let me sling through here real quick. Let me get to the end. While I'm pulling this up, I really want to take this opportunity to thank each of you, Mr. Chairman and Board. It is quite an honor. I slammed it again. It is an honor to be able to speak with you in regards to just not only our needs, but to have the opportunity to partner with each of you now and in the future. And I've had conversations with each of you, and it truly does make me very hopeful for what's in store for not only the future of our county, but for the future of Macon County schools. And that means a lot. So I appreciate each of you. And like I said, I'll be very brief, but let me just kind of paint a picture of the budget shortfall and where we're at. And the slide that I'm going to be speaking on is the one that is entitled the budget shortfall. So if you'll look in your packet in regards to that, you can follow along. So as Angie had presented, the current local operating cost is 10.2. And what that encompasses, those are our personnel. Those are the salaries and the benefits, as well as those increases that are at that locally paid level. That is also overtime. And overtime is fairly extensive because, as you all know, it's been said before, we do have a bus driver shortage. So we fall back on our custodians as well as our teacher assistants to kind of help fill that gap. And in doing so, they of course generate overtime. So that is a cost that is incurred. We have transportation, we have maintenance. We also have the utilities. And Angie, did you say that was a 2% increase that you had factored into that?
I did not say that. And then the Duke Energy is a proposed 15.2.
Okay.
That's reflected in the draft budget.
Okay, so a 2% on the utilities.
The other utilities.
That Angie had and that is factored into the budget
Yes,
that has
it
been
is.
presented, okay. As well as the supplements, and those are what we had talked about a little earlier. So as we think about what those projected costs to maintain these services for school year 23-24, we're looking at 11.1 million right there. And, you know, that's a difference of 977,742. And when we appropriate that $560,000 fund balance, that gets us to that 1.5 million that was proposed into the budget. Did you want to speak anything more about that, Angie, at all? Okay. No, that's good. So what we're getting at here is in regards to our $34 million in state, our $13 million in federal, which includes our ESSER, in order for us to maintain our current level of services. And I think Dr. Baldwin spoke to that very well as to what all that entails for that dollar mark. we would definitely need that 1.5 million just to be able to maintain and provide that service. So what does that include? Well, those are our additional personnel needs as well as those requests. One item is a first grade teacher, and that is based upon our class size legislation. So we have to have that in terms of moving forward and staying within that federal or that state mandate. With a first grade teacher also comes a teacher assistant. We also have a TA2, which Angie explained that that's a 29.5-hour teacher assistant. That's going to help with our ESL. Those are our students who are non-English speakers, that they are in need of support. And we also have another TA included in that, that is at the Macon early college level. And to utilize the TA at MEC, they're going to be working with students who are basically dual enrolled at the college level as well, not only just at MEC, but working on future plans for them and taking them in a deeper dive and getting them ready for not only just certification, but working on a platform for their college-bound entry. So this TA is going to look a little bit different than most of our TAs throughout the county. Very specialized, but definitely in need. And that is one of the reasons why MEC has requested that. And the third item there, the big ticket item, were those extracurricular supplements, the coaching supplements. And all of that is included in that draft budget. So as I said earlier, in order for us to maintain that without making any cuts whatsoever, then we would have to utilize our fund balance. And as Angie had said earlier, that's just not fiscally responsible. It's not fiscally responsible for us, and it also wouldn't be fiscally responsible for you all as well, because that's going to put a burden on you. We can't sustain this annual loss because there are going to be, unfortunately, just the inevitable, unexpected needs that are going to arise, as well as necessary needs throughout the year. And for us to be able to go into a school year with a level of confidence, knowing that we can maintain that current level, as well as maintain what needs to happen, that this is just our current state of where we are at. So for us to be able to move forward, we do have some options. And those options are presented there at the end of that slide in the handout that you have. So in order for us to mitigate it, we could cut our needs that we have requested from the principals as well as the school level. We could adjust our current level our current level of services, but that would also hinder and impact what we're able to do at the school level, unfortunately. We could begin cutting those locally funded positions that are currently on the local, but that's not going to happen overnight. That's going to have to come through attrition, and that's going to be over time, and that's going to be gradual. So it's not a quick fix, but it's something that we as our board, they are positioned to do as we move along and really assess, what those current needs are. And there's going to be some hard conversations as well as some hard cuts. But we could do that through attrition. But with that being said, we all have to understand that that also diminishes our current level of service that we are accustomed to right now. And our last and not least, but Angie had spoke about that just a little bit, is we could utilize ESSER. We do have some ESSER available that we could, reappropriate and utilize in that manner. But in order to do that, that would prohibit us from doing some of those big ticket items like the East Franklin, things of that nature, that the community collaborative, as well as the stakeholder groups, we're really wanting to see happen with the funding. So though we do have some options, but I know you have a lot to digest and a lot to reflect on. And as we move forward, and as I transition more into my role July 1, I want to extend the offer and the invitation to sit down with each of you individually and to have the conversations moving forward. Because I know you're going to have a lot of questions about budget and about operation, as well as, you know, how the funding ratios are not only figure, but how they're applied. All of those items in your packet, once you have a time to kind of sit down and look through that in all your spare time, reach out to me, because I would love to sit down and have the conversation and hopefully make a little bit more sense and more tangible to you, because we deal with it on a daily basis and it's still convoluted. And we have to dig and think about it and just make sure that we're being fiscally responsible and that we're being good stewards of those dollars. But you also have a part in that too. And we want to make sure that you have everything that you need to be educated and moving forward as you make those decisions, not only for the county, but for our school system. So take me up on that offer, and I want to be able to partner in that manner with each of you. Do you guys have any questions that I can answer now, or Dr. Baldwin or Angie?
We appreciate the trust that we have to place in you. You said it, hit the nail on the head. You live this stuff every day. Angie lives this stuff. We're out in the woods working and doing whatever, and it's difficult to understand
Absolutely.
for lay people like us. And so there's a big trust factor with you. I'm proud you're there. I'm proud Chris has been there. You're local guys. You're local taxpayers. You're invested in Macon County, and I know your family very well. I trust that you have the best interest of the taxpayers in mind on decisions that you make. And until you break that trust, we're good.
Absolutely.
And I know you. I know your family. And again, congratulations on your selection as superintendent, and hope you're better than the last one. No.
I'd just like to reiterate, if you have any questions, Josh's cell phone number.
I do just have some questions, and that's what this is, educational and informational.
Sure.
There's nothing uncivil or petty about this. When I'm asked questions in the public, and occasionally people run up to me, and I'm embarrassed when I say, I don't have a clue.
Right.
But there's a lot of things I don't know, so I hate to take I'm the senior guy here, except for Mr. Shields, so I'll take the stage and I'll go first, and you guys can follow up. And there's something we need to remember. You had a commitment.
I'm good.
I apologize, I told you.
I'm good.
Let me just shoot these to you.
Sure.
All
We will do the best we can to answer.
right, Nantahala Sewer Project. We kind of had a thing going there, I think, where we're gonna try to do something on the on-site wastewater system.
Yes.
And finally got a commitment from a neighbor who has some available property to evaluate it. And all of a sudden I read the paper, which I don't read much, but it says that there was a contract awarded to some national company. Where are we at on the Nantahala Sewer Project?
We have reached out to the neighbor that you mentioned. Actually, we've had a person go over there, and the guy that you recommended to evaluate the
Soils,
property, yeah, he has gone over and evaluated it. We are still working with the other group to move forward with the sewer treatment plant, but I don't think there's been a contract agreement.
Well, just as a layperson, please, let's try to do,
There's no money appropriated, not hiring.
Yeah.
let's try to do an on-site wastewater system. And you know the Hopkins, Robin, their family property. If we can evaluate that and it's good for an on-site system, we can do
The
it.
guy that you recommended went over and evaluated that property.
And I asked him about it, and he was working up, we had to get all these permission to enter the property for him to do his thing. And it takes a while, and everybody's busy. I didn't know if we'd gone around that. Ideally, the long term, and that's my business, is wastewater, is we want to do away with that wastewater treatment system. A discharge permit, you gotta have an operator, you gotta have expenses of an operator, record keeping. Now, they're just, if we can do it on-site system, we can do it cheaper than we build. Anyway, enough on that. Macon Middle School sewer. Any update on that?
We have been trying to locate all of those breaks and to try to determine how to repair those breaks. We're having some challenges with getting through the ceiling, coming down through the roof to find exactly where they're located and then make a determination for how to fix them. The good news is, though, that the backflow preventers that were installed at that manhole are reducing the amount of odor in the building. And to this point, we have a methane gas detector. And we've had some folks, I think Mr. K, Warren K, brought one over. And we've not been able to detect methane gas in the building. Occasionally we do have odors, but the human nose is actually better at detecting the methane gas than the detectors are in terms of health, the level that methane gas would create a health issue. You can smell it long before it can be a health issue. But they've not been able to detect methane gas with those detectors.
And we've not appropriated any funding for a
No, because
potential.
we can't, the folks that we've had to look at proposing a solution haven't been able to actually locate all those breaks at this point.
So when we have a cure, we gotta come up with the money to do it. We don't know what that's gonna be, okay? Same thing with Nantahala Sewer Project. And we've talked a little bit back and forth on the geothermal issue at Iowa Valley. Where are we at on the
So we
program?
appropriated $750,000 out of ESSER to correct the issue inside the building. At this point, we think that we've been able to control the leak outside the building by reducing the number of wells that are actually activated at this point. But we have had some loss in the system. We're still trying to find it outside the building at this point. We think that we can cover the majority of that problem out of ESSER, which is inside the building, correct all those wells.
Okay.
And that's the
As-
summer.
Yeah, that's encumbered, that, Angie mentioned that, haven't been encumbered. New controls have already been installed, we expect to have those welds fixed over the summer. That should be corrected. Now, again, there's still a leak that we're trying to locate. It's a small leak outside the building somewhere. We are, also included in that is a new vault, which is where all the controls are outside the building. That directs that geothermal fluid to those wells and cells of wells. We're redoing all of that vault within this project because it was so corroded. Hopefully that will correct some of that problem, but we'll see how it goes.
Could be a surprise at any time as far as funding requests.
Now, again, if that well field does become, degrades to the point where it can no longer be used, which it's been online now for almost 13 years, I believe, 10 to 13 years, something like that. I think it came on 2012, 13. It was online before I was superintendent, so it's around about 10 to 13 years. Now, we've had this issue. We've had no issues at MVI, which is the same system. Hopefully, if we get this corrected, we won't see any additional problems. However, if we do have more problems in that well field,
Worst case scenario.
worst case scenario, we can build a new boiler and chiller for around $400,000 and move all of that away from geothermal.
Did that thing ever pay for itself?
It hasn't yet.
East Franklin, sewer under the building?
So the main sewer line at East Franklin runs down the center of the hall. It's cast. It was installed when that building was constructed in the early 50s.
Now, that's not a building drain, that's a sewer.
That's sewer. And Tracy and his guys have had to go in there a few times and knock all the scale off of the inside of that cast pipe so that it'll drain. We're nearing the end of that sewer line lifespan that runs down the center of that hall. Now, we've got some issues outside the building as well, with where the sewer actually comes out of the building and attaches to the city line. We have problems there as well.
What I'm doing is trying to build up a potential for unexpected capital expenditure request falling under the emergency guideline. Are there any other sleeping dogs out there?
Yes.
There is?
Yep, we don't know what they are though.
Don't wake them up till you're gone. We have on the agenda here tonight to make a middle school change order. Do you want to address that? Or is that something we?
Mr. Walker.
No, we're going to keep here as long as we can. You sit still. We're talking about building a new school over here. And you mentioned it. All these schools are built at the same time. The schools are still using.
7 of them.
Yeah, Highlands, Nantahala, Union, we might do away with that. East Franklin.
Franklin High School.
What's the long-range plan? If we tear down one and build a new one, what's next in line? If these things are trending their useful life according to whomever.
Well, I think that you have to start looking at, first of all, East Franklin. And then you've got to consider how long you can continue to use Nantahala and Highlands without some serious infrastructure renovations.
We're talking big bucks.
But your
Is
high
East Franklin
school-
the oldest school?
All those 7 schools were all built 1951 to 1952, and I think the Franklin High School gym was built 54 to 56, somewhere in there.
You're in that 70 range
Yeah.
of age, 65 and 70.
Pre-K, how do we do on pre-K this year as far as funding? Did we break even or?
At this time, no, and typically we run in the negative. It's usually gonna be about $100,000 short, typically.
No, we picked up local funding, local funds. Won't throw something there, it's gonna make people's head explode. But that's okay, I just had a thought, must have a family member who had a child in pre-K, paid $450 a month for that child to go to pre-K. Fourth or fifth generation, paid taxes all his life, an American citizen. We have people who are not American citizens getting the same services that his children got. I'm not incorrect in that, am I? I mean, we hear a lot about ESLs, but we have, when those children, and nothing against these children, they're children, they need education. But as far as funding, that's adding a burden to our school system with the translators and the services we provide for those. When those children enter our school system, do they have to provide the same documentation that local children have to provide? Birth certificates, shot records, all the associated documentation. Are they held to the same standard?
Yes. They are. The only student that would not have to provide all the documentation would be a student who would be considered homeless under McKinney-Vento. So yes, those students, if they are not classified as homeless, then they would have to provide that documentation in order to be enrolled. And especially with pre-K, they really have to have everything on file, even there's a timeline that they have to follow in order to be enrolled in pre-K, and you have to have that on file under like the umbrella of DHHS, so it's even more stringent guidelines in regards to that. So your initial question, they would have all the documentation, the paperwork on file in order to attend pre-K.
Do we have any students classified as homeless?
In pre-K, no.
Oh, pre-K.
No.
Not in pre-K, we don't.
Then your 9-12, can you even bring up that conversation if they're legal or illegal? If a student enrolls, ESL student, I couldn't interact with them on their legality of things. I just had to enroll them in school and rock and roll.
Yeah, we have to serve.
We serve those kids,
You
and
serve them, but can you have all the documentation? They don't have to render that, do they? If they're, I'm gonna say, what I'm familiar with is 9-12. They don't have to render documentation, do you?
we have to have some forms of documentation. It may not be the standard documentation that majority
They don't have.
would
regular
have.
nationality.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, we we were in a situation where
we're not allowed to have that discussion with them. as
right,
part of the
you couldn't
national-
even talk about it.
No.
But they have to have a birth certificate.
They had to render a birth certificate at the 9/12. A lot of times you just didn't have that information, they didn't come here with that
Right.
information.
Sure.
And I think what the law said, we had to enroll them, and
What is that alternative?
We're able to also work with like an affidavit that we can use as a formalized piece of document that we can enroll them in. We may not have a formal birth certificate or anything of that nature, but we would have an affidavit on file
No
for
proof of
that
citizenship.
student, right?
Is that allowed to ask proof of citizenship?
we couldn't. At that time, as a principal, I couldn't inquire about their about their status. And I don't know if that's still there or not.
All right.
Is that all you've got?
Well, we've been here nearly 3 hours.
Well, I just got a couple
Let's
questions.
finish up, let's finish up schools and have this.
Josh, go ahead.
Well,
No,
I just wanted to interject lightly on the pre-K. All right, so I understand, like, it's been a countywide issue here for, years, honestly. In an analogy I was thinking about today, if 4 kids are walking down the street with a lollipop, or 4 kids have a lollipop, one of them doesn't, so you either take all the lollipops or you give the 4th one a lollipop. Like right now, I guess I'm referring to Highlands. Is there a way, and I understand it to be the case, that we can essentially let the pre-K operate neutral? So taxpayers really don't have to pay the burden for the pre-K. The students, the enrollment themselves pay for the pre-K, and then it doesn't come out of the taxpayer. Is that an option? I guess a scenario that, could be presented is if 100% private pay, that would cover the cost of all pre-K. So at this point in time, the whole county has pre-K. They're paying for their pre-K. It's not on the taxpayer. It essentially operates neutral or very close, and everybody wins.
I definitely think it would be an option. We would have to increase tuition most likely in order for that to occur.
Give me a generic amount.
Mrs. Keener, what would you,
This is what we came up with.
696?
696
And that would
was the,
probably,
We have five-star rated classrooms, so our subsidy rates could be set at $6.96. So we take all sorts of things. We take 3-year-olds with subsidy, we take 4-year-olds who get subsidy, or they get into free. I did think of something that would be prudent for us to do would be, if you all would consider it, would be your board and our board to perhaps send a joint letter and have our legislature consider raising NC pre-K reimbursement rates for school systems, because private folks get $7.19 for their slots. They just passed something like May 15th. We get $4.96. So I could charge somebody $200 more and just collect subsidy for them instead of do NC pre-K. I don't think that's right by kids, so we're not gonna do that. We're always gonna make decisions that are good for kids, but we have to make our books balance. So I think that's a huge step, because you're not gonna make up the difference when I've got 16 disability kids. I've got 52 slots that are NC pre-K. You're not gonna make it up on the backs of those people paying private for my kid. So I think there has to be a balance if we can get that NC pre-K reimbursement up. I do think we have to have a conversation about raising the tuition rates. We pay our teachers more than any childcare, provider gets. They should get paid it. They are licensed teachers, but we do need to have a conversation about raising that.
So I feel like, and I like where you're going with petitioning the state, but for like an immediate decision right now today, is there a way you can calculate a formula or a cost per student and just see if it's even relative?
It was $6.70.
$6.70, okay. And ballpark right now, what is pre-K rates for Franklin?
Oh, I sent you in that email today. I did everybody's. We are the cheapest game in town.
or 500 a month for private pay.
And we only do it for 9 months because people got confused paying 10 months, so 9 months.
So 670 is relative for
670,
childcare.
if I went off of Cartiga J's, what that teacher makes,
what that TA made, if we had 18 kids together, about 670 is where we need to be.
So state funding, Brooke, when they pay for 100% of state funding, how much does the state pay per child?
For
Pre-K,
pre-K, we don't
NC
get
pre-K.
pre-K allotments.
No.
So for the NC pre-K, I
Yeah.
get $496 per child. Now,
Okay.
it used to be $483, they just upped it.
And so the state knows that that's not enough to cover the cost for.
I think that goes back to this political dichotomy that we have right now between private school and vouchers and paying and then us. So I think that would be important as we see it impacting our community. I think that would be an important thing that our board could do together, to send a letter that, hey, it is impacting, and we, we do have the willingness and the heart to be able to pick it up, but we can't let it break our backs either.
But, go ahead. But I still think there's a current expense and a capital expense that we have to assume.
That's where I'm going. So to tie all that back in, does this tie back into the Highlands project? And I guess I'm looking at the school board, I've not been a part of that conversation, and I think a lot of that was just, maybe by choice per se, but really, I rely on the school board to kind of make their capital recommendations, and look, in good faith, I'm gonna support your decision. So, do we still have teachers that are, I'm not gonna say in closets, but kind of in classroom space that really isn't intended to be classroom space? Like, is this really a need that this community needs? And maybe it's a question for you, John. I mean, you've been up there and you know what I mean? I guess these are the conversations that I think this budget session, is intended to have.
Well, my question to the school board at this point in the budget process is, have you guys allotted money, the $160,000 that the Highlands families are screaming that they want phase 2 and phase 3 for LS3P to finalize phase 2 and 3, so they can apply for grants or whatever the case may be to move forward with this Highland School expansion. So through that process, and the meeting that I had with my constituents in Highlands, is they're not seeking the full funding of $4.4 million at this time. They're seeking the $160,000 for LS3P. Has the school board put this money in their budget for this budget cycle? The $160,000 to move phase 2 and phase 3 and planning for Highland School expansion, which includes 2 pre-K classrooms. However, being someone that been in Highlands for years and years and years, the expansion at Highland School is much needed. And then the question came in at Highlands Pre-K, and the working families are begging for this. So they're seeking $160,000. Is that in your budget?
I think it's 329 is the design.
Well, 329 is the complete, from the schematic design all the way through the finalization of the construction. Phase 2 and phase 3 is where what Mr. Boney presented to us tonight for the Franklin High School. So they're seeking $160,000. Is that something that we're going to, that your system and your school board is going to push forward for Highlands school expansion?
Now, we could do it out of capital outlay in terms of,
Are you asking if we're budgeting that or if we're requesting that in our budget?
Are you, I guess what I'm asking is, either way, is the school system going to fund the people in Highlands' request for phase 2 and phase 3 to be
Yes, if you give
funded?
us $160,000 to apply towards that, we'll do that.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So you're looking at us to give it to you. It's not.
We don't, that's all we can get.
Let me tie back in where I was going. I'll let you go on in a minute, but I guess my question is more directed to the school board, school system. If the pre-K can essentially carry its own weight, I guess I'm looking at you, Ms. Deidre. Is this a necessary project for Highlands? I brought you into this, John, because I know you've toured it, you've been a part of it, but I guess it's a yes or no question. Is this something Highlands needs?
Absolutely.
Deidre, you agree? I mean, this project is,
I mean, I think our children deserve the best of everything. So if we can get the Highlands, if the Board of Commissioners can say that they will support funding that capital project, then absolutely. But also there are other projects on our list too that I don't want to see get decided.
I understand that. All right, so a couple more questions I have. Another was the Macon Middle School track. I know last month we had some initial preliminary numbers that maybe have been corrected. Do you have those updated?
Yeah, you should have received an email with that corrected number. I think that the quote that we had was $550,000 for the total project. That included paving. Now, we've sent out 2 RFPs, one for the paving and one for the polyurethane top coat, to see if we can get a better price that way. The total cost was more than what we had talked about at the last meeting. The total cost is actually $550,000.
Okay.
Did we look at, I believe this has got 8 tracks when I'm doing my counting there.
That has 8? That one has 8?
When I'm counting 8 little yellow dots.
It should have 6.
That's 8.
Yeah. That was for the most expensive quote.
Right. And I think when we met over there,
Yeah.
Josh, that 8 would not fit in there. It would have to be a 6 maximum.
And, Derek, I think you have the scope of work.
The new ones
that was,
updated?
Lori, you were Lori, man, you received that from me or Todd.
When was
The
that?
new quote. It would have been right after that last meeting that we had, when those questions came up.
Yeah, I got some stuff, but I didn't make, no.
It should have a scope of work with it.
Pardon?
It should have had a scope of work with it.
One of them, there was two, I think what we call bids. One of them had a basic scope of work with about 15 exclusions, and then the other one didn't have any scope. It was
So all we have at this point, though, are those 2 quotes. Now, if this commission decides to move forward with that project, then we'll put it out to bid and see which one of those comes in lowest, and then we'll look also at the scope of work that they propose within that bid.
Yeah. So,
All we have right now is just an amount that they estimate the cost to be.
to resurface.
No, that's a total cost. $550,000 was asphalt and everything.
6 lanes.
Where-
I'll have to double check that, but I'll do that.
So at what point in time can we pull the trigger on that track? I mean, is it something sitting on go, or are we still waiting on quotes?
Yeah, quick as they get the bids in, we're ready to pull it.
It's out for RFP right now.
So we're waiting on bids to come back.
Well, the thing we need to tell whoever's bidding on what we want.
Yeah.
We don't want them telling us what we
Yeah.
want.
Yeah.
We gotta have it clearly
Well,
delineated.
what they'll do is they'll tell us what they're willing to do, and we'll look at it and make a determination if we want to go with them.
Did you say there's not enough space to do 8 lanes?
No, there's not.
Yeah, so Mr. Antoine, Mr. Shields, Mr. Baldwin, we all went out there, and right now, the way the light posts are set up, and kind of the way a lot of the hard,
Smaller.
I don't know what you'd call them, some of the hard objects are, where they're kind of faceted, it'd be a major undertaking to move the whole site. Plus, the way the drainage of the field, there's some swales and some, drainage in the north and south end of the field. So if you shift that 4, 6, 8, 10 feet, you're regrading the whole field, the whole property, moving light poles. It turns into a
Get left field in a soccer
baseball field, So, and furthermore, we talked about some ADA seating right there that would kind of replace some of the makeshift seating we have currently. Personally, I'd like to mimic what the baseball field has done, some kind of really nice, a nice just
Yeah, bleacher area.
a little bleacher area. But
But
yeah,
but the
8 lanes
track,
won't work there.
It gets smaller as you go down through there. And then if you move it to additional 2 lanes, you moved into left field, you moved into your soccer field. In my opinion, Franklin High School needs 8 lane, which I think that's what we're working toward. In the middle school, they just set up for a 6 lane.
I can agree with that.
Is it from Bryson?
Yeah. Bryson and.
Yeah, I've got a, remove of existing asphalt up to 5 inches. Grade set up for paving, includes finished grading, gravel for asphalt base. Tri-axle load crusher run, new paving of a gravel base 2 inches after compaction. Asphalt, then a urethane sealed base mat. That is $549,514.
When'd you get that, Derek? Because I was waiting also, but.
Is that bid allowed to be read?
Pardon?
Is that allowed to be read?
May 10th.
If it's still open for RFQ,
Just one.
no big deal.
RFQ.
May
Still
10th.
out.
May 10.
The RFQ's still out, we're reading bids.
This is just a quote that they got to get a ballpark. They released the bids. There's been no formal bids back yet.
Okay.
This was what they went off of, I guess, as an estimate.
From a budgeting standpoint.
So where we at on it?
RFQ's out. I think y'all have released it. When did y'all release it?
It runs until the middle of June.
Have it back in the middle of June.
The RFP advertised for asphalt, repair, refurbish, replace, and MS track.
And I just have one more brief, can you give me layman's terms breakdown just of where this increase would go? Is there any CTE, any kind of, career pathways?
Yes, Colleen may want to speak a little bit about that in regards to CTE. So we would be paying for 2 individuals' planning periods. And what that would enable us to do is offer more courses, but also have a completer. So they would be certified. So one would be like a 911 dispatch. Once they graduate, they would have that capability under their belt to be highly qualified for a 911 dispatcher. And the other one was what, Colleen? Carpentry.
It's the core class for carpentry.
Okay. You want to speak a little bit in regards to what that would enable us to do?
Sure. Yeah, I'll be glad to. So what we had with our 20 pathways that we put out for our students this school year, we did enrollment in April and May. And overwhelmingly, we had a large amount of students who wanted to be involved with public safety. And so we have one teacher who can teach public safety, who also happens to be the welding teacher. And so when I presented to you a couple of weeks ago, we talked about welding being one of the gold star programs of CTE because the students graduate with a certificate from Southwestern. So in order to be able to offer the second course in public safety, we would either need to reduce the welding courses and eliminate an opportunity for students there so that we could pick up public safety, or we could pay that teacher during their planning period to teach the public safety 2 course. So that would allow students to be able to be completers in welding and get a certificate from Southwestern. And it will also allow kids to be able to be concentrators or completers in public safety, graduating with a national credential in 911 dispatch. College courses, that's called core construction. And so we had a huge amount of students who requested that. And so we wanted to be able to offer that opportunity for them. So it's the same type of situation. We could reduce down the opportunity for the college credit, or we could pay that planning period and have another group of kids ready to feed into that college pattern.
Was that about 20,000?
It's about $20,000 for the planning periods. And so the way that the funding works for CTE is you pay for, teachers have four classes each semester, and we can pay for 3. And then if we pay for their planning, which is that 4th one, it cannot come from state or local fund, or state or federal funds. It has to come from federal.
I mean, it has to come from local. I'm sorry, I'm getting a little hungry. So
How
that's
many
why we
students-
did the request to
How many
pay
students
that.
are you talking about for that fourth period?
That'll be about 24 kids.
Is that a junior, senior, or just senior?
They are, most of the time it's junior and senior because of the age level, because they're getting those national certifications. So those are adult credentials.
And once they graduate, what can they do with that certification?
They can work with the public safety, they could work with Macon County Emergency Medical Management. They could work as a 911 dispatch. They can be first responders.
But the fire departments, the local fire departments more, they, I believe they have a need for more people. Would this enhance that? Maybe, Warren, is that right?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Does that
We've been
cover law
working with
enforcement too?
Macon, so it's correct.
Law enforcement, does that cover that as well?
I would have to defer to Mr. Pickens, who's the teacher of that, or Mr. Cade.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Does that include law enforcement?
His public safety does an introduction to law enforcement, but they don't get any kind of certification out of it. They get an introduction to fire, EMS, emergency management, and law enforcement. And the one that she's talking about will actually be a certification class for the 911 telecommunicators. Will give them a leg up to get a job with somebody like this.
Okay, can I go? Okay, back to the Highlands school expansion, and just Dr. Baldwin, with the question that you said, or the statement you made was, if we give you the money, sure you will do it. But a few months ago, well, no, actually it wasn't, May the 10th, Franklin Press said board pauses East Franklin edition. And you didn't ask the county commissioners that I know of to fund the East Franklin edition. You were going to use ESSER fund. Is that correct?
Yes and no. That East Franklin cartouche had been on our long-range plan for some time. So technically, we had asked the county for that funding.
But
And
you
we
paused.
did, yeah, we did then budget ESSER funding for it. But because of the budget shortfall that we're looking at right now, we felt like we needed to hold open the option to use the ESSER funding to help cover some of that budget shortfall.
So you couldn't use $160,000 for Highlands, that ESSER funds that they're requesting from the school system?
Possibly. The issue that we had with Highlands and using the ESSER funding is that the ESSER funding has to be tied to the mitigation of a pandemic. Part of the issue at Highlands was that, as compared to East Franklin was having to do remediation in stairwells, and in storage closets and that sort of thing. And they could not maintain that 6 feet of social distancing and had to go at 50% capacity. During the pandemic, when it was mandated that we maintain that 6 feet of social distancing, we could actually operate several of our schools at 100% capacity and maintain that 6 feet. One of those schools was Highlands. So it makes it, for those reasons, it was really hard for us to utilize the ESSER funding, which was intended for pandemic relief, for those specific issues at Highlands. I do think it's possible that we could use some of the ESSER funding for, say, the HVAC system at the middle school, for that renovation component. That's a possibility, but just the general expansion of those classrooms and things like that at Highlands, it was going to be a heavy lift for us to be able to make that work for the ESSER funding.
And then one more thing on this.
Did that answer your question?
Yes, sir. Thank you. You stated in here that you were concerned about using $4 million of ESSER money at the East Franklin school because it's probably aged out of its use. So are you going to?
That's not exactly what I said, but it's pretty close.
Okay. So basically, you're going to keep the ESSER funds just for the purpose of making sure that you don't have a shortfall East Franklin, expansion is off the table? What,
Well, part of that, when we budget that, the total amount, we know that we have to have it encumbered by September of 2024 and spent by December of 2024. Has to be gone. Now, there are some exceptions to that, but when you have, when you've got a couple of years to budget something, you budget that, making sure that you don't send any of that money back to the federal government. We want to keep every penny of that in Macon County if we can. What that means is that you've got a tight budget, and it can really easily run over in one of those places. And the fact that you have to have it encumbered by September is another factor.
And that's complete too, right? That wasn't just building on, that was complete.
No, it has to be spent, yeah. Now, there are some exceptions with capital projects that we could probably get an extension. But now, I tell you another, so a couple things with that. As we were talking to Emily Kite, LS3P, about the East Franklin 5 classrooms, and we had there was a big discussion about whether or not we wanted to actually add 6 classrooms in a new facility or renovate the current cafeteria and kitchen, which is 1950s. And it is non-compliant with pandemic protocols. You've got a serving line and a kitchen in the same space, so it's not a good situation. When we looked at the cost of renovating that kitchen and actually building a new kitchen and a cafeteria, where we were looking at the 5 classrooms, or renovating the kitchen and cafeteria, converting that into 5 new classrooms, the kitchen and cafeteria space that we were going to build was going to be very small. It would be within DPI's regulations, but it would be about half the size of Mountain View's, which serves the same number of kids. So that was one factor. If you build the 5 classrooms, you're still going to be left with a 1950s model cafeteria. The second thing that stuck in my mind when we found out the budget shortfall was that when I talked to Emily, we were looking at East Franklin and the need for that additional space. I asked Emily, I said, where would you recommend that, how would we expand the next time that we need to expand at East Franklin? She said, we would not recommend that you expand any further at East Franklin. If it comes up again, it's time for a new building. So, in looking at that site, the 5 classrooms that we were looking at building were outside the playground. If you're familiar with the East Franklin, you got the big field behind that on the hill back there. So we were looking at putting those 5 classrooms outside the kindergarten wing, kindergarten first grade wing, and looking at the site, if you ever decided to build a new elementary school on that site, which I don't think you'd want to try to purchase property within Franklin city limits for the purposes of a new elementary school. So if you decided to utilize the current site, you would still have enough space, at least we think you'd have enough space. The architects haven't fully committed to that, but you could use that space to build a new elementary school while you were going to school in the current elementary school, sort of like what we proposed with Franklin High School. If that ever, comes to fruition down the road, you're looking at possibly 15 years away.
So I guess long story short, the Macon County school system does not have the funds to give the wishes to the Highlands folks, $160,000 for the phase 2 and phase 3.
Well, we got our funding for capital projects from the county commissioners, operations from the state and the county. Now, we've got lottery money, we've got repair and renovations funds that we can use for, part of this project, remember, was the Highlands Middle School renovation, which we're trying to cover out of the repair and renovation fund. And it's possible that we could use some of the ESSER funding for the HVAC portion of that project. It's possible.
Okay. Well, thank you. Just one more thing about Highlands, the soccer field. I didn't receive the plans for the proposed soccer. Did you send it?
Yeah, I thought
I didn't get it. So anyways.
I noticed the email that you gave me was capital John.
No, it's not capital.
It is
Yeah,
it John,
it's ca-
is it
yeah.
John John
John
Sherrill
Sherrill.
at
Yeah.
Macon NC, because everybody else's is, like D. Rowland or J. Young.
Yeah.
Yours is John and Sherrill? Yeah, I seen it, I've seen it again though.
It's proposed 800, around $800,000. And I'm assuming that we're talking about putting AstroTurf on that.
That's what that estimate's for. You know, we still have the engineer looking at it to see what his recommendation would be, whether he would recommend going with a natural or an artificial turf. Or actually, he's gonna tell you what it costs to do either one.
Okay, because I pulled up a lot of information about.
Yeah, here it is, John, it came back undelivered.
Okay.
Make sure you got your email, is that your email?
Yep.
There you go.
Well, anyways, it is not recommended to have artificial turf on a soccer field. If it's solely for soccer, a lot of school systems and athletic facilities are going with the artificial turf just because of maintenance issues and the playability and all that other stuff. But it's like 31% higher increase in ankle injuries, 69% increase in knee and hip injuries. The ball reacts totally different from artificial turf to natural turf. And I would highly recommend that we try to stay with natural turf in Highlands. And especially, you know, without seeing the plans, with how they're going to correct the drainage and stuff like that. I think it's in the best interest of the county and the school system and the athletes to go with natural turf. And it'll save a lot of money by doing so. Okay. Thank you.
I do have one more thing, Chairman. So this came from the liaison committee, Mr. Shields and myself. Pass these on, will you?
Are we on track or we on something?
No, so this is a memorandum of understanding that was published in the Franklin Press. Essentially, we have a state rep down in Raleigh helping fight for us to get our kind of wishful thinking of a $60 million, $50 million grant. And essentially what this is a pledge or more or less a commitment, if we do get the funds, that we would, you know, use them on the school or on the new school. So as many of you are aware, in Cherokee County, they were awarded a sum of $40-50 million and sent it back to Raleigh. And so essentially, I'm not going to read this whole thing. That's a brief synopsis. I think the most important paragraph, it says, now therefore, these parties enter into this MOU for purposes of reaffirming their commitment to the project, expressing their intent to use funds from the needs-based public school capital fund to the project's construction, assuring the parties' elected representatives in the North Carolina General Assembly of the parties' intent expressed herein, and expressing to the public, the parties' ongoing partnership to continual growth and improvement with the Macon County schools. So I wanted to give everybody a tangible copy of this and also let our legal look into this, and I think it's more or less a pledge to Mr. Corbin and Mr. Gillespie that if we do get the funds, we're ready to go. All right?
I want to say also, I agree with that, but congratulate the school board last Monday night for coming up this MOU, and it was also in the paper. And it's out here in this wonder world, IT stuff, so it's out there. And I think it'd be honestly an asset to us to try to bring these two people or two boards together like that and support you. And we follow the directions that they've given us there to make sure that our representatives know where both boards stand.
Sure.
All right. Is that it for the school, gentlemen? Josh, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just want to say, like Josh is looking forward to the next 10 or 15 years, I appreciate the last 10. Thank you, Paul. I think you've been here the whole time that I've been here on the commission. I think, Mr. Shields, you were on the school board when I became superintendent.
Only thing difference between me and you is your pension.
Well, and my taxes, because now I'm a taxpayer.
Get interested in what's going on.
Always been a taxpayer.
Get interested in how you
Always been a
spend money.
taxpayer in Macon County. And I'll tell you, doing the right thing, spending it on schools. And I believe that now as I'm going out the door.
Want everything we got.
That's,
Appreciate it.
education is an investment.
Definitely everything else. Gentlemen, we've been here 3.5 hours. I did not anticipate schools taking 3.5 hours, not their fault. Y'all want to proceed with the sheriff? Brett?
Brett, they're ready for you.
You can do yours, well, that other one, got a prelude to it. We don't have a prelude on this one, do we? A prelude.
No, there's no visuals, there's no PowerPoint. None of that.
I've just got you a couple of questions, then we're done.
Okay. Is that it?
No, you present.
I'm about to say, I'm gonna start off by handing out a current organizational chart for the sheriff's office.
How many employees and everything?
Yep. Shows you how many vacancies, the red indicates vacancy other than the top there. That's current, thanks to the ladies across the catwalk over there, Lori especially, and Lindsay. We were able to add 3 additional orgs. Orgs means accounts. And correct, Lori? Pretty much accounts. So currently, we have 3 orgs, 3 accounts. And that's the Office of the Sheriff, the Detention Center, and Courthouse Security. Now, I'm gonna hand out what it's gonna be changed to.
Where's your color code for this thing at?
Well, see, that was under Robbie. That's, to me, I'd say if he was standing here, it's very hard to dictate. This is the new, this is the one that I've done, and the one that they have accepted by adding these organizations, or org charts. These orgs, I'm sorry, orgs.
Sheriff, I
This
think
is a
there's
great chart there, Sheriff.
This is the new.
But except up here in where the blue is, it should say "We the People," then down to Brent Hall Brooks, and then,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I can do that. That's,
Okay.
yeah, that's pretty easy.
when you get an extra one there.
Yes, sir.
But you need this to speak on.
Yes, sir, if you don't mind. So it's, from my understanding, Paul, in years, or Mr. Chairman, in years past, you have periodically asked, how do we know how much, for instance, investigation is spending? How much do we know patrol is spending? Well, there hasn't been. Well, this new organizational chart here with each org number or account number, we'll be able to tell exactly who's spending what. In years past, investigations, patrol, all the admin was under one organization. There wasn't no way to properly track that. There's no way. I heard you say earlier, accountability, this right here is the best way forward, for sure. Just let everybody know there's around 85 full-time employees from the sheriff's office, 57 sworn, and 13 part-time. I just wanted to give you those numbers. I know that was asked of me here just a little while ago, so. And I am asking for 2 positions, 1 road position, just like Derek, a patrol position, just like Derek said in his budget presentation. With that 6th person on each shift, that will allow us proper coverage in Nantahala and Highlands. And that's
So
what,
you'll be able to have a deputy up in that area.
yes, sir. Yeah. And there's a need over there. There's less than 1% call volume over there, but there is calls over there. They deserve the same coverage as Highlands and Franklin, the greater Franklin area, if you ask me. I'm also asking for a drug position, a narcotics position. We currently have 1. That's it. between 2019, 2022, the drug cases went up 65%. And that's just too much for one drug investigator. They just can't handle it. I mean, you seen what we had to do. Danny was able to go out with us on our search warrant the other day, and he's seen, it takes a village to execute a search warrant. You came by, it's right in your backyard. It takes a village. Jonathan, I know you're itching, you're chomping at the bit. Come on up here, Jonathan. This is my numbers guy. He's been a blessing for sure. What kind of questions do you have, Paul? Mr. Chairman?
You call me Paul, we grew up together. That's what Mama called me, you can call me that too. How do you compare to Jackson County, surrounding counties, number-wise, budget-wise? Do you look at other counties?
I have, budget-wise, we're fairly close. Wish I had those numbers. We're really close. With Jackson, Transylvania, Haywood, of course, is a little higher. It was, somebody said, why in the world is your budget $9.5 million when Haywood County's was 4? Haywood County's is 15 million. So, I mean, we're fairly close.
Your budget's up 151,000 this year. Is that what you got?
Yes and no. We, so last year, you know.
Yeah, fire away.
Last year.
Buckle up.
Buckle up.
Last year, our budget, and correct me if I'm wrong, Derek, with the numbers I was provided, it was 9 million, what, I shouldn't say last year's budget, the current budget that we're in. See, we took over, the way the sheriff election came about, we took over December 5th. The budget was already done at this time last year, so we inherited a budget that none of us had worked on. As far as the budget process, it was something new to all of us. In the past, I believe Robbie and the chief deputy worked with finance to come up with the budgets. This year, we had each individual captain work on their own budgets. They turned it in to the sheriff, the chief deputy, and I. And of course, I'm one of the captains. I have one division. And we took those numbers and worked them a little bit, kind of like what Derek does. Then we present Derek with those numbers with our request. We met with Derek several times and Lori and the other finance officers and tweaked those numbers to get where we're at. So last year's budget, or I keep saying last year's, this year's current budget started out at $9,495,402. It was revised, like I said, prior to us taking over, it was revised to $9,724,081. The current budget that we're asking for, our proposed budget that we're asking for includes the 3% cost of living raise that Derek proposed the other day and the step raise. So it is at $9,877,075. That is 3.9% higher than last year's budget. The current budget, though, when it was revised, was the 9.724. So we're only looking at a 1.5% increase, although we're increasing our salaries. And when you increase salaries, as y'all know, it increases our retirement, it increases your 401k, your Medicare, things like that. So it's not just saying we're increasing the salary X amount of dollars. It increases many of the numbers. And the lion's share of our budgets are personnel. Our operating expenses are, a fraction of what our personnel numbers are. So
That's 343, 245 would have been the salary increase. So that entire amount of that increase is due to the cost of living adjustment and the step increase. Operations would have been flat.
So our current budget prior to the 3% and the step raise. Okay.
Yeah, we would have been flat.
Yes, we would have been flat. So actually, from what our operating budget is now, with the revisions, it's actually a reduction in the budget. And there are things like, with inflation, but I know the retirement figures, according to Lindsay, had went up. I think we were $20,000 more this year just on our current, with the inflation, she can explain it a little bit better than I can as far as the formulas on that. Also with retirees, it adds to our supplement retirement, which the county has to pay We have the state retirement, but the county pays for your law enforcement supplement. So that increased by $30,000 this year by having some of the ones that we retired. So, there are some things that it increased automatically that were out of our control. But what we did was took our current budget that we're in, and we added 2 positions without raising, the budget amounts, other than our, like Derek had said, our 3%, so.
Go ahead. No, go ahead, Mr.
In our mental health meeting the other day, I can't remember, either one was there it was on a Thursday, last meeting we had. I think I was really surprised how Macon County was recognized as being the highest in the drug.
The overdose.
Yes.
Overdose.
Can you?
I forgot exactly what he said verbatim, Mr. Shea.
But what they insinuated was, we got a problem. You're
Yep.
Macon County versus the other counties, we got the biggest problem. And when you say you need additional help in that drug area, hey, you got a vote.
Thank you.
John, if I could, Mr. Chairman, I looked at Jackson County, their proposed fiscal year 23-24 budget for the sheriff and jail is 10.68 million. And again, ours is 9.8 million. So Jackson County's FY 24 proposed budget for sheriff and jail is 10.68 million.
And I'd like to say we provide more services, speaking with numbers, like us increasing the patrol shift. I don't think many of the counties around have 6 per shift. And that's a good thing, because what the sheriff did was take our K-9 officers, put them on shift, and we're requesting the 1 position, which will give us 6 to a shift. So for years, I think it's since the earlier 2000s, we've ran 5 to a shift when we had a full shift. Of course, with our lower pay, it's tough sometimes to get the positions filled. I think you had 12 positions open whenever he took
December
office.
5th, I had 12. I think I'm down to
4.
4 or 5, and I've got some folks that I'm in the process of hiring now.
So,
I say by early fall, we'll be completely staffed.
so what we're doing, though, is by adding that 1 position and then moving the K-9 officers to the shifts, that gives us 6 to a shift, which allows us to go to Nantahala. It also helps reduce our overtime, because we have a certain amount of deputies that we have to have per shift, to operate, the call volume that we have. And by increasing that, it allows them to go to Nantahala, and it reduces our overtime. Say if I have 6 per shift, we're only having people fill in overtime if you have 4 or less. So that allows us 2, so in a reduction in overtime, which our overtime, I was running the numbers, I think it's 27.6% that we've reduced from the current budget and the 2024 budget.
Yeah, but what's your overtime proposed is $405,000
The overtime, yes, the overtime that we've proposed for
system-wide.
system-wide is $442,716. The one that we're currently in is $537,233.
They reduced their overtime by over 100, right at $150,000.
I think it's 94, but I can't
I
find
don't
some.
work out my numbers, I got them out of this book, but they don't match up with you, Jonathan. Are you including SROs in your stuff?
Yes.
Off-season, what do SROs do? Off-season?
Off-season SROs fill in on the road. I'm going to have several increased patrol on the Greenway to deal with the camping on the Greenway. I just recently bought 2 new bicycles, and we have a side-by-side, so I'm going to increase, not only on the Greenway, but the parks as well.
That works out nice being in the summertime.
Oh, yeah?
You have some,
Greenway's highest use.
a lot of the SROs, they can't take off during the year, so a lot of them will take their vacation time. So we allow them to have some of their vacation time during the year that they've saved up. But also, like the sheriff said, we're increasing presence on the Greenway. They also help out here in the courthouse, as far as serving papers. In the summertime, everything increases, the amount of people we have here. So we utilize them at the courthouse. Some of them are utilized in investigations as well.
I'm going to take probably 2, maybe 3 of those positions and really focus on the child support warrants that are out there. They've piled up. When we went paperless, that unfortunately fell to the wayside. And that's years ago, we went paperless. So I'm gonna have some officers focus on serving child support warrants.
Overtime's down 34 department-wide.
Do what?
Overtime's down 34 department-wide. From
Down
34.
34.
34,000.
Yeah, down to,
It's down 34,000 from last year.
yeah.
Well, we did have to increase, though, in the jail. So I
Right,
took those
right.
figures in for what it was
Right, so
increased,
that's
which is into the
department-wide,
current
that's jail
and budget. So
sheriff,
with the
everything.
revised budget.
Everything's down 34,000 in overtime from last year.
Once you get fully staffed, what do we need overtime for?
Planned events, unplanned events, such as that. Planned events meaning the fair, the nativity scene that Cartucket J Baptist Church puts on, or Church of God, is it Church of God or Baptist Church? We provide security and traffic control for those events. Unplanned events, murders, drug investigations, I mean, you've seen the way it goes. A drug investigation could just happen at the drop of a hat.
Because previously, we were running about 600,000 in overtime, and I kept hearing people harp about, that overtime's killing us, you know?
Yeah, we had to where it was increased from the budget, so that's where I took those numbers for, where they increased, they moved money from one line item to the jail's overtime. The jail is our biggest turnover, as far as, it's hard to keep good detention officers because, I mean, to be honest, the pay, the hours that they work, it's a very tough job. It's probably the toughest job that we have at our agency,
Is the jail understaffed?
It is.
Yes, currently.
By how much?
I think it's 3 positions right now.
Yeah, I think we're down to 3 positions. I mean, you think about it, you have 70 inmates. You've got 3 people running the jail. Take one of those away, because he's got to sit behind there and run the control panel. You have 2. If all heck breaks loose, good luck.
And then we have to have a female per shift
Yeah.
as well. So, because we
That
have
makes
female
it
inmates. So when a female's off, we have to have a female come in to work for, which in turn is overtime because we're limited on our amount
I
of female.
visited the jail and I was really surprised that just, even with the females, how much they have to go hands-on,
Oh, yeah.
in there. So my thought process of them was, and it was like, I mean, what do you guys do if even half of these inmates decide to flex on you? Like, what do you do?
Well, since we're general pop, outside of felony lockdown, if they're the general population, if they fight, we just have to let them finish. I mean, there ain't no way 2 people can go down there and.
Address your overtime as well, Chairman. It's something that we're looking at. Like I said, this is the first time any of us within the department have dealt with the budget. So, like, I took the investigations numbers, for instance, and ran what they've done the past 3 years as far as their overtime. And theirs is fluid. I mean, we could have not that many call-outs, or we could have some serious scenes that come out in the next year, and we're coming to you and saying, hey, I need, because we didn't want to cut it too much because there's a unforeseen thing with patrol and investigations. My division, it's a little bit different. The courthouse guys have to work here, certain times, so they have built in because we're open from 8 to 5, and then of course we have commissioners meetings and things like that where we're running that. So it's a little bit easier for me to estimate that, but patrol with events that we have, but it's something that we're going to look at. That's something, like the sheriff said, each division captain is going to be in charge, or I say captains and lieutenants, of their division to watch their overtime. We're going to have quarterly meetings. We're going over our budget to say, hey, you're over, this time, or you're under, what's changed, what are we looking at? And then that way, next year, whenever we present our budget, we'll have a better, I guess, our numbers will be better as far as looking at what the overtime we're going to have. So, implementing these new things with the new patrol officer and changing the policy as far as how many officers, what's the minimum number of officers per shift. Under the prior administration, we had 5 per shift. If somebody was off, somebody worked overtime. Well, we've changed that, the sheriff has, and to where you have a minimum of 4 per shift. Anything other than that, somebody has to come in and work overtime. But so we're going to look at our numbers next year, and examine them further. But, we didn't want to get ourselves in a situation where we're coming here and saying, hey, we've had this event happen. We had, when we had protests, a few years back, or, we've had murders or certain events happen, and then all of a sudden our overtime, is astronomical from those events, and we don't want to come to you and say, hey, we cut it too much. So that's what we're looking at this year. Next year, we'll have a better understanding of it to analyze, what the numbers are, and I'll have the math on that as saying, these are the policies we set, and this is what our overtime, so hopefully we can reduce it.
Y'all have a fund balance?
Yeah.
Sheriff, what is it?
Whatever the county's is.
Okay.
Part of the county, yeah, we don't have one.
Okay.
And to speak on that as far as the fund,
So you don't have any of your officers rotating out working the jail?
No.
That's what, with my son,
Down in Wilmington.
that's a requirement for
Yeah.
them, is,
Lot-
every so often.
Huge,
they all
that's a
have to work
lot
the
bigger
jail.
agency.
you have
Oh,
to,
it's huge,
Yeah.
yeah, but, I mean, that's their obligation, they have to, under the sheriff.
Right.
they
There's a
have to
lot of
work.
agencies across the state that do that.
you have to be dual certified as well. There's two certifications with sheriff standards. There's the BLET, which is sworn officers, and then there's the DOCC certification, which is detention. We have very few officers. I can count on one hand or less the amount of officers that we have are dual certified. I think Bobby Young and
there's several.
Brent
There's-
Ledford,
yeah.
there's 3 or 4, so that would be an issue with having patrol officers fill in the jail. And then with looking at the orgs, you're gonna have to pay them overtime irregardless, of those options, because, and then it's gonna come out of the patrol budget, so we wouldn't get an accurate reading on,
Money
which
spent.
money
Yeah,
spent per
yeah.
department.
One other thing on the jail, what would it cost to do, meals in-house for the jail instead of?
Steve Stewart, the prior captain, I don't know when he was here, what year he was here, but he looked into that. And at the time, it was around $300,000 to put in a kitchen facility. And that company that they spoke to about that would provide a nutritionist as well as the equipment under a 5-year contract. And once that 5-year contract was up, the equipment was ours. I can definitely have him look back into it. But currently, right now, it's around $225 a meal, and we get that from Clay County, the sheriff's office over there, and their inmates make the meals over there. It's $225 a meal, but if we did it in-house, it'd be around 50 cents a day to feed in, each meal.
But there's
That's each meal.
a space consideration too, or the kitchen over there is very small, so I don't
It
know
would
where that
never-
would.
It would never.
And we've
Yeah.
looked, we've went down that road and had these groups come in and present to us. And every time it comes back to, the deal we're getting is a pretty doggone good deal, about the best you're gonna get.
It really is. And we actually get revenue off that. We get commission off that.
Somebody goes and picks food up every day?
No, they bring it.
They bring it to us.
They bring it from Clay County.
Yeah, for $225.
The other thing, why aren't these inmates out picking up garbage?
They
and
can't.
stuff? They
Can't.
can't?
Pre-trial detainees, and that's what we house, is pre-trial. Nobody's convicted of anything, innocent until proven guilty. Pre-trial detainees cannot be utilized to clean up roadways, even on a volunteer basis.
That's good to have
Yeah.
that out in the open,
Yep.
because everybody.
I know, and
why in the
yep.
world.
Yep.
And then the last thing I've got on the sheriff, is courthouse security.
Yes, sir.
And you and I had to talk that we have courthouse security because of the courtrooms in this facility.
Yes, sir.
Okay? And then we have, it's we're in the mountains. Most everybody has a pocket knife with them. So if you wanna come in and go to the mapping department, you got a pocket knife, you gotta go back out to your truck, and drop the pocket knife off. So what would it look like, to have one or the other? Courtrooms out of this building, or the county offices out of this building? So that's costing us $1 million a year for courthouse security. I believe we can build a pretty doggone nice metal building for courtrooms over there next to your department for $1 million.
I don't know. I guess that's up to you. There is general statutes, and I think Eric and I both have, sent you emails where, it is. It is if.
I think it's a shame. This is how our freedoms get taken away from us on a regular basis. is just because I'm coming through those doors to go down to the mapping department, I've got to go through that scanner, and I'm subjecting myself to search and seizure.
It's not, it's not. School of government calls it a permissible search.
I'm not arguing
Yeah.
about that, Brent. I'm
Right,
just
yeah.
saying that I think $1 million a year, the taxpayers are paying for courthouse security, and they can't come in this building that they own and do their county business without being running through that scanner and stuff. I just think that, and this is just my opinion, I think that, for $1 million, we could build a, pretty nice courtroom.
I guess ultimately that'll fall on y'all.
So on the courthouse security, it's a little more. It was 841,000 is what courthouse security was for this past year. We've changed that. I know it still says courthouse security on your budget, but it's encompassed a lot of things. We're looking at its admin, support services, and training. So what we've done is added a lot of things to that.
Yeah.
We've added like support services, meaning things that help all the other divisions. So what it costs to put brakes on a vehicle, or the gasoline, or the printers, or the software from Southern Software to run that everybody uses. And all those were all, added to that budget because they support everybody. So we looked at things like that. So if you all are looking and wondering why courthouse security went from, 8.4 or 841,000 to 2 million, that's the reason why. We added a lot of things in those support services that benefit the entire department, wide. So that's where that's changed. But also, though, under the 841 from last year, that also accompanied civil process division as well. So it's not just courthouse security, they were part of civil process. So the ones that are out serving your domestic violence protective orders, your child support papers, your divorce papers, your, writs of execution, doing the evictions, things like that were also incorporated in the prior budget. But since then, just in case you all were wondering why, it's more than doubled. That's the reason under support services, we added a whole bunch of things that benefit the department wide.
John, I think if you were to build a courthouse or over next to the jail, you'd have to move the clerk of court as well.
Well, I
Yeah.
mean, it's just an idea.
Yeah.
DA's
I just
office
hate
is-
to see
DA's
our-
office.
I just hate to see our freedoms.
It's not your freedoms. Just don't bring a dang gun in the courthouse. It's just that simple.
Which we've had people try
science.
since we've implemented
We have.
those. Yes,
I've
we've had.
watched county employees galore run back out through the parking lot because they had their pocket knife in there.
Let me ask you a few things. You good, Joe?
Yeah, I get it.
So, PPE, like vests, does everybody have a vest and a camera? Do you guys wear cameras?
Yes, we do.
Not everybody wears a camera,
Well, I mean, admin like us
Yeah,
don't,
we
but our patrol deputies and
People that are out in the
the
field.
investigations and SROs,
Yeah.
yes, the ones actually,
Not everybody has a
Yeah.
vest though.
yes. And
Because
our
in the
vest,
last one we went with you guys, I mean, your lead guy didn't even have a vest going into that
No, we
house.
do not.
Well, that's what I'm asking. I mean, from a capital standpoint, I wanted to ask about cars and vests and cameras. Cameras can save us a lot of money.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
yeah, we have.
Also, if it were to come down to it.
We have a policy on that, as far as the cameras. I know last year during the election, they were saying, there wasn't a policy, things like that. We have a policy on cameras, and anybody that's taken enforcement action by policy, has to have their camera
I
on.
like that.
So,
And do they have a vest too? People that are boots on the ground, do they?
yes,
Yes.
yes. And I think it's roughly 14,000 and some change. We apply for a grant every year, so that's something that we put in the budget. As far as you'll see that on there, I think it's under my budget. But it's something that we're reimbursed, is that correct, Lori? From a grant that we get every year. Yeah. Yeah, so what we do is rotate them out. The vests are good for 5 years, and whenever they expire, usually a little bit before they expire, we'll go down and order them and get somebody a new vest.
What about vehicles? Did you guys?
We proposed 6 patrol cars. You want to go ahead?
No, go ahead, John.
Okay.
You're doing a fine job.
So in the current budget that we're in, we didn't get any vehicles. I think there was a deal before, I'm not sure exactly, I wasn't part of it, where they added some extra vehicles the year before. We're still waiting to put some of them on the road. I think we still have 4 that are lacking having the equipment installed to put on the road. We requested 6 more, and essentially speaking with Chris at the garage, I think it was, I forget what, almost 50% of our maintenance budget is going towards fixing aging vehicles, you know, especially ones that are on the road, like these Chargers, and you still see Crown Vics and things like that. So we asked for 6 more. That will get our road fleet up. I mean, we're not going to take these 6 vehicles and give them to, you know, they're going to go to the road. I know in the past there were some issues with that. So we put that in the budget. We're speaking with the county manager. I think they're in capital expenditures. There were some issues with the IT and stuff like that. So we looked at the current budget that we're in, and due to those like 12 positions that we had open, you know, it's something this year, I don't know about prior years, I think we had it, but we had some extra money that I worked with Lori, the sheriff and I worked with Lori, as far as salaries and courthouse security, and in 4310, which is the sheriff's budget, and we found enough money to fund all 6 of those cars. I think 6 cars with camera systems, radios, cages, I mean, the whole striping and everything was $374,000 for 6 cars. One of them is going to be a K-9 and the 5 will be regular patrol officer cars. And we were able to find that in the current budget due to the shortages in staffing that we've had. We were able to fund a few other things, I think like some computers and entry tools, things like that. So we've been going over the current budget that, like I said, none of us had worked on, and finding what money that we can in order to reduce our upcoming expenses.
My last question is, capacity at the jail. I notice it's an ongoing, look, we're $500,000 a year thereabouts in the jail, in the housing out of county. Am I right in saying that?
I think out of county is about 150,000.
How much?
Yeah.
155, okay.
It's not that bad now. I know in years past, we have reached that.
Yeah, we have.
500,000 more.
I was gonna say, if there's ever a long-term plan, if we were $500,000 a year, you know, maybe we need to look into that, but 150, I don't think that's.
Yeah, 150 a year on out of county.
And that's an item's been reduced to 91 in the current budget because of other needs that have come up within jail, so.
Yeah.
That's all I've got.
It's tracking good this year, but
Yeah.
some of those years.
Yeah, we were able to use some of that because we're having to paint. This jail inspector came and I think we're $60-something thousand to paint the jail.
Okay, well, that,
So-
so if it does go to 3, 4, 500,000, is that money budgeted? Do you have an emergency? I mean,
No, we do not.
so you come to us
Yeah.
if it's more than,
Coming to y'all.
what, 91,000?
Well, 153.5 is the
153.
budget.
It's
Thank
just like
God
our
we've never
medical.
had to do that. We've always, knock on wood.
Like right now, we're finding money at the end of the year to, you know, cover other things. Because, you know, you have unexpected things. Like I said, overtime is unexpected, medical expenses in the jail. You know, we got a bill for almost $50,000 the other day. One bill for $50,000. And I know there's going to be more because we've had to send some, you know, with medical issues the past week.
Surely
So
we have an insurance policy for that. We don't have to pay, we pay Medicare Class C rates?
we're working with the jail inspector as of right now, but I think I spoke with the county manager and he was looking into it some. There's, with the new legislature on Medicaid, we're hoping to alleviate that, but as of right now, it's not something we can use. I mean, they're our responsibility.
Full board.
I mean, that could be nasty.
Mhm.
It is, medical treatment.
It is.
We budgeted 275, they just moved 50 in, gives you 325, they've got $2,000 left.
Mhm.
There's no way that's gonna get us
There's
to
no
the
way.
end of the year. Because some of those things bill in arrears. You might get a bill today that was for September services. You know, there's a delay sometimes in those medical bills coming through for us to pay.
So we have to
We've
come
had
up and look.
cancer patients, heart attacks.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, it's common knowledge, but, you know, hospitals, they'll take a cash, you know, check, and it's obviously a lot, I think it's, I might be wrong to say Medicare Class C, but it's a lot cheaper, I hope.
We have
We're
a
able to-
company that we use.
Yeah, we have a company
medical
that scrubs all the bills.
Yeah, they
too.
scrub them.
Oh,
Yeah, so they reduce a lot of it for us, but still, like the one after the scrubbing, this one was still 50,000.
Yeah.
When they talk about scrubbing and Medicaid bill, I had a conversation with the person the other day, and I see Amy here. Is the new project I'm gonna call about the campers. Number one, are they transported from another and set out here?
I don't know. I took my daughter over to Buncombe County for the orthodontist the other day, and the lady that was the tech, whatever you wanna call her, said that 4 busloads were just dropped off in Buncombe County the other day.
Okay.
She's seen it, 4 Greyhound buses, dropped them off and pulled out of there.
Okay, the next question is what you're just talking about here. I believe somebody said the fine that they found there would be $50, but they didn't have $50, so then they'd have to go to jail. Then you're responsible for all the medical parts. Is that right?
Yes.
Because you're
That's right.
incurring now, and if these people are coming from somewhere else, how do you just have to pay it? Do you ask them where they're from, or do you send a bill to the previous county they're
No.
in?
We
or-
don't send the bill to the previous county. We unfortunately have to suck it up and pay the bill.
But this is a new arena. Is this an expense that we hadn't been thinking about, or have you had this expense all along, we just now?
Not for the homeless population, but we have had this expense in the past.
Amy, where are you on this?
Well, I think unfortunately, with the homelessness crisis, it's wherever they can get services. And if individuals hear that Macon County is hospitable, then that's where they're gonna come. And I was in Haywood County previously, and they heard the services in Haywood County, and people would drive right up to the doorway of Pathways, open the door, tags from South Carolina, Georgia, other places, and let them out. So I
That's
think
what I was told,
unfortunately,
the person said,
it is a
they bring them to
crisis
you.
that's happening.
I just didn't know.
But
You
Amy,
brought
that,
up-
oh, sorry.
You brought up the medical thing, and I just wondered how much, that could be
That ordinance that the town passed, it's, the first offense is,
$50.
$50, and then the second offense is up to 30 days in jail. Okay, so, and that's what the sheriff and I talked about was this. So these people are already homeless. They don't have $50. And naturally, they're going to be wherever they can be. I mean, they can be on the sidewalk, they could be on the lawn at the town hall or whatever. Then the sheriff, we arrest them, put them in jail, and then they're gonna tie up the jail, they're gonna tie up the sheriff's department, they're gonna tie up the police department, they're gonna tie up all of our resources. So my response to that was, that's not the solution to this problem. We need to come up with a solution and not criminalize these people and put the burden on the taxpayers to give them housing and food and medical care and everything else. So that's why I have an issue with trying to, as a county, to, trust me, I don't think it's right for people to be afraid to go to the Greenway. But at the same time, it's a problem nationally. What do we do to correct and have the true solution to this?
And I think that's part of what everybody, we've been in multiple meetings, elected officials
Right.
and appointed officials. And unfortunately, there's not some magic bullet to take care of it, but it's something that we've all got to start working together on to find the resources. And it can't be yours, mine, or theirs, it has to be ours collectively.
Right.
And I think that there are some potential solutions out there. I mean, we're looking at utilizing the one building that we have that's on East Main Street as a warming and cooling station for individuals who may need that. But it's a problem everywhere, and we've just gotta all work together to try to get it.
Anybody else?
Yes, I got two more things. The K-9 unit. Will you explain to us how many K-9s the county has and what the role of the handlers and how much time that we spend with the K-9s out on patrol? Are they called when they're needed?
The K-9s, all the K-9s we have now are currently, well, no, not all of them, are pretty much on a shift, minus Clay Bryson's and Nick Lofthouse, and that's the captain and the lieutenant over patrol, but the rest of the K-9s are out there on patrol.
On on 12-hour shifts. or
Yes, sir.
whatever.
We
And
moved
I
them
just-
from their own shift that it was under the prior administration to a regular patrol shift that they're on, working, answering calls, things like that, and their K-9 is extra duty on that shift when needed.
Okay.
Also just implemented a K-9 for the school system.
Mhm.
And he's going to be training this summer with Clay Bryson. It's just a matter of time before these kids figure out how to put this toxic stuff in these vapes, and that's what I'm going to focus on. While vapes are not illegal to possess, it is against school policy to possess while at school, so.
And it won't be like a bite dog
It's
or
not a
anything
full
like that.
patrol
It's
dog.
not a full patrol dog. It's just a passive alert, you know, for the certain substances that they're looking at.
And then one last thing, the X-ray machine that we talked about, for the jail. There was a case, I believe it was in Maine here recently. There was 2 men and a woman arrested, and she had thousands of doses of fentanyl in her body. And that you've had some overdoses, correct?
Yeah, we just recently had one. We got from Jackson County, and we come into our jail, and I think 5 ended up going to the emergency room that weekend, overdosed.
And that's a very expensive, I mean, besides the stress and stuff, the resources.
Fortunately, all
that
of
you-
them survived, everybody's fine, but yeah.
So with an X-ray machine, that would.
A full body scanner, we can see any anomalies that they ingest or otherwise put in their body.
And that cost is how much?
Around 150 grand, somewhere right in there.
And I think that would pay for itself in a very short time.
It would. But with that being said, Jackson County had one. They missed it.
They missed it.
Yeah, they missed the fellow that brought it into our jail. That being said, we're all human, we're gonna make mistakes, and we're gonna miss stuff. That's just the nature of the beast, unfortunately, but it would definitely behoove us to look into that. I know Brent Ledford, told me just a few weeks back, he's working on a grant for one. So we're very limited on our space over there at the detention center. I seen some at the sheriff's conference over in Asheville this past year that, gosh, they were huge. There's no way to fit in our building, but we need a compact one, so I know he was looking into that.
I know, not bragging points, but my nephew was in prison for drug issues and stuff like that. And he said, you only thought there was drugs on the street. He said, I can get every drug known to man in prison, so.
Yeah. Hey, not only prison, it happens right over here. A lot of people, your lay person don't realize that it happens at your local facility too.
Anything else, gentlemen?
That's it.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Thank you.
Jack, my apologies, I passed you over. Come on, make her quick.
Sheriff.
Yes, sir.
Need to swap with you. Give you the old one, give me my new back.
This is Jack Morgan we're talking about. Just broke ground at Macon Middle School and already got a change order.
We do.
Good planning.
Thanks.
What'd you have to do with that?
What we've got here, I need to move that building 2.5 feet.
All right, I'll share with Josh. I don't like change orders.
My least favorite thing is the lights come afterwards.
Did you get one?
Here's one I got.
If you'll unfold that first page, here's what we were supposed to do. This is, the green is the new building, and the old existing gym is the yellow end there. There's a 6-inch sewer line that runs besides that sidewalk. We were gonna put our footing close to that 6-inch sewer line. Well, if you look on the next page, when we dug where the footers are, guess what's right there? A 6-inch sewer line.
that comes from the girls' locker room and catches the boys down there. So we had three options. We can't fit those footers, which are rather huge if you look at the size of them. 6 foot by 4 foot 9.5. We can't put that much weight of this building on the sewer line without doing something. So we had three options. We could either move the sewer line over closer to the sidewalk. We could abandon that sewer line and run a new one under the building, which I don't like to do either. Or we could move the building 2.5 foot, which would give us room for our footers. And if you look on the next few pages, the first page is the option where we put a new sewer line in. We move it over about 3 foot, 2.5 foot. To do that, there's the cost incurred, and the bottom line is that would cost $9,533. The next option was to run it under the building. That one came to $8,168. We can move the building 2.5 feet, and what cost we got there, we got a little extra sidewalk, we got some extra canopy, a little bit extra grading. It's $5,251, and that would be my recommendation. Lesser three of them.
That drain, will it also, help that other building that we're making, we be able to attach into that drain, or?
We don't want to attach into that drain. We want to attach in, there's a manhole on downstream. We're just going to run straight to it from that new
You've got
building.
an outlet there.
Yes. And the last 2 pages are the change order.
What is the soft soil thing?
The what?
Soft soil?
There's some soft soil in the bottom of the footers that we're going to have to put undercut and put some gravel in.
That's a separate change order?
That's not this. It may not even be a change order.
So help me out on the canopy. I mean, how do you build any kind of canopy for $500?
It's just an extension, 2.5 feet for each side, because there's 2 down each sidewalk that go to the gym from that building. And it's extending those each one 2.5 feet.
Are they not built in, are they not metal engineered canopies, or are they aftermarket?
They are metal engineered canopies, but they would be 2.5 foot short. If we don't extend them for $520, I think that's the cheapest thing we've got.
And that doesn't change the cost of the metal and the roofing and the nails and the
No,
screws?
no.
Did they not locate the utilities?
Well, like I said, according to the upstream clean out and the downstream clean out, it should have been closer to the sidewalk by about 2 feet. So the clean outs, we thought this clean out would be a straight line. It ain't exactly a straight line. It moves out from the sidewalk. So,
It's offset.
yeah, it's just in way. We just can't put the weight on there unless you want a busted sewer line. Everybody knows that. And we looked at every option, and that's, in my opinion, is the lesser of the evils, is just to back the building up a couple of feet.
Mr. Chairman, just take a motion, or is it just something? Experience.
Well, I signed something the other day, I don't know what I signed, but something about change orders.
No, I think it was for the proof roll.
For what?
It was for a proof roll, I
Yeah,
think.
I think it was for BLE engineering to do the proof
That was
roll.
already
That was
covered.
approved at last month's
Yeah,
meeting.
that was
Yeah.
approved at last month's meeting.
Yep.
You ain't signed this.
Yeah, I just don't see how we can avoid this.
I'm ready to go home, I can tell you that.
I bet you. I bet you are.
Just as a note, in this project, we've got about $114,000 in contingency, so of course, we're more than well enough to cover this change
Yeah.
order.
And this, we've had to stop to wait to see if we can do this.
Pleasure of the board.
I make a motion, was it $5,200?
$5,250.25.
I make a motion, we approve it, Jack requested.
I'll second that.
Any discussion?
I kind of hate to hear they stopped it for that. How long have they been stopped?
We missed about 11 days' work. We're just thankful you didn't hear this tonight, or we'd have to wait till the 13th.
Like moving forward, I mean, is there a way to do a consensus? Or does this have to be in a meeting?
That's up to you guys.
We can certainly do that if you would like to. We've done that on previous projects. I just touch base with each y'all and
and keep moving and ratify it at the upcoming meeting.
Well, this is wide open space where we're building this thing.
Shouldn't be any, I'm hoping the hiccups with a metal building and wide open space from here on out, I'm hoping it's pretty
Yeah.
cut and dry.
The metal building's sitting there. We just need footers to set it on.
All right, gentlemen. Have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by raising your right hand. Let the record reflect it's unanimous. Anything else?
That's all I got.
Sorry you had to wait so long, but you learned a lot tonight.
I did, but I don't want your job.
All right, gentlemen, we've been here 4 hours.
Well, you have a fire chief back there, and you have the 911.
Let's hear them. We've been here long enough. Let's hear what Warren's gonna say.
They've been
Chief.
here.
Let Amy go first, if that's okay with y'all. They can move on.
Is she an employee?
I'm not. But I'm here at the direction of the town council to ask you to reconsider the tax rate that you have put forth for the Franklin Fire and Rescue, to move it back to the 7 cents that they requested last year. I know that the goal is to be at revenue neutral as much as possible. Franklin Fire and Rescue is in need of 2 new fire apparatus that are out of date. One is 27 years old, the other is 30 years old. So part of that is to be able to ensure that we have enough debt service money available to cover the payments on that, because at this point, even with doing a $500,000 down payment, the debt service would still be approximately $1 million for those 2 vehicles. And at the current tax rate, unfortunately, Franklin Fire and Rescue only has about $70,000 in additional funding over last year. And the debt service on that at approximately 5.5%. Finance rate would be about $120,000 a year. And so without making that change, there would not be enough money to purchase those vehicles. Chief?
She pretty much summed it up. We have 7 fire trucks. Out of those 7, only one of them is an FPA compliant to be a frontline response vehicle, because the other ones are older than 15 years. The 2 that she mentioned at 27 and 30 years old, by NFPA recommendations, should have been retired at 25 years. And so that's why we are trying to get on a fleet replacement schedule that has been neglected in years past. So we asked the town to supplement some money to help with the purchase of these trucks. They denied our request and sent us to you.
And I will say, historically, the town has not supplemented the fire department at all. The only funding that they received was the fire district tax.
What's your fund balance?
Just over 600,000.
And how much are you gonna add to that this year, at the end of this budget cycle?
I don't have those numbers right now.
Part of the purchase for these additional vehicles for the down payment was to take approximately half of that $600,000 to use as the down payment. So that would reduce it to about $300,000.
And the time frame for ordering trucks and receiving trucks is 18 to 24 months,
No, sir. Currently now it's 24 to 36 months
so 3 years.
to deliver it. And by that point, my 1 compliant truck will be out of date as well. I'm searching for demos or anything else that we could purchase sooner.
Has any of these trucks failed your annual pump testing and all that stuff?
1 did this year. We spent just under $15,000 rebuilding the pump. The reason it was so expensive to rebuild the pump is because the truck is over 25 years old. They do not make the parts, and we had them have the parts machined.
In my investigations here with the, it's not necessarily on you, but in the new assessment for Franklin Fire District, you guys are down $315,888 in the new assessment for tax values in Franklin Fire District.
Send the values down?
No, not the values, but when you go back to the revenue neutral,
Yeah.
when you do it times .27, you're getting a $315,888 decrease in revenue.
No. Their current levy is 1.1, their new levy is 1.2. They've got growth. If you look at
No, I'm not talking, I'm talking about the tax assessment by all fire districts in the county. I've got it all broken down into what the old assessment was, what the new assessment is, what the old amount was, what the new amount is, and that's what I came up with was,
So you're saying they're losing that much revenue?
no, we are. There's two districts in Macon County, Franklin and Scalar. Now, according to that, they are gaining almost $70,000 in revenue based on the new tax rate that the county manager has proposed. Oh, well,
Revenue neutral rates.
I should have known.
So, yeah.
So
I guess I'm
realistically,
confused, sorry.
all of this stuff with the fire departments in Macon County, we're looking at an increase in revenue for fire departments of close to $200,000 on these new assessments. And Franklin being the highest gainer in revenue from the fire districts, while losing that much revenue for the county.
And
I'm confused.
I'm
Yeah, me too.
not sure I understand, John, I'm not sure.
Well,
The assessed value in '23 before the revaluation for the Franklin Fire District was 1.66 billion.
Right.
The assessed value for '24 after the revaluation for the Franklin Fire District was 2.3 billion.
Okay, and then divide that by 100, and then multiply
Well,
it by
what's been-
0.27.
What's been done here is the revenue neutral tax rate with the growth factor has been applied for each fire district. So each fire district's not gonna have .27, it's gonna be their tax rate.
They've got their own individual.
They've got their
tax
own
rates.
individual tax rates and their own growth
What is
rates.
this growth factor? I mean, what is it? Where does it apply into
It's got on
firefighting?
it's calculated on each levy that passed in the district. It's a
Yeah.
growth factor.
Right, but how does it, I understand it calculates in there, but what does the taxpayers gain by this growth factor? See, that's the whole thing about the fire service. You have two municipalities, Town of Franklin, Town of Highlands. And we're collecting fire taxes from the citizens of the Town of Franklin. And ultimately, that ought to be in my mind, it ought to be on the backs of the Town of Franklin to levy that, their tax rates. Because, I mean, in the same way with Town of Highlands, you have the Town of Franklin that's overseen by the town. You have the Highlands Fire Department. The town board up there oversees their operation. And the rest of them, there's no one overseeing any operations of that. So ultimately, and in my mind, and this is far-fetched from what we're talking about here, but ultimately, you have all these rural fire departments out here. Burningtown is what, 0.12? I mean, that's what the old rate was. I mean, I didn't look at the new rate. But when you factor in that we have a 0.27 millage rate for the county, then you have a 0.10 for fire taxes. So ultimately, Burningtown people are paying 37 mills on county taxes but ultimately, I think, in my mind, eventually you're gonna have the Town of Franklin that's gonna be overseen by the town. Then you're gonna have the Highlands Fire Department overseen by the town of Highland. And the rest of these rural fire departments, we're gonna have, eventually, we're gonna have a countywide fire service. And that's, I mean, I don't see any way out. I spent many years involved in this. And participation in volunteerism is shrinking while we're having fire departments in trouble for no responses.
What are your thoughts?
And I'm not, if he has equipment that's outdated and they're failing inspections and everything else, the only concern that I have is the fact that you have $600,000 in a fund balance, and if it increases at this budget cycle.
Thanks for sticking around 5 hours. Can you rein me back in? Tell me again, the county collects the fire taxes, right?
Correct.
But it's in downtown Franklin. So help break down the issue for me just a little bit and make it to the public. Kind of where's the gray area and kind of what's being disputed here?
Well, just like all the other, even the rural fire districts, the monies that are collected by the county is what is used for operations for the fire department in Franklin. They're not supplemented by the town at all at this point. So that's why we were instructed by the council to come back to the county, because you set the fire district tax.
So every bit of that is funded by the county, none of it is
Correct.
supplemented by the town.
There is no subsidy from the town. There's nothing like that. Essentially, the funding that is collected on the fire district tax, which was 7 cents for the current year, that pays all the operations for the fire department, all their capital, everything. What happens is the fire department essentially buys their health insurance and everything through the town, because, you know, other fire districts don't particularly provide health insurance and things like that for full-time employees. So part of that 7 cents goes to pay salaries, health insurance, everything, just like it's operating as a department, only the funding comes from you all instead of from the general fund and the ad valorem tax.
But you guys are operating on almost a $1.2 million annual budget, while we have another fire department in this county that's operating on $140,000. And Highlands Fire Department is on close to a $1.2 million annual budget. When I left Highlands Fire Department, we had a $380,000 annual budget. And so to me, I can't understand how, and part of it, yes, I do understand with your paid firefighters. But the other side is, why can a fire department operate on $140,000 with 2 substations, and it takes other fire departments $1.2 million to operate?
Well, one of the biggest factors is that we run right at 2,000 calls a year. The next closest department to us is Otto with about 500. And many of the other ones drop down to 200 or 300 emergency calls a year. So that exponentially increases our operating expenses. And then there's also the quality of service when you have the 3 full-time firefighters on shift every day.
Yeah, I understand that. Now, do you guys pay your volunteers per call?
Yes, sir.
Do you have
We do have per call pay, just like the other departments in the county. So again, with our call volume, that
Right.
price is up quite a bit.
And we, of course, Franklin Fire and Rescue covers more than just Franklin proper. That's part of the issue is,
Well, your mutual aid too.
No, sir.
no, we
No.
cover
We have a-
You cover.
We
in
have
the
a
county.
large rural district.
Mhm.
2/3 of our population is in our rural district, roughly.
So speaking on behalf of myself, I really wasn't prepared to have this conversation tonight. I was prepared for the school and the sheriff's department. So historically, 2 questions. What happens with Highlands in their relationship with municipal town of Highlands? Do they contribute to the Highlands Fire Department?
I honestly don't know the answer to
Wouldn't that be a
question.
similar scenario in this county?
I am not sure.
And then the other question, Historically, have you guys ever contributed?
No, sir,
It's never happened.
never.
Okay.
How much are you needing on an annual basis to make these fire truck payments?
120.
Okay, so going to 7 cents gets you 405,000 additional each year. So I think, are you maybe asking for a little too much there?
Well, I
You only
mean,
need 120 a year?
I mean, 7 was just what we had last year, and that was
Yeah,
the only
I'm saying,
reason.
I just ran the calculation, just curiosity, and it's 405,000 additional dollars per year. So to me, if you're wanting, if your justification is to have $120,000 for a truck,
Mhm.
you should be asking for the equivalent tax increase, to meet that $120,000.
And that sounds
Sure.
definitely reasonable.
Absolutely.
Yes, ma'am.
And just as a sidebar, your levy based on revenue equal growth is gonna gain you about an additional 67,000 by itself.
Correct.
So you're already halfway there. So I just wanted to point that out to you guys, like, we really need to look into this and, get the rate to what it needs to be. I just wanted to make sure I didn't
No,
miss
no,
something.
no,
in
you're
your
fine,
conversation.
perfectly. I appreciate that, definitely.
All right, we'll take no action tonight. This is educational information
No problem.
meeting, but, anybody got any questions?
So,
But I have all the respect in the world for the job you do. I miss, it's a very valuable,
What kind of time frame are you on? What kind of time frame?
Well,
You
like
got
we,
the next meeting in June the 13th? What kind of time frame?
I can't pass a budget for the town until we have an answer from the county.
Okay, that's what I was thinking.
Okay.
So we've got a budget public hearing on June 5th, but if your meeting's not till the 13th, then it's your decision, then we'll call another special called meeting between now and June 30th to take care of whatever we need to.
Is Mr.
deal.
Rowland, is he the foot person for this to go?
We can,
there?
I think, it's certainly the pleasure of the board if you'd like for us to bring something back on, June the 13th, we certainly can.
But here, I just heard you say that's a little late. Is that?
No, what we will do is hold our budget public hearing and get the public input on June the 5th. And then depending upon your response on June the 13th, then we can hold a special called meeting to approve the budget.
That sounds good.
I'm good with that.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Warren?
All right, the grand finale.
Huh?
The grand finale.
Actually, I need the computer if IT's still listening, unless y'all want me to skip the PowerPoint.
Nope, I got it.
I've gotten so many papers tonight.
I'll do the visual one, how's that?
Uh,
I'll do the visuals, that way you won't have any papers, so. Let Derek get me started here. So I actually have a brief overview, and then after that, Derek?
You can't hit the edge, you have to hit the little arrow.
Is that the only fire department asking for an increase?
Pardon?
Is that the only fire department asking for an increase?
Yes, that is the only one. And in
We
your
got
book,
a $200,000 raise.
in your book, it will show no increase because the original budget, we put them all at revenue neutral. So that's the reason they're here, is that's a different ask than what we actually had in the budget book. And there's should be a,
There's a spreadsheet in the proposed budget. The fire departments went up $198,000 this past. If we approve the proposed budget
That's
with
correct.
the proposed growth factor in it,
that's correct.
system-wide, went up $198,000.
That's correct. And there is a benchmark sheet in there that's in front of your book that has historical numbers that'll compare last year to this year. The one thing I do not have, I have the values, but I don't have the actual district collection on this sheet. Because this year it was a little different because we had to go revenue neutral and we figured in the growth factor. So kind of hard to compare those when you look at them.
But is the responses, the more responses they have is the good answer?
Yes, and their career people,
it doesn't matter which department comes up here, your personnel is gonna be your biggest expense. So when you have more people, more career people, you're gonna have more expense.
How many shifts do you have, 3 or 2?
Franklin has 3. They run 3 on a shift, 24/7, plus the chief, so they have 7 total. So, I'm gonna talk to you about emergency services very quickly tonight. I actually have 4 separate budgets, kind of like the sheriff. We have 4 different divisions. Actually, we almost have 5, depending on how you look at the fire departments, even though they're contracted. So basically, we have 911 communications, 911 addressing, the fire marshal's office, and EMS. So one of the things that came up that I want to make sure that y'all were aware of, and just to throw some dollar figures out there, there was some talk about building maintenance and repair and infrastructure. So this was a huge year for us on the infrastructure. So this past year, and I'm going to mention a little bit something we're going to ask for this year. We spent about $82,000 just on infrastructure amongst all the different buildings. We have basically 4 different facilities that we maintain. That was everything from gas heaters to paving to sidewalks to flooring. So maintenance-wise, we spent about $82,000 just on our facilities this year. I'm going to talk about EMS first. That's usually the order it comes in your budget, which is the 4370 account. We have 41 full-time employees and 27 part-time employees. We currently have 5 vacancies at the moment, which tends to be pretty much normal for us. At the moment, we tend to run 3 to 5 vacancies. We have 5 ambulance crews on duty 24/7 and 1 QRV. And when I say QRV, that's an SUV with a paramedic in it, which is a supervisor. That's 24/7 every day. We have 3 in Franklin, 1 in Highlands, and 1 in Nantahala, and the QRV is actually based out of Franklin. We are not going to compare, if you compare us to other counties as far as budget-wise, because of Highlands and Nantahala. If you look at Jackson County, West Carey EMS runs Silva, and then Glenville Cashers Rescue runs Cashers. Haywood County has a flat area, so their trucks, if they're on one end of the county, they can cover the other. But the way we're situated, we're staffed, we maintain a full ambulance crew in Highlands and in Nantahala 24/7. So volume-wise, if you look at us, we would probably be in a 3 to 4 ambulance volume-wise, but we maintain 5, so we keep that coverage there. We also run 1 to 2 community medics and a QRV, usually Monday through Friday. And I'm gonna talk about volume in a minute, but I'll mention them. Today, that varies. Yesterday, they were off, holiday yesterday, so I actually had 3 of them working today. So that varies depending on what their volume is. Those are not separate positions. Those are people we pull off the truck and we backfill with part-time while they're doing their visits. Call volume, you can look at those and look at the differences. Total 911 calls for service in 2022 was 6463. That was up from 55 before. If you look at total calls for service, which is 911 and others, if you look at the top, we did 7,328 this year. Last year, we did 6,334. So you can see there's about 1,000 calls difference in there. The one thing that does not show is our community medic visits. We will do, I don't have this past year's number compiled yet, but we'll do between 1,800 and 2,000 community medic visits a year too that you can add on top of that. The big thing for you to look at the about the 4th or 5th line down that says total OOT transfers. Those are out-of-town transfers. Those are transfers that we're taking from Macon County to a facility somewhere else. If you look at those, they're up to 670 this year. They were 500 last year, 426 the year before, 357 the year before that. So that's a lot of difference in those out-of-town transfers. That's another reason that we don't compare to some services. Buncombe County doesn't do out-of-town transfers. West Care does. Haywood County has a rescue squad that does theirs, but we do them. Sometimes we're the only game in town. There's a private provider, but they only do convalescent transfers. So that's the other reason that we don't compare financially to some of these other counties. Talks about busiest days of the week, busiest times of day. The other thing to look at transports by air medical and from scene to a trauma cardiac center. If you look at those numbers, we flew 110 patients and we took 143 patients straight from a scene to another facility. Those will be your code strokes or your STEMIs, your cardiac patients that we'll pick up and go straight out of town. Now, the reason that's important is we're a big revolving circle, and if you want to look at us, you need to have this visual of two circles that intersect in the middle. We have 3 ambulances in Franklin, 1 in Highlands, and 1 in Nantahala. If Highlands Hospital sends a patient out of town, we rotate a truck from Franklin to Highlands to cover Highlands while they're gone, so we don't ever lose coverage. If the town of Highlands EMS, if they have a call in the city limits, we don't send another truck to cover them. Because usually if in the city limits, they can be the hospital and back and pick up another call before I can get a truck up there. If it's in Blue Valley, Horse Cove, Scaly Mountain, and that Highlands truck goes to Scaly Mountain, we follow them with a truck from Franklin to backfill them in Highlands, so that way there's always this continual circle of resources going somewhere. Nantahala was the same way, unless they go to Angel, which is a 45-minute transport time from Nantahala, they have to go out of town. It doesn't matter what you are. We do them a little differently. When they get on scene and they evaluate a patient and they say, okay, we're going to transport, because they have a lot of non-transports, a lot of those folks, we're their medical facility. Once they tell us they're transporting, we do the same thing. So it's a big continuous circle of resources with those 5 trucks to keep our coverage up, because 90% of the time when you call me, we should have an ambulance ready to pull out of the bay for you. That's the goal. I shouldn't have all of my resources tied up so that if you dial 911, I'm not there. 90% of the time I need to be there. And that's the goal of floating those resources around. Billing, one of the things about us is we actually generate revenue. Important to note, look at our payer mix. Most of our patients are Medicare patients. We do the insurance, we do have some private pay, but Medicare is really important to us. Real important to us right now. Make sure the federal government keeps paying their bills in the next couple of months. Most of our calls are ALS calls. The middle chart there is the coding on our billing. It's either ALS emergency, ALS non-emergency, BLS, which is basic life support. You'll see that the majority of our patients are ALS emergency patients. Now, notable expenditures that we're going to see in your budget this year. This is a capital year for us. I talked about ambulances. We have 5 crews. We have 10 ambulances. I'm going to tell you why. We have 3 main trucks in Franklin, 3 staffed trucks. I have 2 spares for them. I have 1 truck in Nantahala. I have a spare truck in Nantahala for them. I have 1 truck in Highlands, and I have a spare truck in Highlands for them. The reason I do that is a couple of reasons. Number one, I've got one in the shop today with a turbo here. The backup truck has to take its place, and then I have a system spare that pulls in behind them, because even though I've got that one that's out with a turbo, if I have a flat on one tonight, I've still got to have one, even though it may take me 2 hours to get it fixed, I've got to have one to take its place. Highlands and Nantahala has the same reasoning, but the other thing is if I get in the truck in Nantahala and I get up in the middle of the night and go to hit the switch and it doesn't crank, you can't wait 55 minutes if you're having a heart attack in Nantahala for me to get you another truck from Franklin over there. So that's the reason we have spare resources staffed around, so that availability is always there for those folks. We have a capital project where every other year we do a new ambulance. The odd years we'll do a remount. We put the box back on a new chassis. We started doing that because we were remounting everything, and we started to have some structural issues and some safety issues with the older boxes. When you mount them about 3 times, you start having some issues with them. So that's why we went into the capital project to start replacing new ones. So this is a new year for us. The other problem that we have, and you're going to see it in our budget, you'll see that we had money we started with last year, then we had an adjusted budget, then we'll have what we finished with. We ordered a new ambulance in not last fiscal year, not this fiscal year, but fiscal year before, that didn't get delivered until after July. So we had to carry that money over, so that shows up in this year's budget where we had to carry that money over and pay for it. Same thing's gonna happen this year. This was a remount year. We ordered it in August. Budget was approved in June. We went through the bid specs, got it through the process, ordered it in August, and we still don't know when we're gonna get it. So it's probably gonna be in next budget year. So that money's gonna keep hopping over until supply catches up with those vehicles. I can get gas chassis. I can get you one of those today. Can't get diesels. have one gas truck that's in Highlands, which so far we've been okay with it. But we're a little nervous about moving everything over to that fleet because we don't know how durable those gas engines are. And when I start mixing gas and diesel trucks side by side, I have a little bit of concern about the green nozzles going in the right tank. So, ambulance this year, we always do equipment with it. Traditionally, the county would do loans. They actually, several years ago, they did a loan and did payments on some medical equipment. I'm rather a pay-as-you-go person. I'd rather do that. So what we do is we capitalize out that equipment, and when we do an ambulance, we'll try and replace the defibrillator and the stretcher with it. The stretchers are power lifts. They're extremely expensive. They're about $51,000 a piece, somewhere in that neighborhood. I was originally against those years ago. We have not had a back injury, to my knowledge, that has cost us that kind of money since we started using those. So unfortunately, sometimes it's better to pay the money for the stuff that does the work for you as opposed to paying medical claims. So that's why we do that. The other big expense is medical supplies. Volume's up. Medical supply costs are up. Box of gloves is up 44% where it used to be. Needles are up 400% where they used to be. So when you put all the volume and the cost together, that's why our medical supplies are up. We generate revenue. This year we budgeted 1.8 million. We're going to get over that. Next year we're going to budget 1.9 million, which is the number we projected. So we actually bring in a significant portion of revenue. EMS is about a $4.9 million budget. Ideally, we like to be 50-50. We'd rather the taxpayer pay 50% for availability and the users pay 50% for the service. We tend to float around 60-40. Taxpayer subsidizes us about 60% and about 40% revenue. The reason we can't quite get to the 50-50, number one, because of our Highlands and Nantahala situation where we got to spend a little more money to have those resources out there. It's hard to get those numbers down. But by the same token, we don't want to overcharge our customers either, because we have taxpayers that pay money, but we have customers that have to pay ambulance bills too. So we have to kind of balance out what we charge folks for the service. This is a snapshot of our billing system. I can give you those numbers on a moment's notice. One thing to note, if you look in the middle chart over there, you'll see the $1.885 million year to date collected. And we've still got a month or so to go on that. Our projected, or our 12-month rolling average, 12 months from the day that I hit this chart, is $2.1 million. We budgeted 1.9. We're very conservative when we budget revenues. Lori probably way more so than me. So that's why we're very confident in telling you that $1.9 million is going to be our revenue, because in reality, we're probably going to do better than that. We're bringing our collections in less than 90 days. 76% of those we're bringing in less than 90 days, and right now we got about 800,000 in outstanding accounts somewhere. These are our rates that we propose that's in your budget. And one of the things you'll notice, there's a Medicare allowable, which is usually what folks base their charges off of. That's what they pay, and that's about half what it's worth, because they'll negotiate it down to about half what it's worth. Typically, what we would do, we would set our rates at 200% of allowable. Well, if you've noticed, to try and give a little bit of breathing room to our customers over the last year or so, we have let it slip down a little bit below 200%. We're still fairly expensive. When you get on an ambulance, it's fairly expensive. We did adjust our proposed, we adjust our mileage down a little bit this year. But even with those adjustments, we're still going to bring in $1.9 million and give those people just a little bit of relief, especially the ones that are self-pay patients. All right, 911 addressing. These are the folks, I don't have much on these folks. These are the folks that do the road signs and addresses for the houses. Their volume goes up when we build new houses. When the road mowers come through and tear the sign down, their business goes up. We have 1.8 employees. The other 0.2 of that employee, he actually works for maintenance one day a week. We share him with maintenance, so we cross him up so that he does some stuff for them. There's not a lot of expenditures for them. That's a fairly low budget. Costs us about $20,000 a year for signs. Our blades have went up, and our vinyls went up, and our posts have went up, which is about $1,000, $2,000 more than what we used to do.
So you just make them and print them in-house?
Yeah, we have a sign making machine in the basement. We print them, put them on the blades, and put them up.
And you're still changing out signs, cause we see mixed signs all through the county.
Yes.
I wish we had the little signs back, but
We actually, we have swapped over to some of the smaller ones. The reason those big ones were there, the federal government tried to say that you had to have a certain size sign on a certain speed of road. Federal government doesn't pay me much money, so I don't really care to go against them a little bit, so we started swapping back to some of the smaller signs, so. All right, emergency services management. This is the 4375 budget. This includes your 911 communications, fire marshal, emergency management. 17 full-time employees, 5 part-time employees. We currently have 2 vacancies. We actually have 3 part-time people that are on the cusp of being able to take those vacancies, so that department's gonna be okay. 911, with the incoming calls there, 24,000 incoming calls in 2022, 58,000 admin calls incoming in 2022. So that's pretty significant volume. CAD statistics, graphs by day of the week, you can tell that there's not a lot of difference. Saturday and Sunday, the volume slows just a little, but there's not a whole lot of difference there. Hour of day, this is important because I'm gonna talk to you about staffing in just a minute. If you'll look, starting about 10 o'clock in the morning, you'll see your volume pick up to over 1,000 calls, and then it'll 11-ish, it'll start dropping off. Midnight, it'll drop down, and then we'll drop down to low about 5 o'clock in the morning. One of the things we do differently is we staff based on volume. We don't staff just because we have seats. We staff based on volume. I'm gonna talk to you about that in a minute. Revenue, the revenue on that department basically comes from your emergency management program through North Carolina. We bring in just almost $40,000 a year on emergency management grants. That's based on activities I have to do, optional activities I have to do, and it's based on my salary. So that's where that money comes from. So notable expenditures. One of the things in your budget talks about employees. We want to transfer a position from the fire services budget, which is our career fire side, back to 911. During COVID, we had 2 vacancies in 911. We had no people applying. We actually got some money from North Carolina Emergency Management because we were ordering of supplies, materials, vaccines. We were hauling vaccines. We were doing testing. North Carolina would give us money for a position, but they had to be dedicated to that, and we needed the position. So we moved that position from 911 to fire, staffed it for that duty, used that money. COVID's over. Now we're ready to bring it back, and it'll actually save us a little money because the money we were budgeting on that side was more than what this position will be. So we'll move that position back to where it originally was in the dispatch office. Now, what that does is that allows us to do a 2-3-4-3-2 flex schedule. Remember that 6 o'clock to 6 o'clock thing I told you there a minute ago? Right now, at 6 o'clock in the morning, I have 2 dispatchers. 10 o'clock in the morning, I go to 3. Run 3 people till 10 o'clock at night. Then I drop back down to 2 people overnight and do that to 6 o'clock in the morning. And I have 1 office person that comes in that, in addition to do these stats and quality and whatever, she works Monday through Friday when she can and fills in for a 4th person during the day. When we move this position back, 7 days a week, that gives me 2 people from 6 to 8. That gives me 3 people from 8 to 8. At 10 o'clock, I add another one, which gives me the 4th. And then we start dropping back off, and we get back to 8 o'clock at night and 10 o'clock at night and go back to 2 people at night, which matches the volume that we have. And there's some extra money in there on radio maintenance. When we originally bought radios back in 2017, there's a phase 1 and a phase 2 license for digital radios. At the time, the company would not sell you a phase 2 license ahead of time, so we didn't have the licenses. So basically next year, if we don't upgrade those radios, they'll be a brick. They won't work on the Viper system. However, a new radio is $2,500. So for $450 a pop, there's 62 of those radios in Macon County. We can buy half of them this year, half of them next year for $450 a pop. Those radios will last indefinitely as far as we know. So for $13,000, that's a bargain for us to keep those. We could buy a handful of radios for what that costs, but we can keep these old ones working. Fire services is our career folks. We have 4 full-time positions. We had the 5th because we moved that 911 position in there. We didn't fill it when that person left, so it's been vacant. So we're going to move it back to the 911 office. And last year they did 615 calls for service in 2022. Uniforms is their biggest expense. That's kind of small budget, so their uniforms end up being when you buy a set of turnout gear, it's about $3,000, somewhere in that neighborhood. Right now, delivery times on those are about 6 months or more, so. Now, let's talk about the 911 fund. This is the 26 fund. Todd Siegel came and talked to you last month and talked to you about a grant we got from North Carolina 911 Board to help upgrade some radio equipment in the 911 center. 911 has two different budgets. You have the telecommunicators, which is your non-eligible expenses that the county has to eat, and you have the 26 fund. This is the money that comes from the fee that's charged on all your phone bills, cell phone, house phone, et cetera. Forgive me for calling it this, but it's almost an enterprise fund. It's like the landfill. We spend what we get, or we get what we spend, and that's all it comes from. Can't be used for anything else. We have $876,000 in fund balance. We're gonna move $231,000 out of it this year to match that $333,000 grant that we got, which is our money they've been withholding because they keep holding my money out every month because I have money in the bank, to upgrade some equipment. That'll show in your budget. So even though we won't be flat, the revenue matches the expenditures we have, and it's money that we've had sitting in the bank and the general fund or the fund balance over here, plus that grant money. Right now, annually, we're getting $235,000 from the 911 board, and we get the $333,000 grant this year. Which is odd calling it a grant, because it's my money in the first place, but that's a different story. Viper radio console upgrade, which is what Todd talked to you about last month, got approved last month. There's $90,000 we'll pull out of that fund balance. We're gonna put new furniture in that office. We're gonna actually set it up for a 5th position. Right now, when I have 4 people in there, particularly when we have storms, if we have snowstorm or a hurricane come through, or particularly if the power goes out in Highlands, we actually need another person to answer the phone. I don't have anywhere for them to go right now. So by adding this 5th position in there, and the state will now allow us, once we get it put in, they'll start allowing me to fund that 5th position, so give me more of my money back. That'll give me an overflow position when we get really busy. I can put a 5th person in there to answer the phone if we need to. But all that money, that's either out of the 911 fund, or if I run into any expenditure with the room, whether we change the floor or we bump that wall out to make it work, there's still $12,600 in the Barrett Building Capital Fund that we've had for as long as I've been here. So we've still got money sitting there to take care of that. So that doesn't come out of any of the tax money that you're worried about this year. And that's the end of my power. Questions? That was very quick.
Who funds Squad 4?
Comes out of the county budget.
I mean,
General fund. It's not a fire tax. It's not based on the service fee. It comes strictly out of your general fund.
Ballpark where they work with.
300 and, yeah, it's actually 315, I believe, this year, because we dropped
Yeah,
some stuff
it
out.
went down a little bit, but it should be under the fire, it should be under the fire department.
And one of the things,
I mean, it's definitely a good thing. I just didn't know if it was through a department or.
yeah, I'm sorry, Derek, it was 314 before the changes went in, and it's 325 after the COLA went in. One of the things that we might want to talk about, and I hear you talking about the service fee. The service fee came about, the reason we did that, and everybody may know this, but Macon County had a fire fee back in the late 80s and 90s. Macon and Graham had one. It had a cap on it. And there was a court case that went through that said you could not cap it, so therefore it was illegal. We couldn't do that anymore. That's why we switched over to the service fee. You had 2 options. You could do the taxing district, which is North Carolina General Statute 69, which means the voters of a district have to vote on it and say, we're going to do a taxing district and tax ourselves. Or you did the 153A service district, which is what we have, which it's basically the same as your ad valorem tax. You set the rate for that district. At the time, I assume the municipalities didn't want to mess with that. So that's why that number, that service fee is applied to areas inside the city limits and outside the city limits. And they have 2 districts. Franklin has a municipal district and a rural district. Highlands has a municipal district and in a rural district, but the rate's the same for both of them. One of the things we may want to look at, that we looked at in that fire study, do we do a more equitable service fee? Do we do one across the board? Do we do 3 across Macon County? Do we figure out some way to make that a little more equitable across the board? My personal opinion is one day we should look at 3, because Highlands is kind of an anomaly because of the values up there. Maybe Scaly, bump them in there. I'm not sure where to put Scaly. Nantahala is kind of an anomaly because they're over there and they don't have a lot of help unless it comes from most other places. And then you got the greater Franklin area. So there's some things we can look at on that if you want to explore that and we get into that. Now, there is no way at the moment now in the contracts that they're looking at. I've already got one signed. We're finishing up the review of the contract. There is a clause that we put in the contract. Right now, we can't withhold money, even though if we wanted to use that fire service fee to pay for other stuff, we can't, because the contract says all the money's got to be passed through. The new contract, we designed it for, we put that clause in there in case we wanted to do group purchasing and we wanted to buy 3 fire trucks and try and save some money instead of buying 1. We could hold part of that money out to do a group purchase, because right now the only way to do that was if Highlands and Otto and Clark's Chapel wanted us to go together and help them buy something, we got to give them all their money. Then we'd have to have an agreement with them. They'd have to give it back to us, and then we got to go through her, which is going to make her life a nightmare more than it is already. And it just makes it a whole lot more complicated. So there's some thought in the future to fix that if we can just get there.
Are these annual contracts?
No. These contracts actually don't have an expiration on them.
So you're saying we'd have to renew new contracts
Yes.
countywide?
Yes. But that's on the table. We already have been through that process to have them review it. We needed to redo it anyway because there's some North Carolina standards that have changed that we need to update. So it needs to be on the table anyway. Eric and I have already looked at them. Town of Franklin's already run theirs through John and already got theirs signed and back to me. They're just waiting on us.
So can you answer my question about the municipal relationship with Highlands and Franklin? I mean, with Highlands and their fire department and Franklin and their fire department?
I do not believe, I would have to talk to Josh to make sure, but I do not believe that Highlands does any other contribution to them other than the service fee they get from Macon County, through Macon County. I don't think there is, unless it has something to do with health insurance that I'm missing somewhere. That's, I don't know about that. But typically that money it's handed to them and then they turn around and they hand it back.
We were offered health insurance in the town, when I was there. Of course, I had my own health insurance, but also when you mentioned Scaly Mountain, we gotta keep in mind that they're also connected to Sky Valley.
That's correct.
So that one, we actually would probably have 4.
Yeah, if you look at Scaly Mountain's budget, there's some asterisks at the bottom of my benchmark sheet because they actually will collect some funds from Sky Valley when Sky Valley contributes to them. And Rabun County contributes some to them either through the trucks or some other stuff. I don't know exactly how much they contribute or how that works with them because they're an anomaly. They are a Georgia fire department and they're a North Carolina fire department at the same time with the same people.
There's just a lot of friction going on that I've seen over the years with, ever since we started putting money into these fire departments and paid firemen and then volunteers, and it just seems like there's a lot of friction there that don't need to be there because for 21 years as a volunteer, we always, I mean, I didn't hope the pager went off, but that's what we were there for. And we were, we just, everything, when that pager went off, we were doing something.
I'll hit one thing real quick. I'll hit the overtime question that somebody brought up a while ago. We budget overtime because we have a variety of shifts. In Franklin, I have a 24/48 and 2 24/72s. Highlands, I have a 24/48. Nantahala has a 24/72. Half of them work 24/72. Half of them work 24, 144 off. They do back-to-backs. They can do that because of volume. We offer them a Kelly day. What happens on their, if they're on a 24/48 and they're working their Monday, Thursday, Sunday week, that's a really long week for them. So what we do is we offer them a Kelly Day. One of the two people on their last day or any day during that week, we'll tell them, okay, you can go home. You don't show up to work that day, we'll backfill it with a part-timer. That saves us money. So that's how we try to keep our overtime down. Now, the problem has been when you've got 5 vacancies, sometimes you can't have the people to backfill it. And at that point, we got to work, because the difference between us and the sheriff's office, they can run short shifts. If they had to have 4 people on a shift instead of 5, they'll be shorthanded, but they can still do it. I got to have 2 in the truck. I can't go anywhere without 2 in the truck. And we do budget EMS. I plan on 36 hours regular and 24 overtime for each person per year. And what that does is that covers the day that I got to have them come in and I'm not planning on. It covers the Con Ed I have to pay for them. It also covers anything unexpected that comes up. If they're Kelly Day, I can't find somebody to work for them, that gives me the time to cover them. And the reason I get to that number is I've been here 30-some years. After so long, you figure out about how that works. So that's where that number comes from.
One more thing.
Yes, sir.
Did you know a diesel pump won't fit in a gas truck? Diesel nozzle won't fit in a gas truck?
I did not.
Try it.
Even the little one?
A gas will fit a diesel.
Well, yeah.
But a diesel won't fit a gas.
The little gas one won't, or the little diesel one won't fit in the gas?
So the diesel nozzles are actually bigger than the gas, like it won't fit in there. Yeah.
But you know, if you go to Ingles, the
Hotspot.
nozzle is smaller.
Hotspot's got a smaller one.
The reason why I know
The
that
second
is I
pump,
was
yeah,
looking
pump 3 and 4 at Hotspot.
So they've got the big ones for big trucks. But
Yeah.
I'm talking about the small ones. If you
They
got a
won't
gas
fit
truck,
either.
go just pull up and just stick it in there. It won't fit. I'm just telling you. But you're right, they got the big ones too for the trucks.
Well, now I'm gonna go try it. Well, how do you know? How do you know that?
I'm not gonna disclose that.
Okay.
All right, folks, 5 hours.
Warren, what about propane? You know, I had a meeting with Darlene, and she said they run their vehicles with propane. She said she saves a lot of money. I mean,
My biggest worry would be supply, because particularly when we go out of town, finding it if we had to have it somewhere else, that would be my only, I don't mind to look at it, but I think that would be my only issue, would be finding
And
it.
another thing, you got, like, going the mountainous terrain, and as heavy as them ambulances are, you don't really get the juice out of the propane that you do out of the gas. That's what they find on them transit vehicles.
okay. But just 2 more things on the fire department.
Mhm.
One, do you have a list of how many paid firemen there are on each department?
Yeah, it should be,
Okay.
that benchmark sheet should have it on the bottom of it.
And do you know what the fund balances are for each one of these fire departments?
I know what they tell me. If they tell me on the budget process or they put on any of their sheets, I know that, but as far as verifying it, I can't 100% tell you exactly.
All right.
Anything else?
Great job.
Thank you. All right, this was a special call meeting. I don't even know where my agenda's at in the 300 pages of paper I've got.
Got one out there?
Got my signature on. Your notes. Are we adjourning
We're gonna,
or recessing?
I feel like it'd be appropriate to adjourn just for the public comment, if that's what you're going at. We've had 2 meetings without public comment. Last meeting, they were asking about it too.
well, if we do an adjournment to have another budget session, or work session, I mean, is that 10 days? Is that, can we do another special, well, if we do another special call meeting, then that messes up the, public comment session.
Why can't we just go to?
You can list, as long as you list it on the special meeting agenda, you can have public comment.
We don't want to get into a 2-hour public comment period. Just like tonight, I wasn't expecting an hour and a half during the sales pitch for the high school.
Just FYI, the public hearing has been set for June 13th, 6 p.m.
So
But
we have to,
we had to get the ad in the paper, to meet the requirements, so it should run, I think, in tomorrow's paper possibly. I think Mike sent it the end of last week, so it should run in tomorrow's Franklin Press. So the public hearing will be June 13th at 6 p.m.
and we have 7 days notice push that off.
No, once it runs in the paper, you've gotta have a public hearing that night.
That's
Set.
public comment.
You don't have to adopt
You don't have to adopt it that night, but your public hearing is already set for June 13th at 6 p.m. Doesn't mean you have to adopt the budget, doesn't mean, you're open to make changes after that point. A public hearing is just to let the public, come and make whatever comments they want on what's been proposed and what's been talked about in these work sessions, so
Well, if we
there's
have another,
nothing binding you to adopt it that night or to make changes after that night.
well, if we have another work session, we get into public comment period before we even know what the budget, we've got a proposed budget. How do you comment on something if you don't know if it's?
You don't have to have, if you have a special call meeting, you don't have to have a public.
Right, you don't have, you can or you cannot, it's up to the board.
And they'll be in here talking about everything, unless it's, we've had a few public comment periods. What, y'all tell me, is there?
I like to see one with a public comment piece because of the questions have been asked. I'm not sure I followed the update tonight, on when, football season starts. I think I've got a little piece of that. Where are we on the stadium and those type of things? Sometimes I like for some people to hear that besides me, because you're sitting here trying to make notes and stuff like that. Somebody else needs to hear what the LS3P is saying, or they can respond to it.
Well, thinking out loud, would it be appropriate to tell them to come to the June the 13th meeting?
Yes, but
It's only 2
stumbled
weeks.
on that twice, and don't want to get, because I thought this, that's here yonder. The 13th, I can ask some things. I think for a public comment period, that,
How many people you talking about?
well, you got the stadium, which is, met with the group, they want a standalone stadium. I think that needs to be said. And you're looking at, there was some people who made a comment saying thank you for considering them into the Higdon House, and then the safe school things. Greg Rogers and Ms. Deal wanted to point out some things that they're concerned about at Franklin High School. And then also you had a, what else do we have? That they wanted to express their feelings about the safety of the high school as we got now. I know what the other was. It was, Ms. Keenan wanted to talk about what, and I asked her this, what is coming up the pike? What is coming to us in the school system pertaining to ADA? Is it an influx of people? Is it, or we just got one or two? What are we going here? And she was going to take the data that she has and share with you what's in the future for your ADA. But what I did tell them, you got 5 minutes, and that was it. You're not in here for one of these hour things like we experienced tonight. But you come in here 5 minutes, and the data shows here, if you're talking about ADA kids, I've got this many that's handicapped, this many in the wheelchair, those type of things. And I think it's important information I need to know.
I was anticipating June as the month was set aside for budget negotiations and information. But tonight we had a sales pitch on a new school. I mean, let's build a school starting in August. Wait a God. God, last conversation I had, it was phase 1, then phase 2. Still up there till selling the whole thing. Let's start it by August. If we don't start it by August, we're gonna have football. Hey, gee whiz, come to July and hit us with this sales pitch again.
But I think my feeling is, where are we with the phase 1 and list of what he has to say? And let's keep this ball moving.
If we don't, phase 1 has nothing to do with this budget. Phase 1, if it's pay go, it'll be out of fund balance. we're not allocating anything in this budget for phase one construction, am I right, Mr. Rowland?
No, this budget right now doesn't have
Anything
any,
related to new schools?
no.
So why are we taking up time while we're trying to have discussions on the budget? Trying to convince people to start both phases in August, move dirt, break ground in August. Gee whiz, we ain't even got through the budget.
We had a conversation about phase one. had
Oh, we've had
site
conversations
visits.
about it, a bunch of them, and every time they come back, it's a different story to me. My question is, if we do them independently, and tonight we're up here, we break both, we got two options, we're doing both at the same time. Let's start them in August, we'll be out of here. Let's get through this budget. We got a $65 million budget proposal.
And I guess that's where I may be being
Yeah.
stagnant at. You know, when you talk about, like tonight, when they talk about, we're gonna do two things and start off doing it and stuff like that. I hear that, but I don't digest that as being something factual that we're doing. It's just an idea that somebody is presenting there that, and I think when they started with their calendar kind of event tonight, that was interesting to see when
Yeah.
somebody's gonna have.
Oh,
to
they'd
have a
like to start it
season.
tomorrow.
Yeah. But I think I think with the, during this budget situation, there's a lot of questions about, and I think you've answered some of them, at least Roland did, when we are stated to 27 cents and stuff like that. But there's still a lot of questions. But if you put somebody down to 5 minutes, you come in here and.
Okay,
see what
I'm
you got.
game. I like to hear from the public.
I got all the time in the world.
Another-
What do I wanna do?
Do we need question one? Is anyone requesting another work session?
Yes.
Okay. We have a request.
I can't, I've got family commitments. I mean, I won't be back into the June, from we have our meeting on the first, I'll be leaving that evening, I won't be back in till the late evening of the sixth of June.
Everybody get your phones out.
But Wednesday is the seventh.
June 6th.
June 6th is a week from today.
Today is,
And we got a meeting on June the first for our liaison thing there.
today is the 30th.
Yes.
So, Mr. Shields, you said you'd be back in town late June 6th from your vacation?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yeah, and I've already committed the monies. And the next day is Wednesday, the next day of that obviously is Thursday, and
So
I'm
you got
fine.
Wednesday, June 7th, Thursday, June 8th.
Mr. Antoine, what do you got, what's the? I
I'm
mean,
busy either way, but you know what you guys are thinking, I'll tell you if I can do it or not, so.
Well,
What are you
he's
guys
saying
thinking?
the 6th, he'll be back late, so the
Late.
7th, you would be,
I'm ready.
well, 7th would be on Wednesday.
Wednesday.
Yeah, and that's not a good night
There's
to,
8 then.
Thursday's the 8th.
Thursday,
If we do Thursday the 8th, I can be here after 5.
after 5.
So
What
if you
about-
set it at 5, I can get it, I can be here by
Here at
5.
6 o'clock, but like we used to be, you're okay, aren't you? I am too.
The 8th, June 8th, I mean, I'm good, whatever, whatever's,
June 8th, 5 p.m. That's what I'm hearing.
5 p.m. Josh?
I'll be here whenever you guys set the meeting.
I'll be here whenever.
Okay, and then, are we still talking about budget? Or where do we go from the, you had Warren in here a while ago, now?
Well, he's
what co-
presenting his budget in his
No,
office.
But where do we start off now?
Well, we have the tax office, we have the landfill, we have, I'd like to bring in some of the little offices so that they can introduce what they do, like the Macon abilities and stuff like that, so we all have an understanding of the operation of our county government.
I don't have a problem, I just didn't know who's next.
And how they're funded and all this other stuff.
I think moving forward, if we want to, you know, if we're gonna keep having these to prioritize them, I mean, like Macon Abilities, I think that's like $15,000 maybe,
We
$10,000.
they're not our employees, we
Right.
just have a
I mean,
contract with
we
them.
just have a contract with them.
Right.
I mean, things like that,
Yeah.
we need to narrow down.
Health Department and
focus.
DSS are the next two biggies,
Yeah,
right?
They are. And of course, they get a lot of grant funding.
Yeah,
They're heavily grant funded. but
yeah,
those are
about
the
half of
next two
their,
biggies.
about half of that 14 million's grant funding.
Help with TSS or the-
landfill.
Landfill?
Yep.
He's an enterprise fund, so he kind of stand, he has to stand.
Yeah,
on his
that's
own.
not,
Right.
that
That won't
that
affect-
doesn't impact the general fund budget.
That is,
It does or
It
doesn't?
does not.
no, it's a separate, completely separate fund.
So, are we just getting an update, or are we
No, I'm taking
Landfill.
notes.
landfill?
I mean, I feel like we really have the schools to discuss. We really didn't, I mean, hone anything down, did we?
No, that's just it. This is educational and information.
So, I mean, this just sounds like a dumb question, but when do we get in the weeds with the school stuff?
Well, when we digest this stuff, at some point, we have got to make budget recommendations.
Yeah, if you
I
don't like
guess-
what, if you don't like what we presented, we need feedback.
Yeah.
I guess
What
that's
you
kind of what
wanna
I'm
change.
asking is, you know what I mean?
What you like. what you
Direction
don't
from this
like.
board, maybe that's what you're asking, is,
Yeah.
you know, there's several projects going on in Highlands, middle school, high school.
And that was a good question, not on your pre-K too. How do you put that package together? Are we going to put it together? Those people, your emails, and you can go up there, and they're gonna be asking. And,
I thought this was great information. I mean, you have all these departments and everybody else coming in here explaining in depth what they do and how they're funded and why our county dollars are part of their, I mean, because I've always been told Macon County is brick and mortar. Well, now we're finding out that that's not the case for the Macon County schools.
the two words you have to remember, when I first came on here, was the schools that are current and capital. And you gotta put those two on your brain, because capital, the brick and mortar part, I'm like you, I thought, hey, that's all we have to worry about. No, when you start looking, there's current expense here that you're involved in. And I'm telling you, in 24, you heard that little girl talk the other night about a trauma counselor. That's a whole different baby, that is. And a lot of these people are going independent now.
Well, the other side of it is in my mind, we have unlimited, I mean, we don't have unlimited funds. We have very limited funds to deal with to try to cover, what everybody's asking for and to make this county, as strong and everything as possible. So
Okay.
what we've heard here is basically everybody's asking for more money. So eventually, we gotta gather all this information and figure out what we can fund and what we can't fund. Because our people out here in the real world, in the private sector, and our retired folks are struggling. And we must take care of these people.
I guess my only comment to that is, I don't know that I would put it that just people just asking for more money as much as I just want to look at what's legitimate and what's not.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Right,
So
I
I mean,
mean-
if there's needs and they're legitimate needs, especially like for emergency type stuff,
Right.
to me, that's not just asking for more money. So there's a lot to really consider, you know what I'm saying? Like to
Well-
really consider with each one of those.
But if you look at the budget increases, they're asking for more money. Now, I'm not saying that's not needed.
Right.
But what I am saying is, we have to eventually figure out where those dollars that we have has to be placed.
So
I mean,
with the utmost sincerity, that's what I wanna do, is
Yeah.
have that meeting.
Yes.
But the problem is if we bring in, not picking at you, but MCH and a bunch of others, I feel like it's a large distraction, like,
Well, that's.
we just went through the meat and potatoes, and like, we just kinda like put it in the pot. We got a lot of work to do.
Oh, absolutely. I was just saying that, I mean, until I went to that meeting the other day. I had no idea.
You know, I will say, periodically, groups like that, MCH came before when I was just newly elected, and they made a nice presentation about what they do, and so, imagine it's county manager, but throughout the year, several of our county businesses come in and just kind of shine the spotlight on their department, which I think would be appropriate for that, but if it's not a large ticket item.
Right.
I don't know if it's really.
Are we ready to sit here and have an open discussion about our recommendation, budget recommendations individually?
I think
Try to
it'd be a
reach
good,
a
I think
consensus?
it'd be a pretty good start. You know, a lot of the departments really came in flat, did they not?
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the budget overall, when, like, like we're saying, the majority of the increase, there was a decrease in your operations outside of salary and benefits. The salary and benefits are attributable to the, cost of living adjustment and the step increase, which we've heard tonight is the same amount that the state's recommending. As stated in your budget message, all the different sources, Western North Carolina, specific and North Carolina specific, that's right what we're recommending. So as far as operational outside of salary and benefits, there is nothing there. It's a decrease. The other increase we had was on capital, and we were able to do more capital this year because of the interest on investment earnings. And we're recommending tying that to one-time expenditures. So that's where the money is. And then the rest of it was in education, which we went through tonight. So operationally, each of these departments that come in here are going to be flat.
What do you mean by flat?
For the majority, at the same thing they were last year.
It's the same. So the only thing that's increasing.
The only thing that's increased is in the salary and benefits at the top, where that
Cost of living increase.
Are you saying that's
3%
across
cost
the
of
board?
living and 1.5%.
Are you saying that's across the board for all?
That's
the
gonna be
departments?
across the board in all departments, yes.
So it's almost a $2 million increase in salary and benefits.
1.8, exactly the same thing. A 3% cost of living adjustment and a 1.5%. At 4.5%, you heard Angie say that's what the state's recommending tonight. That's what Jackson County recommended in their proposed budget. Western North Carolina counties that came together are recommending, that was on the lower end of the spectrum of what they're recommending. So it's right in line with the region and what we're seeing across the state, as highlighted in your budget message.
Like I will say, last year, Danny, we had 4 or 5 fire departments all asking for increases. I think that's what took up all these meetings. We had, I don't know, a fair amount of departments ask for increases. And I don't feel like this year we had a lot, but like I said, the big ticket items, I think, were tonight, in the COLA.
Which, I don't know, I mean, to me, that's a lot to digest, but just with the school system, it gave me a lot of questions, man, because there's a lot that I wasn't aware of, you know, with that.
I'll say though, what they did was pretty savvy. It's all right here.
Yeah, it was a good presentation.
There's no question, it's right here.
And having worked in the school system, I'm just lucky enough to be familiar with that, because that's what we went through every year. And, but it's, well, it's not, we don't trust people, it just, you want to learn more about how their place works. But once you get that information, it's a system every year that's working like that. That data is there. The state will tell you what they're gonna pay and stuff like that. When you get this budget, you got an increase, those, what is it, 17 people, we got 18 on current expense that the county's got. You'll have to jiggle the change a little bit.
Well, you know, there too is what I mentioned the other day, or the last meeting, was knowing what our structures and stuff need. A little bit of money here, a little bit of money there. Well, I'd like to see us take some of this money and fix some of this stuff.
Were you able to get that capital thing I left for you?
I didn't go up to your office, but I got it on the email.
Okay, Lori, I think you were gonna add about the, now some of that 1.8 is not all COLA and STEP. Lori, what was that number?
Yeah, I don't know where 1.8 is coming from. The COLA's 772,000, the STEP's 424,000, so that gets you right at what, 1.2 rounded. And then the retirement increase, which is out of our hands, is about $158,000.
Yeah. And then you have those new positions that,
Yeah,
like
the
the
new
doctor
position.
was a big one in salaries, that was
Yeah.
$200,000. that's picked up that wasn't in there last year, so.
Let me share a little synopsis of, back, like I said, last year, Mr. Cope and Mr. Rowland and I, we met at his office, and I was talking about, I said, can you put somebody out pressure washing the courthouse? Just put them out there and just let them get their picture made and show how much we're really taking care of our buildings. And he said, where's the staff? He said, my guy spent all weekend pulling a sheet out of the septic at the jail. You know, they're worried about all the clerical, all the janitorial, they don't have the people. And so
Right.
short of, you know, hiring more people, he's like, if I had the staff, I would, but do you want me to, you know, pull them in and have them wash the buildings or kind of stay on task? And so it just kind of opened my eyes. You know, you don't really think about our maintenance taking care of a clogged drain at the jail on a Sunday. You know, so at the end of the day, you think, well, that's where the conversation came about contracting a lot of clerical, a lot of mowing and trying to ease the burden. And I still support that, John. If that's
Absolutely.
something, if you want to look into that, if we want to contract some of that stuff, I don't have a problem with that. But the problem is, I mean, it costs money.
Oh, I'm
It's
not
capital.
asking, right, I'm not asking for the maintenance department to come out here and pressure wash this building, but it would be good if we had a bid to know what it's gonna cost to pressure wash this building and improve the grounds here today. This is the center of Macon County government, right here in this building that we're sitting in. And the walls are black, I mean, there's all kinds of stuff out there. And just a little bit of money, and the whole thing is, I know the maintenance department has their hands full. But if we can subcontract this stuff and grow the private sector and not create benefit packages for more employees and stuff, then we have a better plan. I mean, I put a dollar amount to Zachary Park up there. That's just so happens what the business that I'm in. If it costs more than $15,000 to do what needs to be done.
Are you proposing maybe setting aside some amount of money to put towards buildings countywide every year? I mean,
I
you
think
kinda
that would be.
creating a capital account that, I mean,
But we have to
I don't-
identify
you know,
these.
I
And
don't-
again, that wouldn't
that's
be
the problem.
impacted by the operating, that's not gonna be impacted in your general fund budget. I mean, you could set that aside and do that really at any point.
Right.
That doesn't have to hold the budget discussions up. Because,
Right,
you know,
right.
you're looking at major capital, fund balance type expenditures. And again, we have that evaluated, and we had a group come in and do that, that went through and assessed everything in each one of our buildings, and that information which you said you're looking into. So there's all kinds of tools, and our ability to do that, it will just be putting that together. But that's something that we can discuss outside of the budget discussions for purposes of adopting this budget, I think.
Well, I know my constituents in Highland needs four things. And I've had conversations up there. We need Zachary Park, the building fixed, which the local, health clinic operates in downstairs. Out there beyond the gravel parking lot at Zachary Park, you have that big grass field out there. The recreation director up there told me the other day that we really need some practice facilities for these youth teams to get them off the softball and baseball field. My idea is you go in with a dozer, you cut and fill that section back there, you seed it and line it, and there you go, kids, have at it. Then we have the soccer field in Highlands that we're working on, and the Highland School expansion. And if in my mind, the Highland School expansion, they're asking for $160,000, $250,000 on the soccer field, $60,000 at Zachary Park, and I think that my constituents in Highlands would be happy. That's all I'm asking for.
So, let me just throw this out there, and this is good feedback, but what if we put what if we turf the field? Could that not double as a ball field after school hours?
No, this
At
is
the
the
Highland
town ball field. This is where you have, the recreation department out there has two small soccer fields lined out on the outfield of the town ball field. And so we had Little League in Highlands, first time in years. Then we have the soccer field out there at Zachary Park that's not regulation size. And the outfield fence for the Little League baseball consumes the soccer field. And without maintenance people there to take that field in and out, or the fence down and put it back up, they have to play soccer on the town softball field. And if we have, I mean, we have that property out there, and to me, we cleaned it up last year, pulled all the rocks and the roots and everything out of it, take a dozer in there and like I said, cut it and fill it, seed it, and then boom, you've got that. And I'm not talking about a soccer complex, but I think it would work for them. So that's what my folks in Highland, I mean, and I really and truly think that it's something that that this board, I believe we can move forward on this if I can get y'all's support on it. Very minimal. So,
All right,
that's my take.
as to the next special call meeting, where are we at on that?
The 8th.
The 8th? Potential agenda items?
Who we bringing in?
Let's see, did you write some of them?
Pardon?
Did you write some down there a while ago?
There was mention
I
of
wrote-
health and DSS
Yeah.
being big departments, but whether you or not you wanna hear from them,
But
that's
if
up to
if
you.
it's an enterprise
That's
or
yours?
somewhere like
If
that.
it's solid waste, being an
You writing
enterprise.
on my notes?
Keep it.
Well, I'd like to have an open discussion with the landfill and the operations of the landfill anyway, so.
Is that something you do in open session, or is that
So-
something we do with?
Well, it's a budget, I mean, we all pay landfill taxes, every year, so I think it's, there's a lot of questions about the operation of the landfill and all that stuff, and how can we make it better?
I got,
All right, so we're gonna do public comment, are we still, you wanna do public comment on that? Not on landfill, but on the next agenda for the special call meeting.
Let's go for the 14th, if that's, or 13th. or
June
that-
Oh,
13th
okay,
is our
so
public
no-
hearing.
So our next meeting is,
Our regular meeting is June 13th,
13th.
6 p.m.
He's
That's our
suggesting-
public hearing on the budget, which is
We
open
extend
to
this
any and all
meeting to the
comments on
to the 8th is what John's suggesting.
yeah, okay, so we do not adjourn to that, we
let's
recess.
adjourn it.
Or adjourn it,
Let's adjourn it, because we're still gonna be bound by that agenda for the special call meeting. So you're gonna need to adjourn this meeting, and you're gonna need to have a new special agenda that states
specific
the
purposes.
specific purpose for this meeting. So if we don't intend to have a public comment, that doesn't need to be on there. If we're gonna do health, I got health, Department of Social Services, and solid waste.
that'll fill the night.
That'll be
Oh, yeah.
that'll
If
be.
we started at
We'll start
5,
at
that's,
5, June 8th, 5 p.m., 5 West Main, Franklin, North Carolina, 287.
Is that the form of the motion?
Health, DSS, and solid waste.
yes.
So, just clearing the water, I guess the big ticket items go back to the 13th when the public's here with the schools and stuff.
Yeah, but when are we gonna, yeah.
I mean,
But
just
where's
like
the-
the,
Where's the Highland speech here? I don't want to just be,
I mean, part of the elephant in the room is that, look, is this memorandum of understanding that I presented to you. I mean, this right here is essentially pledging support to the high school, so
that's right.
I don't want anybody to be blindsided by this. I mean, this is a big commitment, so I want to make sure that you have ample time to read it, and I want to make sure this board's prepared.
You want us to have that on the agenda, as an agenda item on the 13th?
Well, that's kind of what I'm thinking, as long as
I'm with
we can
that.
iron out more budget work session on the 8th,
It's there, it's their request.
and then the 13th, it'll be public comment, public hearing. It'll be a big night for this stuff.
Well, aren't we, having a meeting with Mr. Boney to
Thursday.
Thursday? Now, that's
On the
the,
1st and 5th.
You talking about June 1?
yes.
You talking about that Thursday?
You're having a liaison meeting, and then he is going to, include Danny, Paul, and I into some discussions about what's.
Separately.
Yes, separately.
Well, it's a follow-up to the phase 1 discussions we had some time ago. Now it looks like it's back to phase 1, 2, and 3 or whatever, but I'll be talking about phase 1.
Yes.
And I'm not against that, because I think you gotta have phase 1 before you can have phase 2, or what it may be, so. But I just wanna get a picture of what we're doing in phase 1, and, well, how we gonna handle it, but I saw tonight that you got $14 to $15 million piece in there. And I don't think I was aware of that. I thought the money that.
Everything's changing on this thing, Gary.
Okay, that's what I didn't see, and all of a sudden, my idea was that if you take $14 to $15 million out of your fund balance, and I wanted to hear what Mr. Davenport said, what did you do with your ability to, borrow money?
Yeah, he showed us that.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
And I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I didn't know that, because my understanding was, my thinking was, if I'm going out here and borrow money, but I'm gonna take a piece of my savings and put it over here, I go to the bank and they say, how much money do you have in your checking account or savings account? And I'd say, well, I did have X number of dollars, but I took it out and did something else with it. They said, well, we can't loan you money. That's what I didn't want to get involved in. But what I heard tonight, you can pay that out of your fund balance money, still be okay, get your phase one done.
Let me throw some food for thought at it. If we're looking at Macon Middle School track, and I was under the impression that thing was ready to go to bid. I apologize earlier.
Yeah.
We said in here, I thought it was ready, we were talking about how much it was gonna cost us.
Yeah, they put it out to bid.
I thought we had to bid, because you were saying,
Oh,
hey,
no, that was a proposal. That
The
was a
proposal.
proposal.
yeah.
And I'm in charge, that,
Are we just gonna do a training track there? Here's the question. If we went in full bore and did a full-fledged 8-lane track, you said it couldn't be done. It's a flat field.
It can be done. Problem is, there's a crown on the middle of the field, and all the drainage comes into a perfectly, if you go to expand 10 feet on either side, you get into poles and you change the grading on the whole field.
in your left field, because when you stand up at the top and you look down toward the softball field, or look down, you walk in that gate, people, that thing goes like this.
Plus, I mean, you've got a middle school track team, and that's a 50, 60 kid program. I mean, it's a big deal.
I think the 6-lane would be appropriate for middle school. I wouldn't say that for the high school, because of,
My question is, are we gonna build 2 tracks? One at the high school and one at the middle school?
when you're gonna renovate the high school, if you're in phase 1, I'm sure that, your track, 8-lane track is there.
The short answer is yes, we've had 2 tracks since 1971. Problem is, they just haven't been maintained. You know
Never
what I
been
mean?
used.
Not being used about every day, they just
Yeah, but
haven't
we
been
never had a regional track meet or nothing on it. So can we do one 8-lane track somewhere, like we did the baseball field over there?
Franklin High School needs to be the place you do that.
Didn't they say that was gonna be 6-lane out there?
6-lane middle school, 8-lane Franklin High School, but, I mean, you run into more problems. Do you transport the middle school to the high school, or the high school to middle school? And then who practices at what time slot? So you have 50, 60 kids at the high school, 50, 60 kids at the middle school, and, well, the high school kids can drive, so I guess they have to show up after 5:30. It just turns into the same problem we have with the gyms. You know, just like the high school, you have a JV girls, JV boys, varsity girls basketball. Oh, and you have JV and varsity cheer. So you have 6 different teams that need the gym at the same time. So it's the same problem with the track.
Well, they do the same thing with the baseball field over there. They all use it, the middle school and the high school
You're
uses
right.
one baseball field.
And it's a royal cluster.
Oh, I bet it is.
I'm just saying.
So then how do we fix this issue?
For the middle school track, they
What
do
would be
have
like,
about
what's the
$150,000
solution?
grant.
Money?
No, we've always talked about taking that track at the middle school out of that contingency for that locker room project. That's what we were.
You got 2 monies.
Yeah, we're
Yeah,
gonna
but we're just going to school over $1 million now.
They've got a grant. We should be
They
able to
they
come
got
up
a
with the
grant,
rest
and
of
then the
it
latest one was
out of what's
$550.
left over.
That latest proposal that they showed us was
Yeah, you just sent
$550.
that, and they looked at that, was for paving.
Does that include the paving? Cause you know,
That
we only
was-
had a partial picture last time.
Yeah.
You know, last time we talked about it in an open meeting, we only had part of the bid, then you had to add the asphalt, you've gotta add those 2 amounts together, and it's a pretty big number.
Well-
And they were preferring an 8-lane at that point, is what was conveyed to me.
We all
so,
talked about an 8-lane, but
Yeah, it's
with-
just not feasible.
It just,
it ain't
you
worth
go
it.
out there with me or Josh, either one, we can explain what we're trying
easy
to
to
say.
see.
You try to move your lights, you're gonna, when that lane, when you have 6 lanes going down through there, and it's getting closer to your ball fields, it's getting closer to your thing, when you get to the other end, you put 8 lanes in there, people are gonna be all over
Each
your
other.
left field. You could be all
And
over
you're,
your soccer
then you're
field.
in a $2.5 million.
Well, see, that's,
All right,
well,
gentlemen.
that's great, because there's some energy going into making sure this thing is state of the art.
We can't figure out how to
The
build a track
discussions
for $1
and
million. We can't
Well,
figure out how to
I
build
mean-
$100 million school.
This is all healthy, I don't
Absolutely.
mind to discuss it
Yeah.
all, but.
All right, everybody good?
Did we make a motion
We
for,
didn't set, we didn't set the meeting, Chairman.
yeah? We
There was a
got
motion and a second, this is discussion.
we got
5
a,
o'clock or 6 o'clock, which one it is? 5 o'clock?
What do you, how's that do you?
I can do it.
all right, June 8th, 5 o'clock.
5 o'clock, you got the agenda items, Derek?
Yes, sir.
And it's not
Okay.
the public comment.
No.
So somebody asked me. no-
And really, guys, I mean, this is valuably important, but I'd rather have 3 or 4 different night meetings to have a 5 or 6 hour meeting at one time. That locks my kidneys down. All right, you've heard.
So I make a,
What's the pleasure of the board related to the adjournment of this meeting?
are we gonna make a motion for before the adjournment, or adjourn and then make?
No, motion to adjourn, anybody?
Make a motion to adjourn.
Sarah?
And what's that wording we use to go to, June the 8th?
No, we're adjourned, we'll have a special call meeting.
Special call meeting.
They'll advertise, make it legal.
Okay.
We have a motion second, any discussion?
Thank you for sticking around.
All in favor? Thank you. 6 hours.